Chapter 95, Grave Portends. Chapter text the week after Harry was released from the hospital was dreadful. Of course, everyone knew he had been attacked and had been in the hospital wing, so rumors of what happened spread like wildfire. He had been advised by Newt and Severus not to give details about what happened, only that he had been attacked by an unknown person. Due to the lack of details provided by Harry or Lyra, the gossip hounds and rumor mill at the school were allowed to develop their own theories, unchecked. The most popular theory was that Harry got in a fight with the basilisk, Gorgon, or whatever monster was lurking around the school. Someone asked Harry at dinner how he got away without being petrified, and before he could answer, Luna just mentioned that as long as he covered his eyes, he'd be safe from the ravenous bug-bladder beast of Troll. Megan had a great laugh and pulled out a towel to wrap her head and eyes in the middle of the meal. The following day, dozens of students were spotted carrying towels and scarves with them to class. It was not just the rumors that were driving Harry nuts, it was the paranoia too. Other students running by him in the halls would make him jump, and even when whispers would touch his arm, it made him panic. He was starting to regret bullying Vincent because this is probably how the boy had felt the week before he was petrified. Harry didn't feel bad about nearly killing the boy, just for having so many pranks done to him after he had been hurt. As a result, Harry was walking everywhere with his wand in hand, ready at a moment's notice. Most people stayed clear of him as he walked, for fear he would lash out at the slightest provocation. He also had light scars on his wrists and ankles, not that anyone could see the latter, but it just fueled the rumors on what could have happened to cause them. They started to learn the severing charm from Professor Flitwick. Harry was feeling in a particularly destructive mood, and along with the theory he had gotten from Hermione, he was able to pick it up quickly. When they were told the incantation, Defindo, Harry immediately recognized it from the red spell that Draco had tried to hit him with during their first encounter. Hermione had told him that he'd only be able to cut things at the tip of his wand, but obviously he could also learn to shoot it like most other spells. He first attempted it in one of the spell bunkers in the Scamander study room. Recalling the slashing motion that Draco had used, he channeled his magic into the wand and tried casting the spell as he called out the incantation. He saw a small bit of red magic at the tip of his wand, but as soon as he started to move it through the air, the magic stopped. It still worked when his wand was held close to the softer materials he wanted to cut, but whenever he tried to project it at a distant target, the magic failed. No matter what he tried, if he moved his wand more than a few inches away from his target, the spell would fail and he would need to start over. He didn't want to give up on this and continued to practice. The solution was brought to him by an unlikely source, Neville Longbottom. The normally spacey boy saw him practicing and approached carefully. "Hey, Harry, what are you doing?" Harry had been spending so much attention on his project that he didn't notice Neville's approach, though he was very quiet to begin with. He had been thinking of asking Cedric for help, but Neville was a second-year student like Draco, so Harry decided on trying him first. "I can't figure out how to cast a cutting spell without touching my target," Harry complained, frustration in his voice. "Oh," he paused for a moment while collecting his thoughts. "I can help you with that." His face brightened. "My Uncle Algy showed me over the summer." Both Harry and Lyra had been trying to get a read on Neville the whole year. They had heard rumors from when he was in Gryffindor. He had started last year as a nervous wreck, constantly chasing after his pet toad and muttering to himself. However, after resorting to Scamander, that changed. He started to be more confident, and he was never worried about his toad, Trevor. He still lost the strange pet regularly, but he either knew where Trevor disappeared to or just shrugged and said he would be back later. The boy had also been spending a lot of time in the climbing gym that he had asked for from the Scamanders. He wasn't nearly as fast as Harry or Lyra, but he had gained a huge amount of endurance. Newt had put in a rope climb that would go on forever while only staying a few feet above the ground. Neville would keep on that rope for half an hour without taking a break, slow and steady the whole time. He still had a few strange things going on with him. He would occasionally snap into some kind of serious lecture at people who mishandled plants or didn't follow the proper protocol, like not washing their hands after leaving the bathroom or leaving their shoes on when entering a dorm after being in the common room. It was even more strange, as once he was done with a serious lecture, he just spaced out as if nothing had happened. The other weird thing was his magic. It just didn't work properly. His spells were underpowered despite the obvious effort and perfect wand work he was employing. It wasn't just his spells, as when he was flying for Quidditch practice, his broom would falter occasionally and also have large bursts of speed too. He never did anything wrong. It was just that some things didn't work out properly for him when they were related to his magic. Harry spent more time with him than Lyra, as Neville spent a lot of time with Greg, due to both of them enjoying gardening. So he knew that when Neville got excited about something, he would know exactly what he was talking about, though he might not be able to demonstrate it as well as he articulated it. Harry smiled at his friend and asked, "What am I doing wrong?" Neville pulled out his wand, which was walnut-colored that grew darker towards the handle. It twisted a bit to allow for a better grip, and despite the amount of care he spent polishing the wood, it was very worn from use. The boy held it carefully, as if he knew it was temperamental. Harry stepped to the side as his friend pointed it into the spell bunker. "You're not doing anything wrong, you're just not cutting the right thing." Neville wove his wand and cast Defindo, causing a small sliver of red to slice through the air and impact harmlessly on the back wall of the bunker. "What are you trying to cut?" he asked while turning to Harry. "The back wall," he replied. "I know I won't be able to cut it, but I'm still trying. My uncle Algy explained it to me." Neville smiled slightly. "I wanted to trim the venomous tentacula in my greenhouse, but when it's feeling upset, it won't let me get close enough to do it by hand." Neville flicked his wand toward the bunker and cast the spell again, letting another tiny sliver of red hit the back wall. "The spell will cut everything in its path, even the air, but if you don't intend on cutting the air, it won't." "But you can't cut the air," Harry said in confusion. "That's what I told my uncle," Neville shrugged. "He told me to think of it like a sheet of silk, ice, or spider webs. When you cast the spell, you need to want the spell to cut through the air towards your target, or it won't work." He stepped out of the way. "Give it a shot, Harry." Imagining the air as not air was strange to consider, but he remembered a part of the island where a lot of spiders lived. He avoided that place because walking through those trees would get him covered with silky webs that would be hard to get off, and spiders would land on top of him. He shivered and shook a little, just remembering the feeling of spider webs all over his arms and neck. Taking a step back and shaking his head, he looked into the bunker and imagined it to be filled with webs. He raised his wand with the intention of cutting through all of them and into the back wall and cast Defindo. A sliver of red light left his wand and traveled just a few inches into his imaginary spiderwebs before vanishing. It wasn't a lot, but it was something. "You did it," Neville cheered. Seeing Harry about to respond, he added, "It wasn't much, but it will get better. It took me all summer to get it right." "Thanks, Neville," Harry told him sincerely. "My gran always told me that our parents were friends and that I should help you out whenever I could." It was just another example of someone who had known more about Harry's parents but never helped him out. At least Neville was making an effort. However, before Harry could continue the conversation, he noticed a glassy look in the boy's eyes, as he did after a lecture, or a large burst of magic when flying, and just wandered off, leaving Harry to stand there for a moment before continuing to practice with the charm. Lyra had noticed how Harry was in a jumpy and fearful mood after his attack. She realized that this must be similar to how she felt when the two of them met, fearful of an attack from anywhere. Even though he had magic and was able to defend himself, he must have felt completely helpless in that position. Her mood must also be similar to how Harry felt when dealing with Draco or Vincent in regard to their treatment of her or Hermione. She did feel like an angel of vengeance and just needed an outlet for justice. However, neither of them was doing anything to help Harry feel better. She was studying herbology at the base of a tree in the common room when Whispers approached her with half a mango for her to snack on. As the two of them ate, and her little brother stared at the pictures of all the plants in the book, she recalled one of her most treasured memories. When they first went to collect Who feathers at the top of the volcano, she danced around while giving off sparks from the feather, and Harry gave her a mango. That was what she needed to do for Harry. She had seen Draco being given candy by her father when he did magic, but she never got any. When Harry had given her that sweet mango, she knew that she never needed to worry about the acceptance of her father or Draco ever again. Harry would probably love to play with the lampung right now. It would make him feel happy to clash with it and give him a feeling of strength again after being put in such a position of weakness and vulnerability. However, his guardian animal was on the other side of the world, so she decided to settle for the next best thing and ran off with whispers to Professor Kettleburn's office. His classroom was open when she arrived, and there were several students gathered around a small pen in the back of the classroom. Inside the pen were three strange creatures that looked like miniature llamas with saucer-sized eyes and webbed feet, while having skin that looked closer to a seal than a land mammal. The students were mostly taking notes and sketches, while others were feeding the creatures. They seemed deliriously happy at any action the students took. One of them even made a motion like they were going to stab one in the face with a quill, but stopped at the last second, with the creature just giving off a sound, like a giggle, and rubbing its head against that student's stomach. Lyra held out her hand to one of them, and it bounded over to her to rub its head against her hand. The skin felt rubbery and had very dense short hairs all over it that rubbed against her as it giggled and cooed. She was broken out of her concentration by the clinking sound of Professor Kettleburn's mechanical leg walking up behind the group. Whispers jumped into the pen and started petting the creature that she had been engaged with before. "Good evening, Miss Black. Are you enjoying the mooncalves?" "Is that what they are?" she asked. "Harry has a vest made from mooncalf leather." "Yes, they are endangered now because of overhunting. Their skin makes some of the finest leather in the world. They are also hopelessly naive and trusting, never running away from those that mean them harm." One of the older students drew a wand and asked the professor, "May I?" After the professor gave him a nod, he pointed his wand right at the calf in front of him and stunned it, causing it to slump to the floor. The other mooncalves turned in his direction and ran over, starting to jump up and down in front of him, to which he responded by petting them as they cuddled his hand. After half a minute, he pointed his wand at the stunned animal and woke it up. Instead of being at all hostile, it lined up with the others for its turn for pets and cuddles, as if nothing was the matter. "You can see, Miss Black," Kettleburn began, "while they do eat fish and shellfish, they have no fear from any type of predator and don't seem to retain any sort of hostility towards one who has already attacked them. It was quite easy for them to be almost hunted to extinction as a result of this kind of behavior." "That's a bit sad," she frowned at the adorable creatures, "but at least they make people smile. So what can I do to help you tonight?" "I was planning on speaking to you over the weekend about bringing whispers to one of my classes next week." Lyra perked up at that. "Is it during our history class?" The other students chuckled as he replied, "It is indeed. I figure you and Harry could join my Tuesday evening class and stay for the whole double period." Lyra nodded enthusiastically as she looked at the hidden snuggling on the floor with one of the mooncalves in the pen. Switching topics, she got back to her original mission. "I was also hoping that Harry and I could join you on this Saturday's unicorn visit. We try to keep those groups as small as possible to avoid spooking them with too many people," he told her. Seeing her pleading eyes, he continued, "But I get it. Mr. Potter went through an ordeal last weekend. Some time with the unicorns would be good for him, and they did appear to like him on his last visit. The two of you may join us tomorrow night." Lyra thanked the professor, then let Whispers cuddle with the mooncalf for a little while longer before returning to the common room to inform Harry. On Saturday, the dueling club was held again. Flitwick and Lockhart were in attendance, but Snape was absent. Instead of the 7 platforms that were set up in the Great Hall from the previous week, there was now twice as many set up in 2 rows of 7 going across almost the entire room, though these weren't as highly raised off the floor, just an inch high, so you could see the edges. Lockhart was again wearing his black with gold lining dueling robes, and Professor Flitwick was just in his professor's robes. With double the number of platforms, there weren't many places for all the students to stand. There were significantly fewer students than in the previous meeting, but there were enough that they needed to stand over about half the platforms to all fit into the room. Flitwick just started to play with his wand as Lockhart addressed the students. "Welcome back. While there are quite a few Gryffindors present, I see that many more of you have been brave enough to return for more duels. However, this week, we will be learning, and not competing with each other. There were several groans from the students, but Lockhart called out over them. You won't get better just by throwing spells at each other. You need to learn technique and style. Including today, we have 5 more weeks of the club before the end of the year exams. For the next few weeks, we will work on your skills. Then on the 5th of May, we will have another tournament to see how much you have improved. That got everyone's attention and focus. For today, we are just going to be working on 3 things: aiming, dodging, and shielding. Each set of 2 platforms is for each year, so we can work with more of you at once. Professor Flitwick will work with the older students on advanced shields, and I will work with the younger students on your aim and dodging. All of the students started to separate themselves, and Lockhart addressed the younger years as a group. They first learned the spell he had tagged Professor Snape with the previous week, the red paint spell. It was meant to be very simple, just point and speak Rubio for it to work. Lockhart told a brief story about a festival held in Spain known as La Tomatina, where an entire town gets involved in a bizarre fight with everyone throwing tomatoes at each other. The Rubio spell mimics the color and impact of a splattered tomato and vanishes after an hour. He started to tell about a witch he met at the festival many years ago, but stopped mid-sentence, saying, "But that's a story for another time." From there, everyone paired off and was told to first take turns with one student casting the spell and the other one dodging. There was a barrier between the 2 rows of platforms, so they wouldn't hit the 5th through 7th year students while they practiced with advanced shielding. Lockhart tried to spend as much time as possible with the younger students, showing them proper dodging techniques and avoiding giving any advice about shielding as it wasn't his specialty. It wasn't as much fun as last week, but after half an hour, nearly everyone was covered in red paint. Harry, too, had splots of red all over as he was trying to practice the shielding spell rather than use the one he had learned from the Lampung. The end of the practice, Lockhart got back up on the stage and fired a cannon blast charm, and as he did so, the dueling platforms sunk to be level with the floor. Well done, everyone. You've all worked hard on both shielding and dodging today, and as a reward for your hard work, the final exercise before we leave will have no shields at all, just a free-for-all paint spells only. Turning to Professor Flitwick point-blank, Lockhart called out, "Rubio," splattering red paint on the tiny man. The students were all shocked and stood there waiting, knowing the response would be epic. Flitwick examined the red on his black robes before whipping his wand towards Lockhart and unleashing a fire hose of rainbow paint, knocking him off the stage and onto the ground. That action also had many other students turn towards someone near them and let loose a paint spell of their own. The room dissolved into further chaos from there. The paint was flying everywhere as Harry ducked one shot to be hit by half a dozen others. No one was able to dodge completely, so he just ran around shooting paint spells at anyone and everyone. Many of the students started trying to only use their own house colors for paint attacks, but nearly all of the younger students were sticking to the red paint spell that Lockhart had taught them. Harry stopped for a moment to watch Lyra dancing while throwing paint around. Her regular platinum blonde hair was a myriad of colors and dripping onto the floor. As he stood there watching her enjoy herself, he felt something hit his shoulder that was not a paint spell. That particular shoulder was currently painted silver, possibly from Blaze hitting him with some of Slytherin's colors, but now there was a crimson liquid leaking out from under his robes. Someone had hit him in the left shoulder with a cutting curse. Abandoning the no-shielding rule, Harry pulled out his staff and created a large dome around himself just as another cutting spell hit him in the leg, causing him to fall to one knee. Some students started to call out friendly curses toward Harry for cheating, but Cedric immediately noticed the blood on Harry's shoulder. "Harry's been hit," the older boy called out while firing off a cannon blast and rushing to his side. Many more Scamander students heard the call and rushed to Harry's side, creating a circle around him, and those who knew it cast shields. Some paint continued to fly as Lockhart and Flitwick rushed to Harry's side, calling out for a ceasefire. In a booming voice, unfitting for his size, Professor Flitwick called out, "No one leaves," and the doors to the great hall slammed shut. That caused anyone who was still firing spells to stop and fall silent. Harry started to feel tingling along his arm as Cedric was casting healing charms on it. Lockhart kneeled next to Harry and examined the older boy's work. I was about to say I could fix Harry up in a jiffy, but it seems like he's already got someone to do it. 10 points to you, Mr. Diggory. Flitwick had all the other students lined up against the sides of the hall. Wands out. One of you attacked Mr. Potter, and I will be checking everyone to find the culprit. Lyra stood near Flitwick, just waiting for him to find the student who had attacked Harry, her hair glowing with the threat of potential flames. Cedric, meanwhile, finished with Harry's leg, and he stood up. The charms professor performed a spell on each student's wand that pulled various colors of smoke out of the tips. At a much slower pace, Lockhart began doing the same procedure for the Scamanders, who were still standing protectively around Harry, and it ended up taking him just as long to check them as it did for Flitwick to check the rest of the students. Whoever had cast the spell had managed to avoid whatever method Flitwick and Lockhart had employed to check their wands to see who had attacked Harry, so Cedric escorted Harry, along with the other Scamanders, to visit Madame Pomfrey. As they were leaving, he heard Flitwick telling the assembled students from the other houses that their names would be kept on record, and when the culprit was found, they would be punished severely. The matron of the infirmary looked strangely at the mass of students that entered, covered in various colors of magical paint, but quickly spied the blood on Harry's robes and guided him and Cedric to a bed to inspect his work. A privacy curtain was drawn around Harry, Madame Pomfrey, and Cedric as Harry's robes, shirt, and pants were disposed of. Even without the paint and blood, the cuts made them no longer wearable. That was 2 sets of robes that had been ruined in 2 weeks of the dueling club. There were thin red lines where Cedric had healed Harry's cuts, and the healer performed numerous diagnostic spells on him before she determined him okay. Pomfrey allowed the other students next to the bed, but told Cedric and Harry not to go anywhere while she left for her office. Even though everyone else was asking him questions about what had happened, Lyra kept her eyes on the door to the infirmary, her wand drawn. Harry tried to explain what little he could to his friends, but it was just that he felt wet under his robes and a brief slice of pain before noticing the blood on top of all the paint. No one was able to provide any additional information, as the cutting hex was almost the exact shade of red as the red splattering spells that were primarily being thrown around the younger students. After a few more minutes, Madame Pomfrey exited her office with a few papers. "Mr. Potter, you are free to leave. Mr. Diggory provided you with the proper first aid and healing spells." She passed the papers she had been carrying to Cedric. "Mr. Diggory has also successfully completed the healing competency that Mr. Scamander has required to become a prefect next year. I'll award him 10 points for this completion." Cedric took the papers and rolled them up before taking time to find a place to put them, as most of his pockets and sleeves were still covered with paint that hadn't vanished yet. As everyone congratulated Cedric, they made their way back to the common room. After the dueling club incident, Harry had been holed up in their favorite tree, working on homework and trying to figure out the appropriate ritual circle to use for the project with Lee and the twins. He was pretty sure that the older boys needed to be more involved for this part, as the amount of arithmancy, numerology, and ancient runes that were used to construct the correct circle were far beyond knowing how many stirs to use when brewing a potion, and many of the circles had more than the 9 dimensions that the blessing circle he and Lyra had used in the past. The schematics in the ritual book that Brant had given him also weren't always circles. They had sides, inverted sections, overlapping zones, and much, much more. The books Hermione had recommended to him for self-study of ancient runes were also quite challenging, but included a lot of theory, so he focused on that. Runes seemed to be just a more complicated kind of numerology, with different characters representing one or more ideas. Sometimes they were used as writing which, in the case of the local language Futhark, had vast amounts of possibilities for the meanings in just a few sentences. It required studying the historical context of the writing to determine what the person writing it intended to do with their magic. This was made even more complicated as the language was used among Muggles predating the Statute of Secrecy, so sometimes writings in Futhark were just that, writing, and had no magical significance to them. Harry opted to continue studying the books through dinner as astray, and whispers brought him food without him asking. After the sun on the wall had set and the stars on the ceiling came out, Harry was startled as a heavy coat was thrown at him by his sister. "Stop hiding and come out to see the unicorns," she told him. "I'm studying, not hiding," he replied angrily, but refused to leave the tree. Lyra pulled out a small box from behind her back and opened it to reveal it was filled with various bugs, none of which looked appetizing. "Do we really have to play this game?" she asked with raised eyebrows. Not wanting to pick bugs out of his hair all evening, Harry put on the coat that had been thrown at him and sighed. Together, they climbed down from the tree and collected Whispers, who was having tea and cheese with Astray in the corner of the room. Their hidden brother collected his Yeti fur gloves, and they made their way out to the courtyard, where Professor Kettleburn was waiting to escort all the students while carrying a pole with a rooster cage, the same as the one Professor Sinistra had on their trek through the depths of the library. The professor guided them to a large wicker basket filled with necklaces that had different metal charms on the end of them. "Everyone will take a necklace," he instructed them. "It contains a portkey that will bring you back to this spot if you use the activation phrase Niffler. I may also activate all of them at once if we need to make a hasty retreat back to the castle." After everyone was wearing a necklace, they started their journey. They stopped briefly at Hagrid's hut to collect the giant man and his boarhound, who didn't growl at Harry and Lyra at all this time. He did start to make a grumble towards Whispers, who just growled back, but the large dog stopped as soon as his challenge was met. From there, they headed into the woods. Harry and Lyra stayed at the front of the group with Hagrid, who was even more on edge than Harry, eyes darting around with his crossbow drawn and other hand twitching towards the handle of a pink umbrella sticking out of his pocket. He looked down to see Harry in a similar state, walking with his staff in his right and ready to draw his wand at a moment's notice. "Gotta stay on guard. These are dark times we're in. Dark times." Another student walking with them asked the large man, "Because of the basilisk?" He used air quotes and spoke with great sarcasm. "The unspeakables will cure everyone of the petrification at the end of the year, and whatever is doing it will be caught eventually." "People are getting petrified now," Hagrid told him. "It won't be long till someone gets killed like last time." Harry and Lyra shared a look. The headmaster did say that Hagrid had been framed for the petrifications the last time this happened. He didn't say that anyone had been killed, though. "Who died?" Harry asked. Hagrid looked despondent. "Miss Warren. She was my friend, not a good friend, but we knew each other. She's why I live out on the edge of the forest." He looked through the trees towards the last remaining lights from the castle. "When Dumbledore first gave me this job, I had a room in the castle, but I couldn't bear to see Miss Warren every day roaming the halls and mourning her death." "She's a ghost?" Lyra asked. Hagrid nodded. "She haunts the spot where she died in the second-floor girls' bathroom. You all know her as Moaning Myrtle." Quite a few people were listening to the story now and were shocked to hear about the most annoying ghost in the castle. No one used that bathroom due to the spectral girl's invasion of everyone's privacy when they used the facilities. "I thought Binns was the youngest ghost at school," one of the other students proclaimed. "Old Cuthbert died a few decades before I was a student," Hagrid told them. "His name is Cuthbert?" someone asked. "I think I'd die on my own if that was my name." Their discussion was stopped short as they reached the clearing and found it not occupied by unicorns, but by nearly 20 centaurs. All of them were wielding some sort of weapon: bows, axes, long swords, and lances. They stood at the center of the clearing, staring upwards at the stars. Professor Kettleburn held out his hand to tell the students to wait with Hagrid while he approached the group of equine warriors. The group noticed the humans and trotted in their direction, fanning out to encircle them. "Magorian, is there something wrong tonight?" Kettleburn addressed the tallest in the group by nearly a full head. He had pointed ears sticking out under black hair and deeply tanned skin. He wore a necklace of silver discs and was the only one in the herd to have any kind of adornments. While the centaur would still need to tilt his head up to look Hagrid in the eye, he looked down at Kettleburn the same way Dumbledore might look down at Lyra. There was a bit of annoyance in his eyes as he did so. He stared at the man for a moment longer before looking skyward. "Mars is bright tonight." Centauri and Auriga are obscured while Mars is bright. The other centaurs nodded along as they gripped their weapons tightly. the one Harry remembered as Talos stepped forward, placing his sword back in its sheath. The time for the stars and darkness is upon us. We will endeavor to protect them both. Another male stepped out of the line and continued the strange discussion. The crown lies between the great players of the game, though if it falls, another may be able to take it for himself. All of the students, along with Hagrid and Kettleburn, Whispers and Fang, looked incredibly confused. With their speech having apparently ended, the herd of centaurs started to move out of the clearing and deeper into the forest. Harry quickly ran up to the side of the centaur he recognized as Agestra, who had spoken clearly and with fewer riddles to him before. "What's going on? Can I help?" She kneeled to lower herself in front of him, speaking kindly to him. "We have delivered our message to you. Your cards have already been dealt. You just need to play them." With that said, Agestra stood back up to her full height and galloped off to join the rest of the herd, leaving Harry to ponder her slightly less cryptic message. Professor Kettleburn spoke up. "Well, for those who haven't had a conversation with our centaurs before, I have never known them to speak falsely. However, I seldom know what they are talking about to begin with. If you've got a bag of food, set it out to greet our unicorns." It took nearly 10 minutes more to set out all the food and the herd to greet them. Whispers tried to eat some of it, but was shooed away by Hagrid, who told him not to take from the unicorn's food. While they ate, Kettleburn and Hagrid took each student out like before, one at a time to meet the herd. When it was Harry's turn, he approached the foal he had met before right away. The horn was now about an inch out of its head, and the golden coat had started to recede in the shape of a 5-petaled white flower that had passed its ears and eyes, but not any further. A few of the other unicorns approached Harry and started to sniff at his staff, looking curiously towards the white antler on top of it. One of the younger stallions approached Harry and began to rub his horn against the antler on Harry's staff. He was batting at it from different angles and challenging him to a fight. Harry looked toward Professor Kettleburn. "Can I play with him?" "What do you mean, Mr. Potter?" The man looked a bit confused. "He wants to play fight, just for fun, can I?" Harry asked. The other students looked very interested. Hagrid looked giddy, but Kettleburn was conflicted. Lyra added her 2 nuts. "It should be fine. Harry plays with the lampung he got the antler from all the time. It's taller than Hagrid." Kettleburn drew his wand and said, "If you need help, just say so and I'll portkey you right back to the castle." Harry smiled and ran off to the side of the herd, with the stallion following him at a trot. When he thought he was far enough away, he turned back around and looked the unicorn in the eye and scratched at the ground with his foot, while the antler started to glow and light up the meadow. Meanwhile, Lyra sat on the ground with Whispers next to her feeding the golden foal some popcorn. The juvenile saw Harry returning his challenge and galloped to the far side of the meadow before turning around and charging Harry, horn down. As he galloped, the white of his coat seemed to shine brighter and his horn gave a small sparkle. Meanwhile, Harry had been twisting his staff to gain a bit of strength before lowering it and charging as well. The unicorn was much faster than he thought it would be, and he had barely run a dozen paces before they collided. While the lampung had some kind of shield around it, the unicorn did not. When its horn impacted Harry's shield in front of the antler, there was a shower of sparkles as it pushed Harry back. The moment of impact had gasps from the onlookers, with Lyra and Whispers cheering. As soon as the unicorn broke contact, the rest of the spectators joined in on the cheers. After a few more charges, a couple of other unicorns formed a queue to play with the strange wizard as well. Though when the obvious leader of the group stepped up to take a turn, Harry recognized the danger from the larger equine and turned off the glow from his staff. The patriarch looked a bit disappointed, as did most of the other students who booed his disengagement. Lyra, on the other hand, just jumped up and ran over to Harry, pulling out her own broom as she went from her pouch. She tossed it to him and snatched his staff at the same time, pulling out a jar of her sticking solution as well and slathering one side of the staff before he could do a thing about it. Harry smiled and let her attach the staff to the side of the broom before he mounted it and lit up the staff again. The spectators looked intrigued, while the unicorn patriarch looked a bit confused. To show off his new ability, Harry did a few laps of the meadow and then came back to his original spot, hovered a couple of feet off the ground, and scratched at the ground with his dangling leg. The larger unicorn returned the gesture and bowed its head, reading for a charge. After some mutually recognized signal, They both charged. To Harry, it felt like nearly 10 seconds before they clashed. To Lyra and everyone else, it took maybe one. The impact released an explosion of sparkles into the meadow as Harry was knocked into the air. However, after experiencing that same thing with the lampung, he recovered and flew around the meadow to make another pass. The second time, he held his ground as the two both pushed against each other as hard as they could before the herd leader threw his head and tossed Harry away again, forcing him to recover and make another pass. They exchanged two more clashes before the unicorn halted its charge suddenly and looked in a direction deeper into the forest. Harry aborted his charge and spun a bit in the air to recover before landing by the group and looking the creature in the eyes. The other unicorns were also all looking in the same direction, and Harry stated, "Something's wrong." Suddenly, there was a massive noise like a falling tree or many falling trees in the direction that the unicorns were looking. The massive noise startled the group of unicorns, and they took off in the opposite direction. The ground shook as the group from Hogwarts continued to listen to the catastrophic noises for a few minutes longer before a voice nearly deafened them. "Stay away from my children. This is my home. I will retreat no further." A look of concern crossed Hagrid's face as he called out, "Aragog, no." Then he ran in the direction of the colossal voice, with Fang changing after. All his cowardice vanished as he went to protect his master. Kettleburn turned to the students. "Everyone back to the castle now." Everyone called out, "Niffler," and there were pops everywhere as all the students except for Lyra, Harry, and Whispers remained. "You three as well," Kettleburn ordered them. Harry was about to go as well before he heard, "Section I will eat as many of your children as I desire." Section Harry immediately snatched the portkey that had been given from his neck and tossed it away before doing the same for Lyra. Whispers did it for himself before the three mounted Harry's broom and took off after Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn followed them, yelling at them as they went. Sounds of a battle rang out ahead as Harry quickly told Lyra, "It's the basilisk. I heard it talking to the voice we heard." Lyra readied her staff, and after nearly a minute of dodging trees, a large shape flew towards them, causing them to stop and dodge, as it smashed through two trees before falling to the ground. The dark shape groaned as it stood up, revealing a thoroughly bloodied Hagrid with a large chunk of bloodied meat held tightly in his fist. Professor Kettleburn caught up and saw the enormous groundskeeper wiping the blood from his face. "Rubeus, what the bloody hell did that?" He held up the chunk of flesh in his hand, which was probably as big as Harry's entire torso. It was lined with dark green scales and dripping with blood. It was a great ruddy snake that attacked Aragog. The centaurs were there too. I've never seen them fight alongside Aragog's children. I managed to grab the tail of the snake, but then it just launched me into the forest. I think it was fleeing from the fight as I got there. "It's the basilisk," Harry told them. "What's an Aragog?" Lyra added. "It's the biggest bloody spider in the world," Professor Kettleburn told them. "It's time for the two of you and Whispers to go back now." "No," Harry, Lyra, and Whispers said together. "I need to check on Aragog and Fang." Hagrid started stumbling back in the direction of the fight, though the sounds of battle had stopped since Hagrid had been launched toward them. Professor Kettleburn ran after the three others that followed Hagrid, yelling about detentions that were ignored. They ran for another few minutes, in horror at how far Hagrid had been thrown through many trees, before getting to a clearing made of dozens of fallen trees. Scattered around the clearing were petrified centaurs, all in various poses of battle, and body parts presumably belonging to spiders. The size of the parts was strange. Some looked like they were from spiders the size of dogs, and others the size of horses or cars. They were all mangled in one way or another, and a few were still twitching. There were also those that seemed to be melting with steam rising from their bodies. Kettleburn pointed to the melting parts. "Stay away from those. If it was a basilisk, the venom would kill you if you touch it." "Where's Fang?" Hagrid yelled. "Fang, where are you, boy?" A deep, rumbling voice could be heard from the line of trees still standing. "He is here, friend Hagrid. He is injured, but I protected him." There was a shuffling noise as an enormous mass moved out from the trees. Kettleburn stepped in front of the children as a spider, just barely smaller than the Dursleys' house ambled forward. It did not move with the dexterity of a normal spider as it was missing 3 legs and had a large gash on its side that was lightly steaming. It stared at the group with a dozen lidless eyes. shifting back and forth to take them all in and examine them. With its remaining front leg, it reached underneath its body and pulled forth Hagrid's boarhound, Fang, whimpering slightly. "Your companion fought well," the great spider told Hagrid. "His injuries are light, and his teeth have bits of our prey in them." "Will you be all right, old friend?" Hagrid asked. While Hagrid continued to speak to the spider, Harry looked around at the centaurs all petrified in the clearing of fallen trees. Most of them had been frozen with their weapons raised, but Aegistra had her spear fully thrust forward, and the tip was dripping with blood. Seeing the opportunity in front of him, he called over Lyra and quickly gathered the blood while she began to shape the clay for the amulet. Having seen the process a few times, Whispers literally dove into her pouch up to his ankles and pulled out a handful of hoo-hoo feathers. As there was quite a bit of blood on the tip of the spear, they made 3 amulets before returning to Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn as they spoke with the monstrous spider. Professor Kettleburn was asking Aragog, "So how did you survive the basilisk? You're not dead or petrified, and the venom hardly seems to be slowing you down." "It causes me great pain, but my own venom makes me less susceptible to others. The basilisk's stare only affects those that are lesser creatures. I am the king of my domain, a champion of my race. The children you have brought will understand, as I can feel they lived amongst many such creatures." The 2 adults turned to Lyra and Harry with questions written all over their faces. "We called them protectors," Lyra replied. "I can sense their presence in your magic," the massive spider champion replied. That surprised Harry and Lyra, but they weren't able to reply as a huge ball of fire appeared in the middle of the meadow, and when it subsided, Albus Dumbledore stood in the center of where it had been, and perched on his shoulder was a fiery phoenix with flames dripping from its wings like hot wax. It had grown substantially from when they had seen it last, though it was still smaller than the Hoo-Hoo Patriarch from the island. The giant spider retreated a bit towards the edge of the trees as the headmaster looked around at the scene. Children at the school rushed to the infirmary, saying that they had been sent back after the unicorn feeding. "The basilisk was here," Harry informed him. "It attacked the centaurs and ate the spiders." "I got a piece of it," Hagrid informed Dumbledore, and held up the bloody piece he had been holding. His other arm now cradled Fang, who was now conscious and licking his arm. Dumbledore examined the piece the groundskeeper was holding, then took it from him and seemed to drop it into an invisible pocket in the air, vanishing from sight. He turned to the phoenix on his shoulder and said, "Sick, M." The phoenix let out a sharp cry that seemed to fuel Harry's mind with a desire to hunt, then flew off into the forest, following a pathway of fallen trees and crushed underbrush. Albus stared at Harry and Lyra for a moment before giving Whispers a small look as well, then turned to Kettleburn. "Am I correct to assume that Mr. Potter and Miss Black refused to return with the others, trying to go after the basilisk themselves?" "Yes, sir," he replied. "They lost 100 points for their house and have both earned themselves detention every weekend for the rest of the term." "That's not fair," Lyra shouted. "You should have thought about it before you removed your portkeys and went running off into the forest," Kettleburn admonished them. Harry released some of his magic and anger toward the magical creature's teacher, who shivered at the display. Dumbledore, however, released his own incredible amount of magic, squashing Harry's display. "Stop that. You both broke the rules and refused to obey a professor in a dangerous situation." Dumbledore looked down at Whispers. "You too, Sir Whispers." The demiguise ducked his head in shame. "You will serve the detentions you were assigned. I know you two probably don't like me right now, but you will also need to be at my Tuesday class with Whispers. If you prefer, I can call that one day of your detention the following weekend. Your choice which day you don't serve." Dumbledore had meanwhile approached the injured giant spider. "Aragog, you have done well protecting the forest and the school. Will the centaurs be looked after here, or should I move them somewhere away from your brood? Were I not injured, I could protect them from my children. They are too impulsive to differentiate between friend and foe without instruction. Please move these noble warriors to keep my weakness from harming them further." Dumbledore looked up and away from the scene as his phoenix returned in a ball of fire. They shared a look in the eyes before the phoenix flew over to 2 centaurs frozen close together and let out a great cry as fire exploded from its wings, wrapping the 2 in flames. When the flames had subsided, they had vanished. The headmaster looked toward everyone else. Fawkes will return to bring the others to safety. We can walk back to the school from here." He strolled off down the path of destruction the basilisk had left, with the others following him closely. After walking for some time, they exited the forest on the far side of the Black Lake. Out of the forest, there was a path in the dirt from the basilisk that led into the lake. This was the first time Harry had been able to see anything to tell the size of the creature, and it made him just a bit more nervous than he had already been. The basilisk was bigger than the usurper. At least in girth, Harry could tell from the impression in the ground that it was much wider than the kingsbane. He couldn't tell how long it was, but it stood to reason that it was longer as well. A quick look towards Lyra, and he could see that she understood this as well. However, all it needed to do was hear the usurper's voice, and it should be dead. At least there was that piece of good news. "Rubeus, Sylvanus," Dumbledore addressed the adults, "please take the children and Whispers back to the castle. I am going to go speak with the chieftain of the Merpeople for his assistance with tracking the basilisk. The hunters from the ministry will arrive tomorrow, and hopefully this matter will be over soon." The headmaster tapped himself on the head, and a large bubble appeared over it. Then, with surprising agility, he leaped nearly 20 feet into the air and dove headfirst into the lake, disappearing below the surface. Kettleburn looked toward Harry and Lyra. "Unless the two of you want to lose more points, we're going back to the castle now. Rubeus, you're going to the infirmary. I suspect it will take Poppy quite a while to heal even the smallest of your scratches." Harry and Lyra nodded glumly as Whispers adopted their posture and plodded after them as they returned to the castle. Chapter 96. Catching the Scent. Chapter text. Walden Macnair was not usually a happy man. Even as a child, he didn't find joy in the things others did. Gobstones. What a joke of a game. Exploding snap. He liked his eyebrows where they were. Thank you very much. Even Quidditch lost its appeal after the first few times he played. You were just doing the same thing over and over. Maybe if the bludgers had spikes or there were no rules against clubbing the keeper in the head, then things would have been interesting. It wasn't until his third year at Hogwarts that he met that irritable little pants, Lucius Malfoy. Of course, he knew of the Malfoys. Rich, arrogant, and influential above all. The sorting hat barely even touched his head before sending him to Slytherin. The boy didn't even flinch as he was being sorted. He then wasted no time laying the charm on everyone around Slytherin House. A kind word here, a favor there, and those who rebuffed him found themselves ostracized slowly to the far reaches of the common room or back to their dorms. Macnair wasn't approached until the end of Malfoy's first year. Along with a few others, they both had gotten detention at the same time and were tasked to harvest potion ingredients in the Forbidden Forest on a night with no moon. Some of the more potent and dangerous plants and animals thrived in the pure darkness. When the detention was half over, Lucius made his move, starting with an introduction, not that he needed one. Walden was put immediately on the offense, and he remembered putting a knife to the boy's throat and telling him to get back to his duties. Lucius just smiled as a drop of blood rolled down the knife. He didn't seem the least bit afraid, and instead commented on the killer instinct he showed with his knives when something needed to be cut. He had space to back away from the blade, but he just stood there, waiting for a response as a few more drops of blood came from the small cut on his neck. Eventually, Walden realized that he would either need to kill the boy or back off. He didn't think he was ready to kill a wizard yet. The small critters in the forest had been fun before to snare and kill, but that was as far as he would go for now. As soon as he withdrew his blade, Lucius told him exactly what he had been thinking, that he needed a bigger target to hunt, and that he was invited on a hunting trip with Abraxas Malfoy over the summer. That began Macnair's career as a hunter. The first summer, they only went for birds, ducks, geese, and pheasants. It was exhilarating to kill an animal right in front of him instead of trapping them first, then eating the meat, stuffing, and mounting the carcass. The following Christmas he and Lucius killed a pair of stags together. As the years went on, they graduated into hunting magical creatures, and the summer after Walden graduated, Abraxas kidnapped 5 muggles and set them loose in the forest outside Malfoy Manor to be preyed on by them. That was more like it. Prey that could think, that would fight back creatively. It made things more interesting when they were told they had a chance of living. It wasn't long after that when the Dark Lord made his formal debut and gathered followers openly. Abraxas told him that he would get the chance to hunt even greater prey, even other wizards and werewolves that refused to join the Dark Lord. That was all he needed to hear to dedicate himself to getting marked. During his service to the Dark Lord, he killed many wizards. He even became bored with the killing curse and branched out into muggle weaponry, heavy swords, axes, scythes, and anything else that was difficult to wield or just looked frightening to his prey. And then, just as things were getting interesting, the Dark Lord had to get killed by a baby. The world came crashing down around him, and he was arrested for his support of he who must not be named. The people didn't know, but he was primarily responsible for the Dark Lord gaining monikers like that and you know who. When the Dark Lord put a taboo curse on his name, it was he that got to hunt down the people that used it. He'd gather up his crew and play the most dangerous game with those that broke the taboo. Slowly, but surely, people stopped using his real name and started on the hyphenated ones. Just as Lucius had given him his way in, he also unwittingly gave him a way out. The Imperious Curse. It was laughable that they could use such an explanation for their actions, but that didn't stop him from doing it. It even was true, in a manner of speaking. The Dark Lord would use all three unforgivable curses as punishments. His favorite was the Torture Curse, but he would also use the Imperious Curse to make his followers torture themselves or their loved ones. Walden didn't have loved ones, so when he failed an assignment, he would end up being forced to hurt himself. He was very good at hurting other people, so he did his best not to end up at his own mercy as well. Once exonerated for his crimes, he found that no one required a professional killer such as he was. The real assassins that you could hire didn't hunt people, they just killed them. So he was looked at as an amateur. He went abroad for a few years and even applied to be a professor at Durmstrang for their outdoor survival class, though it was the extreme cold that took him out of the running. When he returned to England, it was Lucius Bloody Malfoy once again who came to his aid, finding him a job in the ministry, killing off dangerous creatures for government bureaucrats. It was a shit job, and he knew it. There was no hunt, it was just killing creatures that the ministry determined to be unsafe. He killed Krupps and hippogriffs, occasionally a security troll that refused to follow orders. They just had a room where he would go in, kill the creature, then leave. He didn't even get to put down werewolves. Their crimes got handled by the auras through the werewolf registry, as if they were actual wizards committing crimes. Of course, he still participated in the occasional muggle hunt, but Lucius never wanted to join him. Even Yaxley, who had been with him on quite a few assignments as a Death Eater, was too afraid to partake for fear of his job. So reluctantly, he took the Carrows along with him. Some company was better than none. Though they were no help with the hunting, they had no skill in anything other than torture and sadism. So when alarm bells started going off at the ministry that Harry Potter was trying to bring an unregistered wizard killer to Hogwarts, his mood brightened quite a bit. Finally, a real hunt to satiate his appetite. When he heard that the boy was trying to bring it in to kill a basilisk of all things, that made his mouth water at the potential conquest. But then the ministry decided to block Potter's attempts to bring this new creature and denied the possibility that a basilisk even existed to begin with. Even Yaxley jumped on the ministry line that no creature existed, putting an end to his fun. Finally, he got word that a basilisk did exist at Hogwarts, and Fudge himself called for a team to be assembled to find and kill it. He may even need to find the legendary Chamber of Secrets to kill Salazar, Slytherin's pet, hidden somewhere under Hogwarts for nearly a millennium. This was truly the peak of what he dreamed of accomplishing in his life. Stupid, Yaxley told him to abandon his mission, as it would disgrace any Slytherin to kill the founder's monster and pet, but he disagreed. The stupid beast hadn't been of any use since the time of the founders. Better to just put it out of its misery in its old age. He hoped that someone would do the same for him one day before he became just as useless. For a whole week, he put together his team. He gathered up some of the contacts he used as a Death Eater, unmarked criminals, of course, but good at tracking prey. He contracted a trio of security trolls for assistance and sharpened all of his blades so they would be ready when the time was right. Just as he was getting ready to leave, he got an emergency howler letter telling him to leave for Hogwarts at once. When the portkey dumped him in Hogsmeade, He marched with his team through the gates and up to the main doors of the castle. Students playing on the grounds fled from the security trolls, as they should. The dark green beasts all carried a large metal club, one adorned with spikes, that they dragged through the dirt behind them. As they were just about to pass into the courtyard, Dumbledore came out to greet them. "The trolls will not enter the castle," Dumbledore ordered them. McNair knew when to argue and when to shut up. This was the time for shutting up. He turned to the man on his right, set the trolls up by the lake. The man nodded and guided the beasts back down the hill. "We got a howler to report for an emergency. Where is it?" he asked Dumbledore. The basilisk was spotted in the forest. It ate a few dozen acromantulas, petrified a herd of centaurs, put our groundskeeper in the infirmary, and escaped into the lake. Hagrid managed to get a piece of it. "Do you have a tracker with your group?" Dumbledore asked. "We've got something better," Walden said with a sinister smile, turning to another member of his team. "Go get Boovy." The man's face lit up even more with the joy of a child and rushed off back towards the main gates of Hogwarts. "Where's the piece?" Dumbledore reached his hand into a pocket of air next to him and pulled out what looked like a slab of meat, covered in dark green scales. McNair took the chunk of flesh, still fresh, and examined it. It was certainly from a snake, and the meat smelled like one as well. A bloody basilisk, he thought to himself. This would be an exceptional hunt. He grinned more as he ran his hands over the ripped chunk of flesh, then drew his wand to cast a preservation charm on it before placing it in his satchel. "We will need to trace its path through the forest and lake," he told Dumbledore. "I will also need to speak with your pet giant while we wait for our tracker. First, some rules." Dumbledore frowned as the sky grew darker and the air thick. The magical tension caused the remaining 8 hunters to take several steps back. "You will treat everyone in my castle with respect. You will not engage or involve the students during your pursuit of the basilisk. If you enter the lake, you will not use dark magic. Dark magic drives the giant squid into a frenzy. Do not attack the giant squid, the kelpies, or the merfolk. Attacking them will drive me into a frenzy. You do not want that." McNair knew who to piss off and who was too strong for him. He would need another 36 men before he would even consider making Albus Dumbledore angry. So he just nodded in agreement and entered the castle to interrogate that oaf of a groundskeeper. Oh, how he would love to have that half-breed's strength. The Dark Lord had promised him such strength when he finally took over England. He never knew how his lord would deliver to him this kind of brawn, but knew it was in his dark magic to grant. The giant man was incredibly hostile at first, loyal to Dumbledore, and knowledgeable about his time as a Death Eater. However, after a few buckets of cheap liquor, he told the whole tale without stopping. When he was done, Healer Pomfrey kicked him out for bringing drinking alcohol into her ward, and he took to the forest to find the site of the battle. He could feel more acromantulas watching them from the trees, but he knew not to start a battle here when he couldn't just burn down everything around him. The scene of the battle was incredible and found the line of downed trees where the oaf had been thrown through. When they left the forest and followed the path down to the lake, his body naturally started to shake with fear. The path of the Serpent King let him know that it was likely to be the largest basilisk ever recorded. While shaking with fear and eager anxiety, he called forward one of his team and drafted a letter for his hawk to deliver. He would bring in another 12 men. In the meantime, they joined the wizard with the security trolls and started to put up a tent and a cage for the trolls. The tracker might not be back for a while if Boovy was not in a good mood and needed to be fed first. While the others set up camp, he cast a bubblehead charm on himself and set out to explore the lake. Dumbledore had told them which creatures to stay away from, but had left out the Grindylows. No one liked those little devils, so if he could thin their population a bit, that could whet his appetite for the main event later. At some point on Sunday, a student must have spoken to the new arrivals at the school and found out exactly what they were here to do. Many Ravenclaws were disappointed that there was an actual basilisk at the school and not some kind of Gorgon basilisk hybrid. More were excited when it was confirmed that it was Slytherin's monster from the Chamber of Secrets that was being hunted. Some were interested because it was an important part of Hogwarts lore that had been discovered to be true. Others because they were Slytherins and this was their founder's pet monster. A few were interested in harvesting it for potion ingredients, and others wanted to protect it, as it was an endangered magical creature. A few fame seekers even announced that they would be the first ones to kill it. None of the staffs urging students to avoid contact with it seemed to be having a positive effect. Quite a few students started to carry blindfolds, scarves, and towels around their shoulders to shield their eyes in case of an emergency. The topic did cause a full house meeting to be called in Slytherin to decide the stance of the ministry, sending people to kill the mascot that represented their house. There wasn't the usual decorum that happened in Slytherin, as everyone was yelling for control of the room before the meeting officially started. Veronica Ward finally put an end to it by amplifying her voice and yelling, "I need you all to shut up." When the noise halted, "You will speak in turn or not at all. Marcus will start the arguments." The Quidditch captain stepped up and addressed them. "None of you should be in favor of Slytherin's monster being killed. It would be like a raven wanting to destroy the diadem or a puff wanting to poison a friend. It shouldn't happen." Another jumped into the conversation. "It's not doing its damn job." It petrified two purebloods, one from Slytherin, while he begged on his knees. "They must have pissed it off," Marcus replied. "Vincent should have just gotten out of the way." There was a bit of silence, but the silence allowed everyone to hear Blaise mutter, "You're assuming it's not just a senile old snake. And you know better," someone challenged him. "None of us know." Another student raised her voice. "Someone go get Professor Snape," Veronica ordered the room. "We need his advice." It took nearly 10 minutes to bring back their head of house. He did not look like he wanted to be there. After hearing their arguments, he replied, "I do not like telling you what to do." Someone snorted, and he snapped, "Unless it is to tell you not to be dunderheads and to make sensible decisions. Though you will find out that your opinions on what should and shouldn't happen with the basilisk mean next to nothing when it comes to the decision of the ministry to put it down. However, I do enjoy watching your little minds work and would like to see the rest of the debate. Is there anything I can do to help you reach a consensus?" The last girl to speak before Snape was summoned spoke with a bit of annoyance. "We wanted you to tell us a solution. You're the oldest Slytherin here." "I am not. Professor Seinstra is, though even that is not true," he smiled. "The bloody Baron is the oldest Slytherin here." "Not like he ever says anything to us," Marcus groaned. "He listens to my plans and plots," Hayden Colton addressed the room. "He gives me nods of approval on some things and looks disappointed in others." There were some similar sounds of agreement from others. "Professor Snape," Veronica asked, "can you please summon the Baron so we may see what he thinks?" The professor sighed and pulled out his wand. With a series of movements, a circle with various geometric shapes was etched into the ground. He reached into his uniform and pulled out a few dried herbs and a silver knife. The herbs were shredded quickly and dropped onto the circle. With the knife in one hand, Snape pricked one finger and let 3 drops of blood fall into the circle, then silently cast a spell of green fire into the circle, igniting the herbs and blood as the fire spread into every line etched into the floor and burned the herbs. When there was nothing left but smoke, several ghosts passed through the walls towards the circle and floated through the smoke before Snape spoke. "We just need the Baron. The rest of you can leave." "Well, fine," nearly headless Nick moaned as he waved for another ghost to leave with him. "It's not like you ever have something fun to do here. Always plotting, always brooding, no action." The Baron just floated near Snape, looking out towards the students, and raised his eyebrows while he made a small gesture with his hands as if saying, "So, what do you want?" The students all clamored to make the report and didn't take turns until the ghost just shrugged and started to leave. Snape gave the same look of disappointment and threw a small ball of green fire toward the burnt remains of the circle, causing a puff of smoke and the Baron to turn back around and look annoyed at Snape. Then Veronica was able to get everyone to speak more slowly and in order. This time, when they were done, the ghosts still just looked disappointed and started to float away. "No, wait." Everyone and the ghost turned to where Tracy Davis had stood up and called out. "Malcolm Constantine," she called again. "I use your true name. I implore you to speak with me." Everyone was looking at her now, even more shocked. The ghost sped towards her like a gust of wind, his form distorted as he traveled, then stopped less than an inch from her nose. Tracy didn't move, holding her breath as she waited for the ghost to do something. Finally, after nearly a minute, the ghost replied in a silky and aristocratic tone, "I have not heard my own name in a very long time. Ask your questions, young maiden." Tracy was a bit on the spot, but she wasn't going to waste this kind of opportunity. We wanted to know what you think of Salazar Slytherin's basilisk being killed." The ghost took a moment to reply. "The basilisk was put in Hogwarts to protect the school. Is it doing its job? It petrified 2 purebloods and a cat. One was a Slytherin." Someone called out. "Was it the cat?" Malcolm the ghost asked. Tracy giggled, while it seemed like most people were just wondering if he was being serious. The ghost rolled his eyes and sighed. Hayden added, "It also attacked the centaurs and the acromantulas in the forest. The basilisk is attacking the guardians of the forest. It is attacking the students of the school. Is it doing its job to protect the school?" "I don't think so," Hayden replied. "If you think it is doing its job, then you should fight against the ministry. If you think it has failed in its duties, then you should assist them. I will not tell you what to do, and neither should your head of house. Slytherins make up their own minds. We don't follow the strongest like a Gryffindor, nor the one with the most knowledge like a Ravenclaw. We do not follow a group like a Hufflepuff. We lead ourselves and follow no one. Our ambitions make our decisions for us." "What would a Scamander do?" Tracy asked Malcolm. "You will need to find that out for yourselves," he replied. With that said, the spectral man spun around and started to float away. As he reached the wall, he turned around and said gravely, "Just make sure that your decisions are ones that you can live with and also die with, or you may end up like me." Then he exited the room through the wall. After more silence, the house descended on Tracy, asking her how she had found out their house ghost's name and been the first one to get him to speak in living memory. Seeing the looks on Blaise and Daphne's faces, urging her to shut up about their discovery, she quickly thought up a lie to cover them. "I found an old book in the library. I was going to write it up to add to the catalogue for house points, but when I found his name, I kept it to myself instead of getting it indexed." "Good move, Miss Davis," Cho Chang complimented her. "Maybe you can share some other revelations about him." Many of her housemates seemed to be hanging on her every word. She could talk to the portrait and find some old amazing story or juicy gossip to bring back to them. But for now, she would just leave them hanging. The transfer, Chang, had been getting herself into the gears of the gossip network of Hogwarts since joining Slytherin, and she had just given a big push to Tracy out of being just that half-blood. Tracy made a silent vow to pass the first information on to Cho before working with Blaise and Daphne to make themselves into Slytherin historians. Not today. Maybe tomorrow or next week. There were quite a few interesting bits to the book. Quite a few people grumbled their displeasure, but Tracy was the only source for the information unless they wanted to go digging through the library's unsummarized sections in their free time, which they didn't. From there, everyone seemed to start to disperse to make up their own minds. Tracy started heading over to Blaise and Daphne, but she gave a thankful nod and smile toward Cho on the way. The Asian girl returned the nod, acknowledging that Tracy understood that she had a small debt to repay. Walden McNair had found nothing in the lake. After confirming that the basilisk hadn't attacked the merfolk village, he kept his distance from them. He also only briefly saw the giant squid, but he wanted to avoid that monster anyways. There was no sign that the basilisk had exited the lake, so he determined it must have a way to enter the castle from the water. It would be a waste of time for him to try to find it, so he tasked 3 of his team to do it instead, not expecting any results. He did get to have his fun with the Grindylows. They were stupid, vicious little beasts which made them easy to kill. They had almost no magical use, so there was no profit in collecting their corpses, so he just let them sink. It was afternoon on Tuesday when his tracker, Morris, returned with his partner. He entered the grounds driving a horse with a flatbed carriage. There was a large steel cage on the back, with curtains obscuring what was inside, that the man pulled into McNair's campsite by the lake. The security trolls immediately approached the carriage and started to poke at the shrouded cage with their clubs. From inside the cage, there was an animalistic roar that caused the trolls to back off, and their handler guided them back to where they had been sitting. "How's Boovy doing?" Walden asked Morris. "He's rearing to go. Get the restraints ready," he smiled. Of course he had the chains ready, and they pulled off the shroud in the cage to reveal the monster that was inside. Standing nearly 8 feet tall, with a muscular human body, only adorned with a loincloth, but the head of a horned bull, stood a minotaur. One of the greatest trackers, especially in enclosed areas. The creature would be an incredible asset in finding the basilisk using the scent from its flesh that had been ripped away by the giant. Macnair used his wand to guide an iron shackle into the cage and seal it around the creature's neck. Then a chain was attached the same way onto the back of the shackle. Once it was connected, he cast a locking charm on the entire thing to keep it in place. Without a wand, the creature would have no way of removing it. Once it was in place, Morris took the end of the chain and led the minotaur out of the cage, tugging at the chain and casting a stinging hex to its side to assert dominance. Macnair retrieved the chunk of basilisk and held it up to the creature's nose. "Find it," he ordered it. The creature's human hands had manacles around the wrists, with chains dangling half a foot from them. The last link on each side of the chain was split, but if needed, they would attract each wrist and bind them together. Now separated, it reached out and snatched the meat from Macnair's hands, then took a deep sniff. It then turned to the sides and sniffed the air, then took another whiff of the target and began sniffing around again. With a small roar, it started to pull Morris toward the forest. Walden gave a signal to his team, and they began to follow the beast. They ended up retracing all of their steps from before, going through the forest and following the trail there around the scene of the battle with the centaurs. They continued back down the path of the basilisk to the lake, where the minotaur roared at the open water before sniffing the air and marching around the lake and back to the castle. As they entered the courtyard, students screamed and fled back inside, though a few stayed far against the walls and watched as the procession headed inside. The bull-headed tracker stopped at the tapestry for the Scamander common room and sniffed and grunted repeatedly before heading further down the hallway towards the great hall. There was no study hall at the time, and the room was empty, so the minotaur just looked around in bits before returning to the hallways. The minotaur picked up its pace as it appeared to find a scent and headed down a long hallway on the first floor, startling many of the caged roosters that it passed by. Eventually, it stopped by a doorway, and right before reaching out to the handle, there was a strange screeching noise from inside. Erring on the side of caution, Macnair went first, opening the door and bursting in, with his wand drawn. On the far side of the room was a mass of older students, with a small stage in front of them. On the stage was a demiguise, eyes glowing blue and teeth bared at the intruders. Next to it were Sylvanus Kettleburn, Harry Potter, and Lyra Black, all with their wands drawn and pointing right at him. The standoff was interrupted by the minotaur ducking through the doorway and heading straight for the students. Morris managed to hold onto the chain around its neck and yanked it back before it could cross the room. "I can't believe my eyes. A minotaur," Kettleburn exclaimed with wonder. Reeling himself in, he demanded, "What are you doing with that in my classroom?" Macnair pulled out his papers from the ministry. "I have orders to track and kill the basilisk that has been petrifying students at Hogwarts. We tracked the creature here. One of your students knows something about it." "We all know about it," Kettleburn declared. "Mr. Potter and Miss Black were also in the forest when it attacked the centaurs." "And whispers," Harry pointed at the demiguise. Macnair stared at the demiguise. Oh, how he would love to test himself against hunting one of them. It probably wouldn't be hard to fight or kill it, but to track a creature that could predict his movements would be a great challenge. He looked back up to the minotaur and waved a bit of the basilisk flesh in its nose, and it roared and pulled on the chain towards Harry and Lyra. "Something isn't right," Morris told Macnair. "Boovie here is following a live scent, not an old trail." Harry and Lyra shared a look, drawing Walden's suspicion. His thoughts were interrupted when the professor approached him and said firmly, "It doesn't matter what you think. Mr. Potter and Miss Black will be left alone." After a brief exchange between the two, Macnair just looked around the teacher and said, "I will be keeping my eyes on the two of you," then began to guide the minotaur back out of the room. "Wait," Kettleburn ordered, then reached up with his large prosthetic arm and grabbed the chain of the minotaur, yanked it free of Morris, and pulled it into the center of the room while keeping his wand trained on Macnair. "Since you have brought such a great specimen into my classroom, it would be a shame not to use it in a lesson. My minotaur is not for show and tell," the tracker yelled as he tried to grab the chain back from Professor Kettleburn. "Your minotaur." I'm sure you'll be able to answer some questions for the children about your Minotaur." Kettleburn pulled on the chain, leading the beast to the center of the room. It plodded along obediently after the person holding its leash. Morris looked toward Macnair for help, but the hunter shook his head and motioned for him to stand down. Kettleburn stopped and addressed the students. "Who here knows the Greek legend about how the Minotaur of the labyrinth came to be?" Most of the students looked confused, but one of the older girls looked embarrassed and raised her hand slightly. The professor chuckled. "Don't worry, the story is only half true. Who knows what a ram is?" All the students except for Harry and Lyra raised their hands. Imagine a bull, buffalo, or similar creature, but the size of a small house, and with the strength to destroy a non-magical castle as big as Hogwarts. They have many uses for potions, wand crafting, and more. But in ancient times, Muggle royalty used to keep them as status symbols. The Greek story says that a Muggle prince was competing with his brothers for the crown of his people and asked a guard for a white bull as a token of his power to display to his people and his brothers. He had the favor of the guards. He was supposed to sacrifice the bull, but he decided to keep it and sacrifice another one instead. Of course, the guard in this story knew the difference and decided to punish the prince severely. Like any Greek myth, it gets a bit graphic and involves many things that I would not bring up around school children, but their version isn't the truth. Was the guard actually a wizard? One of the students asked. "Well, of course it was," Kettleburn smiled. "Muggles will attribute feats of magic to forces they can't explain, like guards." So the true story starts the same. The Muggle prince asked a wizard for a ram to show that he was powerful enough to rule. Some of the histories have been lost in regards to what the wizard would have received for payment, but the prince was also supposed to return the ram once he had become king. However, he was foolish and didn't return it or pay the wizard for the loan. "So what did the wizard do?" another student asked. "I'll get there." The professor smiled at the students entrapped with his tale. Despite being a wizard in the times before the Statute of Secrecy, crossing a Muggle king would have made the wizard's life difficult. So instead of attacking him directly, he went after the man's family. First, he made the king's wife fall in love with him. He told the man that the queen would stay with him until he returned the magical bull and paid him his fee for the loan. The king refused the blackmail. From there, the wizard decided to strike at the man's son, cursing him into having the face of the bull that he stole for the rest of his life. "That sounds like the Sunday school version," Morris said with an evil grin. "Something you want to add?" Professor Kettleburn prompted. "Keep the graphic details to a minimum." "Sure." He gave a nod to Macnair, who was working his way around the room. "See, the curse was unstable, as most are. When the wizard cursed the child, it gave him immense strength and a desire for violence. The king imprisoned the beast in a maze below his castle and sent men to die there to satiate his son's hunger. The curse makes the recipient lose most of their humanity and will be just a beast, great for hunting and guarding indoor locations. One thing that was found out later in subsequent applications of the curse is that the Minotaur also has an amazing sense of smell, as most cows do, and it can be used for tracking prey, which is what led us here to your classroom. Furthermore, the curse can only be applied to an enemy who has failed to honor an agreement with the wizard. There are similar curses around the world. The Minotaur isn't the only one. One day I'd love to see the curse of the Berkeleyjake or a Maledictus, but for now I'll have to settle with just Boovy here. He was just a poor Muggle sap that tried to welch on an agreement with me and ended up like this. All of the students were shocked that this creature used to be a man and was now doomed to spend the rest of his life being used as a bloodhound. During the lesson and speeches, Macnair had been slowly working his way around the room, trying to get behind the demiguise lounging on the platform, eating from a bowl of blueberries. Just as Morris got done with his part of the lecture, the demiguise turned to Walden and smiled. It was creepy, and he hadn't even seen the creature's eyes glow, a sign that it was using its precognition. A second later, he felt the sharp tip of a knife poke him in the lower back, right next to his kidney. "Stay away from whispers," a voice behind him said. He turned his head to see Harry Potter standing there with a knife drawn on his back. At the same moment, he felt another blade in his stomach and looked down to see Lyra Black with her blade there. He hadn't noticed either of them sneaking up on him while he focused on the demiguise. Stay away from our brother, she said in a deadly serious tone as her hair began to glow. Professor Kettleburn and the other students noticed what was going on, and the teacher pulled his wand to point at Macnair. What do you think you're doing? Drawing his wand, he dropped the chain holding the Minotaur, and Morris grabbed for it, pulling the beast back as it roared in protest. Macnair held up his hands in surrender. No need to go crazy. I was just inspecting the demiguise, same as your students. I also enjoy learning about new creatures. I think our aims for learning come from different motivations, Kettleburn scowled. I think so as well. But for now, I also think we should get back to our hunt for the Serpent King in your school. He turned to the children still holding knives on him. It warms my heart to see children learning how to use the knives, but if you will lower your blades, I will take leave. After a moment, and simultaneously, Harry and Lyra lowered their knives and stepped back. With his hands still raised, Walden stepped sideways until he was clear of them, but now he was standing face to face with the demiguise. It growled slightly, and its eyes glowed blue before opening its mouth and telling him, "Leave." Macnair exited the room with a new challenge on his mind to catch that creature. It would be nice to get himself an invisibility cloak and mount the head on his wall. He had an old friend on the continent that had one and bragged about the hunt for it constantly. He even enchanted the eyes on the stuffed head to glow blue when anyone passed by it. He would one-up his friend and enchant this creature's head to talk as well. When the hunting team had left, Professor Kettleburn turned back to his newt students, plus Harry and Lyra. Well, that was an interesting extra lesson today. Extra credit assignment for my students. Look up those other curses that man mentioned and write me a report on curses that turn humans into creatures or part creatures. Do whenever you want before the end of the term. He turned back to Whispers. We had just gotten through with the basic instruction of demiguises, habitat, diet, physiology, social structure, and abilities. Whispers is, of course, the only known demiguise that can speak and read basic English, though Harry and Lyra say his whole tribe can communicate in sign language, which shows that demiguises from other regions may have the same aptitude. Do you children want to tell us anything else about him? He likes to play hot hands, Lyra told them. Also rock, paper, scissors. That should be something we can do for the rest of the lesson. Everyone line up. You can get 3 attempts to beat Whispers before letting someone else have a turn. While the NEWT students lined up to try to play children's games against the magical monkey who could see the future, Professor Kettleburn took Harry and Lyra to the side of the room to speak with them. Look, I know you're both receiving training with knives, and you are allowed to carry them at school. However, do not point them towards someone like that again. He was hunting Whispers. Lyra said determinedly. Not seriously, and even if he was, you could have diffused the situation by just stepping in front of him, or if you really wanted to take it up a notch from that, by jumping on his foot or throwing a book at him. Knives show that you will use deadly force. He might not hesitate to use the same against you in the future now. Harry nodded in understanding, looking to Lyra. He doesn't see us as children anymore. He knows we have teeth. Oh, she replied in realization. Yes, oh. Kettleburn told them. Don't show your teeth unless you need to. Now on to other matters. You both managed to lose 100 points each for your actions in the forest. I'm giving you back 20 each for your help with the lesson. If I can see you again with Whispers in 2 weeks, I'll give you the same reward. Now, do either of you know which day of detention don't want to serve? I want to go to the Quidditch game this weekend, Harry told him. It's the finals, Slytherin against Hufflepuff. I also want Saturday off, Lyra told the professor, to work on something. She was going to go work on the Mandrake draft with her Ravenclaw group. Harry needed to do the same with his group, but the twins hadn't managed to work out the ritual circle yet, and Lee would be announcing the game. He would just discuss things with Fred and George at the match. Very well, you both have Saturday off, Kettleburn told them. Though you still need to report to Professor Snape on Sunday to serve that day with him. The Quidditch game was incredible, lasting for nearly 2 hours as Slytherin pounded away at Hufflepuff. It was a battle of Sword vs. Shield. Slytherin was made of pure offensive plays, while Hufflepuff had a nearly impenetrable defense. However, without the power to attack back, the Puffs were slowly worn down until their formations and defensive plays crumbled and let the Slytherins run all over them for the remainder of the game, when their seeker caught the golden snitch. During the game, Harry sat with Fred and George and discussed the ritual when they weren't cheering. The twins had come up with an idea for the circle that wasn't in the book. They would place the part to stew the mandrake in a spell bunker and carve the circles on two of the sides. That way the magical effects would be contained on two sides and possibly cause the sound to reverberate and grow even stronger within. Harry asked, "If we can do two sides, why not 3 or 6? "Well, we can't do 6 because we wouldn't be able to get to the cauldron," Beaker told him. "We can't do less because we would need to balance it in ways that don't work to catch all the sound," Bunsen added. Harry thought about it and nodded. 2 might be good for symbolism as well. We want others to be unpetrified. That's 2 states of being, petrified and unpetrified. 2 circles could have that idea behind it. "I'm not sure it works that way," possibly Fred said. "But let's try that," probably George added. When the game ended, Harry returned to the common room and took his history book and sat at the base of one of the trees to read the assignment they missed while in Kettleburn's class with Whispers. The demiguise in question trotted over to him with a pomegranate and split it open for the 2 of them to eat at the seeds inside. As the 2 of them ate, Whispers suddenly stopped, and he looked around, though his eyes didn't shift into precognition mode. Suddenly, Harry felt a small gust of wind against his face and immediately raised his occlumency shields to full strength, dropping his book and looking around. However, he felt another small gust of wind and realized it was real wind, not something perceived by his mind. But they were in the common room. There was no wind in there. Sure, there was the sun, stars, clouds, trees, grass, and dirt, but not the wind. That was impossible. He looked down at the grass and saw air travel towards him, then move back towards the exit of the common room. It wasn't blowing on his face anymore. Now it was just repeatedly blowing through the grass toward the door. Harry raised an eyebrow towards Whispers, who started to cautiously walk towards the door. Harry followed his little brother out through the maze and back into the corridor of the castle. They both stood there, just looking around before Harry heard a girl yelling from the main staircase. "Get your hands off me. Let me go." He was just about to start moving as he saw Walden Macnair come down the steps, followed by a man on his team pulling along Penelope Clearwater, tied up in ropes, but with her feet free to walk. She was cursing him as much as she could while trying to keep from falling over as he pulled on the ropes attached to her. Behind them came the Minotaur and the rest of his team, though they were facing up the stairs and walking backward, wands drawn. They were followed by a mob of angry students yelling and screaming at them to release the girls. As the Minotaur came closer, Harry could see that half of the beast's body was burnt, and it was carrying Hermione under its arm on the uninjured side. She had magic restraining cuffs on and a gag in her mouth to keep her from making noise. Harry pulled his staff out and stood in the middle of the hall and called out, "Stop!" Macnair stared at the boy in front of him. "Get out of the way, Potter. She's going to Azkaban for releasing the basilisk. We found skin, venom, and information on the beast in her possession. Lyra was with them before, but she wasn't there now." Harry looked toward Penny and asked, "Where's Lyra?" "She attacked the Minotaur, so they locked in a closet and left her upstairs." Penny responded quickly before the man holding the rope hit her with a silencing charm. Harry looked back towards Macnair and tapped his staff into the ground, a wall of light forming wall to wall, blocking his exit. "Let them go now." Macnair drew his wand and threw a bright red spell at Harry. The sudden attack made him flinch, but the spell splashed harmlessly into the shield, dissolving into nothingness as it was absorbed. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bronze nut and threw it at the shield. This time it just passed through and landed on the floor, though Whispers picked it up and stashed it in his glove. "We're going to pass now," Macnair told Harry and pulled out a very large knife. "Don't get in our way." Suddenly, a funny thought came to Harry's mind, despite the seriousness of the situation. He looked at Hermione and gave her a smirk before raising his staff and yelling out, "You cannot pass." This time, when he slammed his staff into the ground, the shield looked thicker and even had a silvery sheen to it as it spread across the hallway. Erring on the side of caution, Macnair took out another nut and threw it towards the shield, watching it pass through and Whispers steal it away again. He shrugged and walked towards Harry, who was holding his ground, both hands on the staff to maintain the shield that he planned to walk straight through. However, as soon as he was halfway through, his arm began to burn. Reacting quickly, he jumped back and looked down to see his left arm beginning to char and flakes of skin starting to come off and catch fire. He screamed at the sight and turned his wand towards Harry just as a red spell hit him in the side of the head, and he collapsed on the floor. Standing at the entrance to the Scamander common room was Cedric, with his wand drawn, having just stunned Walden McNair. "Oh, shit," he exclaimed, looking at the fallen man. A few seconds later, Percy Weasley exited the great hall to the side of the group and saw what was happening. He rushed towards the man holding Penny, who turned and pointed his wand at him. "What are you doing with her?" he demanded. "She's under arrest for assaulting an officer of the ministry," the man replied. Percy seemed to deflate a bit upon hearing that, so the man lowered his wand. Percy then looked like he had an idea and asked the man, "Are you an officer of the ministry?" "No, I work for Mr. McNair," he replied half a second before Percy punched him in the face and caught Penny as she fell to the floor. Tina Scamander and Albus Dumbledore took that moment to arrive, and upon seeing the situation decided to stun everyone on McNair's team and the Minotaur, which took less than 3 seconds. While they were questioning Penny and Percy about what had transpired, Harry ran over to Hermione and tried to untie her. Using the newly learned severing jinx, Harry used all his willpower to cut just the ropes, and not Hermione or her clothes underneath, then took the gag out of her mouth. The moment she was free, she jammed the fingers of her prosthetic arm into the Minotaur's neck to deliver a substantial electric shock as the unconscious beast twitched on the floor. When she finished enacting her small vengeance, she squealed as she hugged Harry. "You did, Gandalf. That was incredible." "We need to go get Lyra." She grabbed his hand and pulled him through the throng of students up the stairs to Ravenclaw, with Whispers scampering alongside them. The door opened to him without a password, and she pulled him into the common room. In the middle of the room, surrounded by students, was a raging fire. Robert Hillard looked towards the two of them and saw Harry. "It's Lyra. She looks fine. But when we got her out of the room they put her in, she burst into flames and hasn't woken up." Harry approached the large fire where he saw Lyra laying in the flames. Her hair was scattered everywhere and creating large flames from each strand. Another student started to help Hermione remove the magic-resisting cuffs as Harry assessed the situation. She was probably having a bad reaction to being put in confinement. He held his hand up to the fire, and it was hot. Whispers was running around the outside of the fire, testing to see if there was any way he could get closer. Harry knew he couldn't just step in and hug her to calm her down. He had to think of something else. "Lyra, can you hear me?" He called to her unconscious form. She didn't respond, but he did notice something else. "Lyra, are you okay?" he yelled again. The fire flickered more when he was talking. He tried to think about what to do, then pulled a few mangoes and hoo feathers from his pouch. "Everyone, get back," he instructed those who were watching. Whispers backed up but stared at Lyra anxiously. He planted 9 feathers around her in a circle, igniting each one. When they were all glowing, Harry spoke to her. "That is some beautiful magic. I want to give you something sweet. I don't have candy, but I have a mango." He remembered that was exactly what he said to her when she danced with the hoo-hoo feather when they visited the nest for the first time. If anything would get to her, it would be that. Her flames flickered at his voice, and he kneeled to roll 2 mangoes in her direction. One of them caught on fire, but the flames started to die down to allow the other to reach her. Eventually, the fire went out and she started to sit up, looking at the mangoes next to her, one burnt and charred. Whispers knocked her back over with a big hug. She was clearly confused, but slowly started putting the pieces back together. Her head turned sharply to a broom closet behind her and started to hyperventilate, but then spun back to look at Harry and Hermione and calmed back down. The whole time she was absent-mindedly petting her little brother's head as he clung to her. Then she was confused again as she looked at the large, burnt rug she had been laying on. Harry filled in that gap. "You caught on fire, not just your hair, all of you." Her face darkened and she jumped up. "Where's McNair?" Hermione excitedly replied. "Harry took care of him. You should have seen it." He quoted Gandalf and yelled out in a deep voice, "You cannot pass," while slamming his staff into the ground. Then when that man tried to walk by him, his arm caught fire. Headmaster Dumbledore and Mrs. Scamander showed up right after that and stunned everyone. Lyra looked amazed at her brother, and Harry knew that he would be showing her the memory in Arcturus's pensive the next time they got the chance. Before anyone could say anything else, Penny and Professor Flitwick entered the room and ran over to them. Hermione jumped up and gave her mentor a big hug. Flitwick informed them all, seriously, "You all need to come with me to the headmaster's office." Hermione let out a squeak and hid behind Penny. The older girl just took her by the shoulder and started leading her out of the room while Harry and Lyra, still carrying Whispers, followed. They climbed the 2 flights to the 7th floor and ended up at the gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office. "Password," the stone guardian prompted. "Jujubes," Flitwick replied, and the guard stepped aside and peeled back the opening, like before. From inside the office, Dumbledore called for them to enter before anyone could reach for the handle. When the door was opened, they saw the headmaster sitting at his desk. As they got further in, they saw Newt and Tina to one side, while the Minotaur handler, Morris, and Macnair were on the other. Madame Pomfrey had a glowing blue spell from her wand, covering his entire left arm. Upon seeing him there, Harry drew his wand, but Lyra was faster. Somehow her staff was out of her pouch and in her hands, where she screamed in his direction and slammed it into the ground. A thick tendril of darkness erupted from the tip of the Sigbin fang at the top of her staff and rushed towards Macnair. Everyone in the room was stunned and didn't know what to do. "Stop!" Dumbledore bellowed. The single word seemed to wash over everyone in the room, and even Lyra's magic froze in midair to obey the command, inches from Macnair's face. Everyone was frozen in place for a few seconds before Dumbledore snapped his fingers and Lyra's magic dissipated, while the assembled people all regained the ability to move. "You will all conduct yourselves properly in my office," the headmaster said firmly. Lyra continued to stare daggers at Macnair, who looked at her fearfully. Harry also stared at the man, but kept one hand on his actual dagger, while his wand was pointed to the ground halfway between the two of them. "Mr. Macnair," Dumbledore prompted, "explain your actions this evening." He grimaced at the healing that was taking place on his arm before staring at Hermione and Penny. "We were doing our job. That little mudblood released the basilisk." While Penny and Hermione gasped, no one else did. Harry and Lyra weren't used to the slur yet, despite knowing it was bad, and the others were just numb to its use. "And how did you come to that conclusion?" Newt asked. "Are you also insinuating that a Muggle-born is the heir of Salazar Slytherin?" he asked with a bit of a smirk. "She has magical roots," Macnair sneered. "I read that article in the Prophet. Doesn't mean her blood is any less pure than the other trash at this school." He was clearly in a lot of pain from his arm and was lashing out with less decorum than he might usually employ. Tina addressed Morris. "Mr. Whoever you are, maybe you can get to the point." "Morris, Ma'am Walden here hires me for tracking, as I have my very own Minotaur. Boovy was following the scent that we got from that chunk of meat that the groundskeeper obtained." While all the kids were at the Quidditch game, we tried to get through the castle as quickly as we could to find any possible locations for the Chamber of Secrets. Boovy led us up to the dormitories on the 5th floor and straight for the shelf, where that young lady over there kept all her books. All eyes turned towards Hermione as he continued. "We found 4 bookmarks in her belongings made from basilisk hide, and one book was hollowed out in the middle to contain 3 vials of basilisk venom." Hermione shrieked and started to breathe quickly before she asked fearfully, "Which book was hollowed out?" "Some Muggle book. I thought it fitting for someone trying to release a basilisk. I think it was called Endgame," Morris told everyone. "Ender's Game. Someone destroyed my Ender's Game." Hermione looked furious, and sparks of electricity were jumping in her clenched fist on her prosthetic hand. "It does not appear like Miss Granger is aware of the venom capsules, but we will address that later," Dumbledore mused out loud. "Mr. Morris, please continue with your story." He nodded professionally. "After finding the evidence, and as the shelf was labeled with the girl's name, we asked another student where to find her and were directed to a project room. Upon arriving, Walden attempted to arrest her, and we were met with resistance. The prefect attempted to stun Walden, and while he placed her under arrest, I sent Boovy to collect our perpetrator. That's when Miss Black attacked my Minotaur." "I was defending Hermione," Lyra interrupted. "You set Boovy on fire," Morris yelled back. "You're lucky I was able to restrain both of you, or he would have killed you." Many concerned looks were given to the man, who clarified. "She attacked a highly violent magical creature. I put her in a body bind and reined in the Minotaur before he went on a rampage. From there, we collected the girl and the prefect to be taken to the ministry, which Walden had been authorized to do by your ministry. Dumbledore's voice seemed to have a settling effect on everyone. I was expecting your team to notify me before any arrests were made. Mr. McNair is tasked with the hunt and killing of the basilisk. He is not an aura and cannot make arrests, particularly of school children, which I told him specifically not to involve in his pursuit. McNair gritted his teeth. Then I'll get an aura to arrest the girl. She's obviously connected to the beast. I'll also have Potter arrested for his attack on me. Harry was about to respond, but Flitwick beat him to it. From what I heard, you did what could be compared with walking into a wall after a warning from Mr. Potter. Strange that you received a remarkably similar injury as what befell Lucius Malfoy. McNair looked down at his arm, which was still being healed by Madame Pomfrey. The burn wasn't going away, and there were still flakes of charred flesh on the verge of falling off his arm. He looked toward Harry with an indecipherable expression. While he was figuring out what had happened to him, Tina took control of the situation, addressing Hermione. Miss Granger, we need to know how you obtained the bookmarks that Mr. McNair found. Hermione appeared embarrassed as she blushed scarlet. Someone gave them to me. Who? Quite a few people asked. Hermione continued to blush. I'm not sure. See, I found this book in the library. It was called Becoming the Perfect Prefect. How does a book give you bookmarks? Harry asked her. It had my name in it, Hermione replied with a smile. Someone was using it to leave messages for me. He said he was a secret admirer, that he left the book there for me. I always left it in the library, and sometimes when I went to check it, it had those bookmarks for me as presents. I wrote questions in it for my homework, and he'd reply with the most amazing answers that explained things better than any of my professors. Is that the prefect you've been gushing about? Penny asked. I think he's a prefect, Hermione replied. He could have written the book he left me, and he's an amazing teacher. This is all highly convenient, McNair interrupted. Any chance you can tell us where to find the book? Look it up in the catalogue if you don't believe me, she challenged him. Dumbledore called for an elf and asked her to retrieve the book. The various antagonists stared each other down for 5 minutes before the elf returned and reported that no such book could be found. That settles it. McNair stood up and brushed Madame Pomfrey aside. The glow around his arm vanished, and he winced in pain as a cluster of charred skin fell from his arm onto the floor. I will be back with the auras to have Potter and both of these girls arrested. Dumbledore got up from his desk. Everyone is dismissed. I will accompany Mr. McNair to the ministry. He threw a pinch of flue powder into his fireplace and nearly pushed the other man through the flames in front of him, leaving the others to disperse on their own. Chapter 97, Balrogs and Berrowites. Chapter text. Despite her not being arrested, the entire school had been talking non-stop about the Minotaur hauling Hermione off and McNair claiming she had released the basilisk. As she walked around the school on Sunday, people whispered about her and kept their distance. At dinner, Dumbledore returned from the ministry and approached Cedric, first to pass him a note that he had successfully demonstrated a stunning spell for his checklist on becoming a prefect. While he embarrassingly accepted congratulations from other students for his stunning of McNair, the headmaster continued to Hermione at the Ravenclaw table to tell her that she was not being arrested, but to report any more dealings with her secret admirer. That just made things worse for her. Now, not only was the rumor mill talking about her plans to petrify all the purebloods in the school, but also that she was receiving love notes written by everyone from Gilderoy Lockhart to Marcus Flint. Just because she didn't know who had been sending the messages didn't mean that people weren't going to speculate. Fred and George decided to take things to the next level and started to grab Hermione at the beginning of every meal and carry her into the great hall on their shoulders, announcing her as the heir of Slytherin, and for others to protect themselves by sending her the most poetic love notes. It would have stayed a joke until someone actually did send her a poem. Tuesday morning, an owl dropped off a note in front of her. She read it silently before crumpling it up and throwing it over her shoulder. One of the twins snatched it before it even hit the ground. "What's this?" he said. "Let's see what it says." The other twin snatched it from his hand. "You shouldn't read that aloud in front of the entire hall." "You're right," the first one said, with the attention of all the students on them now. "I shouldn't read it. You do it." Second one jumped back to avoid Hermione, jumping up to take the note back as he stepped up onto the table behind him, his foot on someone's plate, and began to read. We don't have dances, nor a fancy ball, so I just look at you across this great hall I see you reading, and think it's grand, so I wrote this poem with a plan. I'll send this so you'll postpone any plans you have to turn me to stone. Oh, that's adorable, Twin One said to very red Hermione. Why didn't you like it? Two added, why, what is it? He pestered. It's a bad poem, Hermione blurted out. It started kinda romantic, but then started begging, and the rhymes are bad. I grew up reading Shakespeare. How could anyone think that's a good poem? From the other side of the room a boy jumped up. I'm sorry. Please don't feed me to the basilisk. Ugh, Hermione groaned. I'm not the heir of Slytherin. That's just the kind of thing the heir of Slytherin would say, Blaise chimed in with a chuckle. Hermione growled at him, then stomped out of the hall. Harry was also getting a large amount of attention because of his Gandalf impersonation and his attack on McNair. The man still hadn't returned to the school, but the rest of the team, including Morris and Boovy, the Minotaur, were still sniffing around the school. Any time they crossed paths with Lyra, her hair exploded into flames, and the fearsome man-beast kept its distance. All of their classes were doing their final assignments and the biggest spells for the year. For charms, that meant the animation charm. The spell took inanimate objects and gave them complicated movement. Professor Flitwick informed them that one of the practical portions of their final exam was going to be making a pineapple dance. The spell combined elements of levitation, repair, tickling, and what Flitwick said were the basics of summoning and banishing. Levitation for movement, repair for making sure none of the parts you were moving fell apart, and tickling to make sure tiny adjustments and pushing helped with the movements of the object you were working with. Flitwick informed them that this was only the first step in combining spell elements, and they would be adding more in the future. The spell required a lot of focus and a lot of practice, which led Harry and Lyra to the Ravenclaw common room to practice the spell on Wednesday evening. Rowena's common room was typically a very quiet place with people reading or writing essays, but recently the noise level had gone up drastically. With exams approaching, there was a lot more spell casting for practice, and the room was also flooded with students from other houses that were getting tutoring from those in the most studious house of Hogwarts. Harry and Lyra were each currently working with a wooden cube, trying to get it to perform a choreographed dance that Flitwick had given them for homework. They needed it to roll without leaving the ground 3 times forward, then twice to the left, then back one, balanced on an edge, then balance on a corner and spin. The assignment would have been a piece of cake if they could use the levitation charm, but also if they didn't need to plan everything in advance. The annoying part of the charm was that the entire set of movements needed to be part of the original spell, with only minor adjustments along the way. Lyra was getting better with wooden objects, but even now, when she got frustrated, the wooden cube started to smoke, and she broke her spell to calm down a bit. Harry was having problems of his own, as he was putting too much power into it, and one roll would knock the cube 5 feet away from him, and there was no chance of it balancing on an edge, let alone spinning on a corner. Both of their frustrations were solved with the approach of Anthony Goldstein. He waited patiently for Harry to look up before saying, "Hey, Harry, can I ask a favor?" Harry shrugged, so he continued. "Hermione told me about your Gandalf impersonation. Any chance you could do a reenactment?" Harry was about to roll his eyes when he saw Lyra's eyes light up at the idea and knew he couldn't back out of this. "I guess so," Harry told him as Lyra smiled in anticipation. "I only said the one line. Doesn't matter." Anthony started to push students out of the center of the common room to clear a space for Harry. Once there was room, and everyone was watching, Harry pulled out his staff, looked around, and called out, "You cannot pass," before slamming the butt of it into the floor, and a bubble shield burst out all around him. "That felt different," one of the onlookers commented. "It's not the same without that ministry nut," another student added. "What we really need is a Balrog," Hermione mentioned. Then she looked to a table of older students. Do Balrogs exist? Apparently, they didn't, and only a scattering of the Ravenclaws had read the Lord of the Rings books. That kicked off a full explanation of the series around the room as those who had read the books started to preach the gospel of Tolkien to the others. A number of the more artistically inclined drafted up a sketch of the Balrog from the details in the book, and began to fight over the different features. Most of the students who were raised in the magical world hadn't even heard of the books and were interested in the Muggle take on how magic worked, even if it was completely wrong. Elves being tall, goblins being filthy, dwarves always having beards, and tons more inconsistencies with the world they knew. What made it interesting to those with magical backgrounds was that it was fantasy, and to see a different take on the normal lives they had grown up with was magical. As Lyra was espousing her love of the eagles to a few others, Penny joined them and commented, "I bet Lyra would make a pretty good Balrog." The conversation got instantly silent as they stared at the girl who had outdueled Draco Malfoy with a fireball as shadows pooled at her feet. Lyra looked at their expectant faces and towards the students that were sketching out images of the Balrog. Without asking, she walked over to them and took one of the drawings, then went over to Hermione's bookshelf and pulled her copy of the Fellowship of the Ring. She flipped through it towards the end and examined something before returning to where Harry was sitting. "I'll be right back," she passed the book to Harry. "Practice your lines," she ordered him while pointing to a place in the book, then called for Whispers, who was lounging on the windowsill, and the two of them ran out of the room. A few others had gathered around him and looked into the book she had passed him to see it was Gandalf's confrontation with the Balrog. Penny smiled. "I think she's going to play the Balrog. Practice your lines, Gandalf." She repeated Lyra's orders to Harry. It was only a few paragraphs, so Harry had reread them numerous times by the time Lyra returned with Whispers. She grabbed Hermione and Penny and disappeared to one of the dorms, leaving Harry still a bit confused, but he tried to practice the magic portion of his role in the reenactment. A few students came out of the dorms and cast spells on the giant window to darken it and lowered the lights until it was almost pitch black. Not wanting to ruin the atmosphere, Harry only let off a tiny bit of light from his staff, which bathed him and only the nearest surroundings in white light. It wasn't long until he heard the chanting coming from the hallway to the dorms. Doom, 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 doom. A few people watching began to chuckle. Someone doing the chanting called out, "We don't have drums," and then continued the chant. A red glow was seen from the hallway as the chant continued, and a small figure bathed in shadows, with flames pouring out of its head, marched out of the hallway and into the common room. Harry could see a couple of people following to make sure the fire didn't catch anything else around Lyra the Balrog. In the low light, he saw that she had small patches of the Sigbin leather on different parts of her body, all dripping with darkness as she moved. They would have been invisible in the dark, but the light from her fire and the bit of white light from his staff made it look positively eerie. She even had one piece, hastily cut with eye holes, covering her face like a last-minute Halloween mask. Harry tried his hardest to stay in character and not smile at the sight. Harry leaned on his staff and said in a voice he thought would be deep enough for the great grey wizard, "A Balrog. Now I understand. What an evil fortune, and I am already weary." He gestured to the other students around the room. "Fly, this is a foe beyond any of you. I must hold the way. Fly." Lyra stomped her way into the room and let out what she thought must have been a mighty roar as the fire in her hair grew stronger. Harry thought it was adorable. Then from behind her back, Lyra pulled out a glowing rope, and as she swung it, it burst into flames. That surprised everyone, though Harry could see Penny and a few others running around the edge of the room, in the darkness, casting fireproofing and flame-freezing charms on everything in the room that was in her range. Harry stared at his little sister with a smile. She screamed at him again, forcing his concentration on his role. "You cannot pass," he stated firmly. Then switching into a dramatic voice, "I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anna. You cannot pass." Harry drew as much light into the tip of his staff as possible, so it was shining like a bright beacon instead of the light spreading onto nearby objects. "The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun. Go back to the shadow. You cannot pass." He saw Lyra pull out her knife, which had little bits of hair hanging limply off of it. Harry realized that's what the whip was. She had used her hair to make it. While he was figuring out what she was going to do with the knife, he noticed Hermione crawling on her stomach through the shadows and casting a spell on the knife so the hair stuck out straight and was now about 6 feet long, off the tip. As soon as Hermione rolled away, Lyra raised the knife in the air and the strands of hair ignited to create a burning sword of fire taller than she was. She walked right up in front of Harry and swung the fiery sword down on the staff he was holding, the rigid, burning strands of hair shattering at the tip of his staff and scattering around the room as Penny and the others with her made sure they didn't catch anything on fire. Harry was grinning like a crazy person. This was awesome. As Lyra backed off and cracked the whip again, Harry drew himself up to his full height and raised his staff again while yelling, "You cannot pass," and slammed it into the ground. Maybe it was the heat of the moment, or something else, but everyone heard a very sharp cracking sound as his staff hit the floor, breaking them out of their rolls. At that same moment, from one of the upper balconies of the room, someone called out, "Halt!" No one moved as the voice commanded them, and the lights in the room came back to their full brightness. On the top balcony sat Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, Sinistra, and Headmaster Dumbledore with his phoenix perched on the railing. Dumbledore stood up. "A splendid performance, though I believe you have managed to crack the floor of Hogwarts." Harry backed away from the spot to see splintering cracks from where the impact was. "Sorry," he called out to the professors. Dumbledore casually stepped off the fourth-floor balcony as the phoenix gripped his shoulders with its talons, flapping to slow their descent down as they majestically landed in the middle of the common room. He pulled out his wand and tapped the spot where Harry's staff had cracked the floor, which caused the fractures to recede until the stone floor was healed. "Again, I apologize for stopping such an incredible show, though we don't want the Balrog and Gandalf to actually fall through the floor, now do we? I award 20 points to Scamander and another 10 to each of the Ravenclaws who are helping the production from the shadows. Maybe you can put on another performance in the future with a few more safety precautions." He surveyed the audience. "Now it's nearly curfew, so please get ready for bed." The other professors had joined him on the main floor and took their leave together. Harry and Lyra got mobbed by the other students who were cheering for their performance and asking them questions. Lyra was busy pulling off all the patches of Sigbin leather and stashing them in her pouch as she explained about the creature that Harry had killed. Eventually, Professor McGonagall had to separate the other students from questioning Harry and Lyra to take the few Gryffindors in the room back to their tower. Sinistra took Lyra, Harry, Whispers, and the Slytherins that were studying there back to their dorms. On the way, the astronomy teacher asked them, "I heard you both had an encounter with the centaurs in the forest. What was that like? They never seemed to like me." One of the other students walking with them chimed in. They predicted their fight by saying their constellation and the spider's stars were fading, and then the basilisk attacked them. "Is that what they were talking about?" Harry asked. Sinistra nodded. "That sounds like a pretty clear message. Sagittarius, as you know, is the centaur constellation made up of the Centauri stars. Auriga is the spider. The centaurs have quite an interesting talent for divination by reading the stars and seeing glimpses of the future. Did they say anything else?" "They said some stuff about some people competing for a crown," Lyra told them. "They were probably speaking of the Corona Borealis," the professor mused. "It is visible this time of year." She stopped at the bottom of the flight of stairs. "I think you can make it to your common room from here. I will take my Slytherins down to the dungeons." Back in the common room, Whispers retreated to his tree while Harry and Lyra stared at the stars on the ceiling. After a few minutes, Harry told Lyra to wait there and ran off to his dorm to grab the star charts he had made in astronomy. While he enjoyed spending one night a week at the top of the astronomy tower for class, discussing the legends of the constellations, he hadn't seen many purposes in the class so far. Now his attentiveness might pay off. He brought out the charts and laid them down on the ground with Lyra. They had been making maps throughout the year, so they had nearly a chart for the entire year. With everything spread out, the full map was nearly as big as Harry with his arms and legs spread wide. Looking around, they quickly found the crown that their astronomy professor had mentioned, Corona Borealis. "What did the centaurs say again?" Lyra asked, trusting Harry's memory. Thought for a moment before replying. "There is a crown between players in a game, but another may take it as well." "The crown has to be the basilisk," Lyra stated firmly. "The king wears a crown." She pointed to a spot right next to the constellation. "And here is the serpent's constellation. That must be the usurper." The next nearest constellations were Hercules and Boots. They weren't quite sure what to make of that until focusing further out and spotting both the Lyra and Draco constellations. "Is Draco involved in this?" Harry asked curiously. "It felt like he's been trying to be less of an idiot recently." "He hasn't bothered me at all since the train incident," Lyra commented. "Though if he is, that means he was sending the notes to Hermione." "You were," they both said together and shook themselves as if they had tasted something disgusting. "I don't think he would do that. He hates her too much," Harry said, still with a repulsed look on his face from imagining Draco as Hermione's secret admirer. Lyra nodded. "Anyone who would even think they'd make a good couple should get their head checked. Could it be Anthony? He seems to like Hermione. Also, you're probably Hercules, since you've got the strength of the Lamashu." Harry frowned. "I don't want to be the hero. I'd rather be Arfucus, the snake handler and healer. That makes more sense to me." From there, the conversation got a little sidetracked, discussing the different constellations that they each thought represented them better. Lyra was in the middle of convincing Harry that the giver was Arfucus, and he was the Hercules constellation, because the stars had the hero's foot firmly on the head of Draco the dragon when Patricia called out from the door to her room for them to go to sleep, which they reluctantly did. Something Brant occasionally forgot was that he was a glorified servant. When he first took up the stewardship position, he was treated like a house elf. He was actually less than an elf, as his first instructors were the elves themselves. Each one walked him through every job they performed to manage the Black estates and oversee certain aspects of the businesses that didn't require a wizard to do. Lord Black said some of the reasons for this was so he would be able to show gratitude to their servants and know when one was not doing their job or performing to the appropriate standards. He also told Brant that he too needed to know his place. He was nearly last in line for the inheritance of the family lordship, and at the time it looked like Draco would be the next Lord Black. He was terrified of this as a possibility, as Lucius was not the best role model for a leader, and unless his son wanted to be the next Dark Lord of the British Isles, he might just submit the Black and Malfoy families to whomever next took up the title, as they did for Voldemort. In the few years leading up to Lyra's return, he was given more training in the dark arts and a promise to pass his training to another when Arcturus died, plus more guidance in British politics and business, anticipating his ascension to regent until Draco came of age. He and his betrothed held one hell of a party when Arcturus decided to extend his life and make Lyra the heiress to the family instead of Draco. When Arcturus had approved their betrothal, he had warned them not to be seen together before Brant was officially appointed regent for reasons of protection in her career. So for that night of celebration, he visited a Nocturne Alley polyjuice shop and purchased a whole night's worth of preloaded doses of polyjuice to disguise themselves as Kiefer Sutherland and Samantha Fox, then went crazy touring Muggle nightclubs around London. He still had framed copies of the tabloids from the next day. Now, in addition to schmoozing with politicians, running the day-to-day of the Black businesses, and looking out for Lyra and Harry Potter, he had nearly forgotten how much of a slave driver Lord Black could be. Then he stepped foot on the Crimson Augury and was given a remedial course on how bad it could be. It was also a reminder of how unbelievably scary the man could be, and that he could have easily become a Dark Lord had he desired. The old pirate ship was crewed entirely of Inferi, which he had chosen not to learn how to create at Durmstrang for a few reasons. The first was that zombies creeped him out. However, the stronger, discouraging reason was that those who did study that section of necromancy always seemed a bit off, and he didn't want to turn out like them. From what he did know about them was that they were always used as shock troops. Insanely strong, resistant to most magics, and bloodthirsty, they were just unleashed on the world, tearing their way through anything in their path. So, to see nearly 20 of them crewing the pirate ship was a bit strange. They were performing delicate tasks that, if subjected to brute force, could destroy the ship or set them adrift in the middle of the ocean. However, they all performed their tasks with perfect precision, and Lord Black even had one rotting corpse playing the fiddle while they worked. During the first 2 days on the ship, Brant was assigned to follow different crew members around and perform their jobs alongside them. It was nerve-wracking and terrifying, as one scratch from their cursed limbs or teeth would mean an amputated limb or certain death if the wound was close to his heart or head. though they seemed to just ignore him until it was his turn to repeat a task. At the end of the first day, he was exhausted and was shown to his bunk while they dropped the anchor and let the usurper go into the ocean to find a meal. Before he was allowed to sleep, Arcturus took him to the ladder down into the hold, but before Brant could lift the trap door, Lord Black's cavalier boot stepped on top of it so it wouldn't move. "We aren't going down. You're going to open the door and look inside, but you're not going in." Brand hesitantly lifted the door and shined his wand down into the hold. There inside were hundreds of bodies, all neatly stacked on top of each other in rows. The ones he could see on top had the white eyes of Inferi. Against the wall were enough weapons to equip every zombie down in there, and even included a few muskets. As he stared at the army of the dead, he noticed a large white orb every 20 feet or so, projecting a shimmering effect of what must be the most powerful preservation charm he had ever seen. "What is this?" he asked fearfully. "This is the raiding party," Arcturus told him. "There's a reason why I've made sure you mastered the preservation charm. It needs to be refreshed once every 25 years. I'm hoping to get Sirius out of Azkaban in time to get to the other island before the Inferi start to rot there. If not, you'll be in charge of restocking the ships there with fresh troops." Arcturus closed the door and walked Brant back to his bunk. He needed a dreamless sleep potion, or he would have been dreaming of zombies all night. Restocking that many Inferi would be haunting, to say the least. On the third day, when he had finished being given an overview of the ship's day-to-day activities, they started on a new project, one that was incredibly delicate and required him to wear the Stral leather for protection. Arcturus showed him to a wardrobe of incredible 15th century pirate clothes and was told that every Inferius working above deck needed to be dressed like a pirate. Brant looked at his lord in disbelief. "My apologies, Lord Black, but why?" "Because we're on a pirate ship." Brant stared in annoyance until Arcturus chuckled and took him out onto the deck and pointed off the port side. On the horizon was a great Muggle ship, stacked with metal containers that would come across their path. "The Muggles are everywhere now. I came across nearly 4 a day on the way down, and they all wanted a look at the pirate ship. One of the drawbacks to being on such a grand ship as this is that everyone wants to take a gander at us, so the Inferi get clothes." It was a remarkably good idea, but incredibly annoying to do. When he finished the job, Brant removed the Thistral coat and gloves and threw them into the ocean before burning them with fiendfire after they floated far enough away. Then he went and dug through the closet to dress in something just as extravagant, though he was careful not to outshine the captain. On the fourth day, he was in the middle of polishing the brass doorknob of the captain's room when Arcturus called him over to the helm of the ship. Next to the enormous wheel was a mounted telescope with a crystal lens. He had looked through it on a few occasions, and anything he could see through it looked fractured. It was definitely magic, but its purpose was unknown. "What do you see off the starboard?" he asked Brant. "A great deal of water," he replied as sincerely as he could. Arcturus beckoned him to the telescope after it had been turned east towards the watery expanse. Brant looked through it and saw a large island near the horizon. There were a few piers sticking off one end and a lush jungle with a chateau on the hill near the middle. He tried to focus magic into his eyes and cast a supersensory charm to find the island without the spyglass, but it was completely invisible without this device. Even the clouds above it were hidden by the magic protecting it. "That over there is the Buzzard's Nest, the secret Black Island, which is the port of the Crimson Augury," Lord Black told Brant, smiling at his wonder. "How does the telescope work?" Brant asked in astonishment. "Part of the spell that hides the Black Islands uses enormous, solid quartz warding stones, submerged off the coast of the islands. A small chunk of the stone is used in the devices on each ship, making sure that only the captain of the ship is able to locate the islands, and only a ship that contains one of these devices can penetrate the spells that hide the island from others." Brant took some more time to admire the island through the telescope before his concentration was broken by what sounded like nails on a chalkboard. Arcturus approached the side of the ship and looked down into the water. When Brant joined him, there was a group of mermaids looking up at them and speaking in shrieks towards them. He had only seen cold water merfolk before. They were quite ugly and covered in scales head to flipper with small fins near their ears and sharp, jagged teeth. These, on the other hand, were gorgeous. These were the mermaids that Muggles put into their myths and legends. Beautiful women with stunning bodies and long, flowing hair. They were completely unclothed, with not a clamshell or starfish present. They saw his attention and started to whistle at him, making sure to toss their hair over their shoulders to give him an unobstructed view of their bodies. Arcturus grabbed him and pulled him back onto the boat. Rule 1 of mermaids: don't even think about bedding them. To begin with, they don't have the necessary equipment downstairs. More importantly, if you get too close, they will try to kill and eat you. While Brant was trying to replace the image of the beautiful women with creatures that would eat him in his mind, Arcturus wandlessly summoned a false eye out of one of the nearby inferi. It didn't seem to mind. He then cast a cleansing spell on the glass eye, and then a porky enchantment, then tossed it to Brant, who juggled it a few times before casting another few cleansing spells on it. Go take your pleasure carpet and park it on top of the island's chateau. Take the telescope with you. When you're done with that, the eye will bring you back here. I promise we'll come back to this island over the summer to retrieve it and take a tour. I'm going to have a chat with the mermaids while you're doing that. Brant wanted to ask questions, but decided just to get the job done. When he arrived at the stern of the ship, the usurper was on the edge of the carpet, mostly tucked under the spire of the house, getting what little warmth it could from the charms there. That had been what it had been mostly doing when it was on the ship, occasionally swimming alongside now that they were in warmer waters. Now, however, it was craning its head high and staring off into the distance where the island was. Brant thought he was understanding the creature little by little. Mad-Eye Moody's eye couldn't see it. Magical photographs couldn't capture its movement, and he assumed that the basilisk's stare wouldn't affect it either. That would be a very short fight if it could, not to mention Harry and Lyra's comments on the matter. As a blanket rule, it seemed like optical magic did not affect it. You can see the island, can't you? Brant asked the serpent, getting only a hiss in response. He shrugged himself and began casting warming charms all over the deck of the ship. I need the carpet. You'll need to move, he delicately told the monstrous snake. It didn't move, so he slowly entered the house on the carpet and forced it to fly straight up so the carpet dangled beneath it, and the usurper needed to move itself to the deck. It hissed angrily at the floating building as the carpet unfolded and lay flat while the building expanded itself as well. With the help of the spyglass, he flew over the island and observed 2 smaller ships docked at the piers before flying over to the roof of the chateau. On one side of the island, there was a very well-maintained sugar cane field, which was a bit strange, but he landed the carpet and put the spyglass into his pocket before pulling out the glass eye portkey. Just as he was about to activate it, a house elf with dark grey skin popped next to him with a bright smile which quickly changed to a frown. Use our leavings already, Sir Black. Brant was surprised at being addressed as Black, but rolled with it. Lord Black has asked for me to return promptly, I'm sorry. Can I's get yous anything before yous be leaving? The elf pleaded. Water, tea, juice, rum. So that's what the sugar cane was for. They were making rum. That would be nice, Brant replied. If you could bring me a glass of fruit juice with some rum. The elf cheered and popped away. Moments later, it reappeared with a glass of deep orange juice on top of a large barrel, papaya, as you requested, along with some rum. Before he could say anything else, the elf vanished. Some rum, Brant called out. Not a whole barrel, though the elf didn't return. Brant sighed and drank the delicious fruit juice which also had some rum in it. When he was done, he laid the glass eye on top of the barrel and activated it as he held it there. Back on the ship, he went back to the side of the boat where the mermaids were and peered over the side. Down at the water, Lord Black was hanging upside down from a broom while he was passionately kissing one of the mermaids under the surface of the water. Brant was shocked, as the kiss went on for nearly 3 minutes before one of the others broke the kiss and latched on to him to take her turn. The others must have already gone, as this kiss took 5 whole minutes with their faces connected at the lips. Finally, the group of fish-tailed women swam back to the depths, and Arcturus flipped back up on his broom to fly back to the ship. You told me not to fantasize about the mermaids, Brant said to Arcturus. Different rules for me. I was enjoying the kiss. They were trying to steal all the air from my lungs to drown me. Obviously, that wasn't going to work. Brant nodded. That made sense, he asked. So what did you talk to them about? Just gathering some intel on where we will drop anchor tomorrow night. It will be a learning experience for you." Brant smiled with a bit of nervous anxiety. Any time that Lord Black told him he would be having a learning experience, that meant they would be doing something related to his dark arts mastery. The last time he had a learning experience, Brant had been taken to a haunted castle in Germany and taught the spirit lash spell to capture and torture spectral creatures. It worked on ghosts, poltergeists, boggarts, and more. If it didn't have a physical body, this spell was able to ensnare it and cause it something similar to pain. When they arrived at the castle, Arcturus had given him enough of a tutorial to cast the spell once on his own, and then abandoned him there for the night. He had to stay up the entire night, fighting off vengeful spirits and mastering the spell while keeping his magic from being exhausted. Whatever was coming next, he was sure to learn an incredible lesson that he would not like at all. The following evening, Arcturus led Brant and the usurper below deck, while the crew of Inferi lowered the sails and dropped the anchor. They had passed by many small Muggle ships during the day as they moved close to the coast of Africa. Many of them were small fishing boats or pleasure crafts, and a few followed the strange ship out of curiosity. Brant had been instructed to get out on the bow of the ship 3 times during the day and polish the great golden buzzard that was the figurehead of the ship. It sparkled in the sunlight like a beacon. Now they arrived in a large room below deck where there were a great number of large fish and dolphins, caught over the course of the day as a feast for the Kingsbane. "Eat and relax," Arcturus told the serpent. His words seemed to carry more weight than they usually did, like he was forcefully giving instructions that the creature could understand without speaking the language. He added on, with even more weight, "Do not leave the room." The usurper hissed what might be an acknowledgement before passing into the room and started eating one of the dolphins. Brant cast a few warming charms so it would be comfortable before Arcturus closed and locked the door. Back on deck, the zombie crew had vanished. They had left a record player and many lanterns hanging around the main deck, giving off lots of light. Brant stared at the strange sight and realized part of what was going on, so he asked, "Why are we attracting thieves to the ship?" "Go get your barrel of rum," Arcturus told him. "You'll need to be more relaxed tonight. You're going to be learning the Black family method of creating an Inferius." Brant tried not to think of the reasons why he hadn't taken necromancy at Durmstrang, and now he was being press-ganged into doing it anyway. Arriving at his bunk, he levitated the barrel back up to the main deck. Arcturus had put on some festive music, with the flaring horn for the gramophone amplified and pointed towards the land off in the distance. Lord Black had 2 silver chalices, rimmed with rubies on the table, which were filled with the rum after Brant conjured a tap and stuck it into the barrel. Brant raised his glass and asked, "What are we drinking to?" "To education," Arcturus replied, "and the human soul." That last part made Brant a little uneasy, but he repeated the toast and drank. Arcturus asked him, "What do you know about the process of creating an Inferius?" Brant shook his head. "I didn't study it. I didn't like how it affected the students that did. You are corrupting a corpse with a dark magic ritual, so the base instincts still respond to your command. It's like an imperious curse that cannot be resisted and has only limited purposes." Arcturus was about to say something, but Brant continued, "However, I know that's not right. The Inferi on this ship perform complex tasks, and that one even plays the fiddle. It also makes me wonder why I had to dress them in pirate clothes when they could have done it themselves. The black method obviously differs from what was taught at Durmstrang." "Correct, and the reason why you needed to do it is that I told you to." Lord Black smiled while stroking the cracks in his face. "Now listen." He pointed off the side of the ship, and Brant could hear the near-silent noise of a boat's motor. "Let them board the ship. If there are more than 10, let 3 escape. If there are more than 20, let 5 escape. Do not use any dark magic on them. None." "Let some escape?" Brant asked, surprised. "What about the statute?" "I said let them escape, not that they will live. I made a deal with the mermaids. Also, I want to have some fun. It might work better if you just stun any that aren't trying to kill us." Brant nodded and approached the side of the ship. He could see 2 small craft approaching. After casting the human revealing spell, he informed Lord Black that there were 2 boats with 8 and 10 people on each. He was told to let both ships escape with no more than 4 total on them. Then he rejoined his lord at the table and poured another cup of rum for each of them, while Arcturus applied a glamour to his face to cover the dark cracks, while they took a moment to relax before they killed a large group of muggles. After the motors of the approaching boats stopped, there was silence for a few minutes before several sharp noises of metal banging on the side of the ship, and a dozen men climbed up ladders and jumped onto the deck. Nearly all of them had Muggle firearms, assault rifles. However, 3 had pistols and machetes on their belts. That left 3 in each boat down on the water. Arcturus jumped up in fright. "Ah, pirates!" he called out in faux fear, while dressed as a pirate. Brant channeled as much of his occlumency as possible to not laugh out loud and put on an expression of fear instead. The 3 men with pistols exchanged looks and one stepped forward. "You are English?" he asked. "Please don't hurt us," Arcturus begged. "Take anything you want." "Yes, we will take anything we want," he replied and pulled out his pistol, shooting Arcturus in the chest twice. He fell to the deck with a thud and didn't move. Brant just stared in shock at what had just happened, knowing he might be next. He drew his wand and fired a percussion blast at the men, damaging their eardrums and dazing them. They screamed and started firing their weapons randomly. Brant barely managed to cast a kinetic shield in time to intercept a hail of bullets directed at him. His left hand coalesced a green skull made of mist, but then he let it go, remembering not to use dark magic on them. Despite being deafened and disoriented, a few managed to look his way and started firing, focusing their gunfire on him. With practiced ease, he shot off a mass disarming charm that ripped the guns from their hands and fell behind him on the deck in a pile. Now, they realized they were in trouble because something unnatural was going on. Now that he clearly had the upper hand, Brant killed 2 of them with piercing hexes through their foreheads and summoned one of the machetes the men had to his hand. The remaining men from the boats had heard the fighting and climbed up just as 3 of the men he had been fighting jumped overboard into the water below. He now needed one more back on the boats before they left. After disarming the new arrivals, he spared a moment to glance at Arcturus's body, which still hadn't moved. Brant needed to end this quickly so he could check on Lord Black. If there wasn't urgency, he could take his time with the Muggles and be more creative with his spellwork. For the next 2 minutes, the night air was filled with screams as he finished off the rest of the group with a combination of piercing hexes, electrocution spells, and a swipe with the stolen machete at one man's neck who charged him. The man who shot Arcturus was one of the last and received a reverse bubblehead charm which acted like a plastic bag over his head that he frantically tried to rip off. But his hands couldn't grip the magic that was suffocating him. Finally, Brant banished one more pirate over the side so he could join the others in the water and 4 would be able to escape. Once the boats below started to retreat, Arcturus sat up and moaned, "Bloody hell, that sucked. I didn't think they were actually going to shoot me." "Are you sure you're all right?" Brant asked with concern. The glamour on the side of Arcturus's face faded as he stood up and ripped off his jacket and shirt, revealing a silver disc that seemed to have been implanted over his heart. Small spidery lines came off the edges as they appeared to branch out into the veins of his chest. Right next to the disc, there were 2 bullet holes in his chest with black blood staining his skin. Reaching down to pick up his torn coat, he pulled out his silver flask and took a long drink from it, which seemed to cause the black sludge on his chest to retreat into his body. The wounds didn't heal and left holes in his body where he had been shot. Brant stared in shock. Up until that moment, he had been 98% sure he knew the method for Lord Black's extended life, though he had no idea what the silver plate could be. There were no runes on it, and it didn't seem to have a magical aura, so there was no way of identifying its purpose. Knowing Arcturus, if he didn't say anything about it, he wouldn't answer any questions about it either. "I guess it's my turn now," Arcturus said with a smile, and he strolled to the side of the ship to see the fleeing thieves moving away from the ship in the 2 boats. From somewhere on the lower deck, a rolling noise was heard. Brant looked down to see 12 cannons sticking out the side of their ship, probably manned by the inferi below. When the boats got far enough away, Lord Black shot a flare from his wand into the air, illuminating the sky around his targets, and the cannons fired off a salvo. The cannonballs were probably enchanted, as each boat was precisely struck with 6 each, though they weren't the exploding kind. There were holes in their boats, and the motors were destroyed, as all the men jumped overboard into the water. Their punishment wasn't over just yet, as Brant saw shapes approaching the floating men just beneath the water. One of the men looked happily at the woman's face in front of him before it grabbed him and pulled him below the water, a plume of blood coming up seconds later. There was just a little more screaming before the other three were taken below and eaten as well. Arcturus smiled and turned back towards the main deck as the cannons fired off another salvo of cannonballs. However, this time, they all exploded on impact, making a fiery silhouette around the dark wizard as the ships sank. Arcturus walked over to the pirate with the reversed bubblehead charm, who had just stopped struggling and gone unconscious, popped the bubble with his wand, and pointed it at the man's chest, incanting, "Renovate." The man sat up sharply and took a deep breath of air before looking at the shirtless Lord Black with the silver disc and two black holes on his chest, then looked at his face to see the dark splintering down one side before he started praying in whatever language he was born with. Arcturus smiled as the man realized that his prayers wouldn't be answered and waited for the man to speak to him. Why you are demons?" he cried out. Arcturus delivered a sinister smile before saying, "No, we are English. Please take anything you want." He started crying as he soiled himself. "I am going to take anything I want, just like you were going to. Truthfully, if you had just joined us for a drink, I would have let you go. There is another encampment of thieves, 100 miles north, that I've been told is more vicious than your lot." He looked down at his chest and rubbed the dark holes there, though maybe I should reassess my intel. I guess I will save them for another time when I need to provide someone with a teachable moment. Would you like something to drink while I tell you what I am going to do with you and your friends? He gestured at the corpses bleeding into the deck around them. The man was trying to understand everything that had just been told to him. English wasn't his first language, though he understood it well enough to be the spokesman of his group when dealing with their victims who did speak it fluently. After looking at the barrel and the table with the silver chalices, and the promise of a final drink before the demon dealt with him, all he could do was nod. Arcturus helped him to his feet and conjured a chair out of thin air for the man to sit on. He was shaking at the display of magic, and tears were rolling down his cheek as he sat down. Brant sat to his other side and conjured a cup, then poured rum for all of them. Arcturus wouldn't be sharing his cup with the man, and unless he was ordered to, neither would he. Arcturus raised his glass and said to the man, "We will drink in honor of your soul. I honestly didn't think you would be able to get a shot off before we killed all of you. You are a warrior, be proud." The man hesitantly took a drink, then looked surprised at the quality of the rum and drank the rest quickly. After receiving a nod, Brant filled the man's cup again. When he had finished the next glass, Arcturus asked him, "I saw you praying to some god or another. What do you know about the human soul?" When he understood the question, he replied, "I did not believe. I hoped my prayers were heard by God, but I heard nothing." Arcturus nodded sagely. "You have a soul, but there is no God." The man looked conflicted. "Let me tell you what is going to happen to you." Now he looked afraid and reached for the barrel for more rum, but the stand it was on walked out of his reach. "I am going to kill you, but your soul will live on. Where it will go, not even I know. However, once it has moved on, an echo will remain in your body." Lord Black made a complicated movement with his wand and mumbled an incantation in some dead language as the bodies laying on the deck glowed with a blue light dripping upwards into the sky. "Those are the echoes of the souls of your friends. They have already passed on. These are just the remnants. My apprentice and I are going to take those echoes and corrupt them." He spoke with viciousness as he continued, "and we will fuse them to their bodies so they cannot escape." He squeezed his fist for emphasis like he was gripping an invisible heart. "From there, we will bind their essences to this ship so we can command them for all of eternity." Brant was just a little bit scared, though Lord Black's lesson made a lot of sense. While he was just a little scared, the man sitting next to him was terrified beyond any rational thought. He was trying to get up and flee, but magic was holding him in place. Arcturus gave Brant another nod, and he filled the man's cup again. "The fear you are feeling now will make your soul flee your body quickly after you die and generate a more substantial echo for us to work with. Making your enemies fear you is always the best policy if they live or die. Now, let me show you what is to become of you and your friends." Footsteps were heard as a dozen inferi came up the stairs from below the deck. At first, the man didn't react, as he saw men, dressed as pirates. When they came closer and they stepped into the light, he could see the flesh falling off their faces, the bones in their fingers, and the mouths without lips. He started to hyperventilate and go into shock. Arcturus sprung to his feet, grabbed him by the hair, and poured a calming draught down his throat. "Don't go crazy just yet," he told the man as his breathing slowed. "I'm still lecturing my apprentice. I need you here for that. Now drink your rum and stay still. My elves worked very hard making it, and can feel your gratitude while you drink it." He was clearly confused by the concept of elves, but under the calming effects of the potion, he took a few sips of the rum and paid attention to Arcturus. "Now, my apprentice expressed some concerns with the process of turning corpses into inferi. That's what we call these walking dead you see here." He was concerned because when the process is done improperly, some of the magic that corrupts the echoes of the souls of the recently deceased will rebound on the wizard and corrupt them as well. Over time, it can cause even the most rational of dark wizards to go as crazy as you are probably feeling right now. That made a surprising amount of sense to Brant. Why you are W wizards?" the man asked. "Yes, we are." He showed his wand to the man and continued. "A wand, like this one, acts as both a focus and a buffer for magic. An untrained wizard that tries to cast without a wand might end up getting burned." He made a cupping motion with his hand and conjured a bowl of molten fire, then let it drip onto his hand, causing it to burn his arm before casually tossing it over his shoulder and the side of the ship into the water. He then pulled out his flask and put a few drops of silver liquid on the burns, which seemed to reverse the damage. That is one problem most wizards have with creating inferi. They don't use a proper buffer, and the cursed magic affects them as well as their target. A wand will not be a proper buffer for this level of dark magic, and something additional is needed to completely protect yourself. Another problem is waiting too long to reanimate the corpse. The longer one waits, the less useful the body will be. The best inferi will also be the ones that you were responsible for their deaths. Harvesting corpses from a battlefield that wasn't of your making, or even worse, a graveyard, is only done when someone requires quantity over quality. He waved his wand, and from the captain's cabin, a golden chest floated out. Despite his situation, the condemned man stared at it with greed in his eyes. Lord Black stood up and opened it. Brant felt the corruption and wrongness of its contents as soon as the lid was open. What Arcturus pulled out Brant recognized instantly as a unicorn horn, but this one was entirely black. As my apprentice knows, this is the horn of a unicorn. Normally they are among the purest of creatures on the planet. However, I have corrupted this into a tool of dark magic. I'll teach him another time how this is done. For now, just know that the only purpose for this is to create more inferi like them." He gestured to the zombies in pirate regalia, lingering near them. Lord Black walked purposefully over to one of the dead men on the deck and stabbed the horn straight into the heart of the body. The blue glow, showing the echo of the man's soul, started to move chaotically and tried to escape into the sky. But with focused concentration, Arcturus pushed the horn deeper into the chest of the corpse, and the echo slammed back into the body, vanishing from sight. There was silence for a moment as both Brant and the living pirate stared at the body with Arcturus holding the horn in its chest. All at once, Lord Black jumped backward, pulling the horn out of the body. A second later, the fingers of the corpse scratched at the deck, digging deep gouges into the wood, then stood up. When it opened its eyes, they were a glassy white and showed no signs of life, but it still walked past the living man to join the others waiting silently. Arcturus addressed both him and Brant. "Any questions?" Brant had one, but was beaten to the punch by the other guy. "That's going to happen to me?" he asked. There was almost no emotion left in his voice, as if he had accepted the inevitable. "That's going to happen to your body. Something else will happen to your soul. You can be relatively sure there is no hell, as there is no God." Brant raised his hand. "I have a question." After getting Lord Black's attention, he asked, "You told me not to kill any of them with dark magic. Why?" "The corruption," he replied. "Dark magic corrupts everything it touches. I wanted to make sure the echoes of their souls were pure upon their deaths. It makes for more functioning in ferry later on. Idiot dark wizards throw out dark magic like confetti, and then are surprised that their inferi can't move properly or try to attack them when they have risen. Brant nodded in understanding, remembering something that Kaja told him a week ago. Nothing like a true master of the dark. Now it's your turn, Arcturus told him. Take a horn from the chest and pick a body. Brant reached into the chest and took one of the black horns. He could feel the dark magic contained within it, but it was contained, not seeping out or infecting their surroundings. The magic of the unicorn's horn must be keeping it under control, while at the same time allowing it to be used for such a dark purpose. Whatever Lord Black had done with the horn must be embedded deep in the core somehow. One of the bodies had Lichtenberg scars from being electrocuted running up its arm and the side of its face. He picked that one and kneeled next to it with the tool. After a few practice swings, he stabbed it straight into the dead heart of the body. There was an immediate reaction as he felt energy pushing against him. There was enough power in the horn that he didn't need to focus much to push the echo of the soul back into the body. Once that was done, he felt a pulse as the corruption spread to every limb. As soon as he felt the dark magic infect the entire body, there was a feeling similar to a solitary heartbeat, which caused him to jump backward and yank the horn out. He could feel the body now. It felt similar to the imperious curse, but heavily muted, and with no thoughts of the owner of the body needing to be influenced. Stretching his fingers inside the dead mind, he slowly made the corpse stand up. It was like learning to walk all over again, and the corpse tripped and stumbled as it walked across the deck to join the others. The one that Arcturus had just turned raised a hand high in the air as if it wanted a high five. Brant chuckled and forced his corpse to do the same, but didn't realize the strength of the corrupted limb as he swatted the arm clean off Arcturus's zombie. Good first attempt, he laughed as he walked over to the fallen limb and picked it up, casting a spell to reattach it to its owner. Now, do the others. You can use the same horn many more times. Try to exchange a high five or something else when you're done with each. Have some fun with this. Brant took a deep breath and proceeded to the next body. When this one was standing, he had it march over to the man in shock, watching his friends get reanimated. The new corpse took the cup from his hand and gently filled the cup. It slowly drank the rum, and Brant had a good chuckle as he had indeed hit the man in the stomach with the piercing hexes, so the rum poured out 2 holes in his body. Then he returned the cup and marched the body over to the other, and they exchanged a high five. He tried other creative things with the others, including complicated handshakes, a very awkward tango, and had the last 2 arm wrestle until one of them snapped the other's wrist clean off. The man stuck to his chair had stopped crying long before the last one and asked hopefully, "Is it my turn now?" Arcturus nodded, but added, "You have been a good assistant to teach my apprentice. Would you prefer just to die rather than have your body turned into one of our crew? I can even offer you a sailor's fantasy as your method of demise." There was a large amount of gratitude in his eyes as he smiled and said, "I would like that, thank you. How will I die?" "Swim to shore," Arcturus told him. "You might even make it, but I doubt it." He tried to stand up, and it worked. Hesitantly, he walked to the side of the ship and looked out over the dark water into the night. Arcturus walked over and stood next to him, then tapped him on the head with his wand. "You can see the land now, right?" The man nodded. "Go, I won't stop you." He smiled weakly and leaped over the side. Brant and Arcturus watched him swim out for a while until a mermaid surfaced next to him. He stared with delight and lust as 3 more surfaced one after another. Finally, one of them took his head in her hands and kissed him deeply as they sank beneath the water. He did not resurface. It was good that Brant had learned all the jobs on the ship, as now he had to do it with his inferi helpers. Brant was also supremely thankful that Arcturus had brought the ship, as they were crossing an absurd number of Muggle shipping lanes with crafts that dwarfed their ship in height and length. If he had been still on the carpet, they would only be traveling at night, and he wasn't sure they would have been able to reach their destination before the end of the school year. The passing ships would blare their horns, and the crew would wave to them. Brant made the mistake a few times of waving with his inferi simultaneously, which was scolded by Arcturus. He needed to make sure they acted like fingers on a piano rather than fists on a drum. At one point, a Muggle helicopter approached them, and Arcturus led them to the aft deck of the ship to land. They were law enforcement of some kind, possibly military, but Arcturus handled them with ease. They were each given some Muggle currency and a memory charm. When they departed, Brant was asked to try and explain why Arcturus had used such a method rather than kill them or just wipe their memories completely. Arcturus was a bit surprised when Brant answered and explained the radar and tracking capabilities of modern militaries. The elder Black had heard of radar but didn't understand its full capabilities. He told Brant that the memory charm he used had also planted a trigger in their minds that they would be more inclined to obey him in the future should they meet. Brant asked to learn that bit of magic immediately. Nearly 2 weeks later, right after they passed the northern coast of Africa, the usurper started to get highly energized. It would spend as much time as possible on the foredeck, staring towards the north. Every time it would hiss, the red crest on its head would swell and stand up. Brant retrieved the rib bone of the other basilisk and showed it to him. "Can you sense the other one?" The serpent let out a bone-chilling hiss, and it crowed loudly. He reported this to Arcturus, who seemed happy with the development. The observation was communicated to Newt Scamander, who reported another petrification at Hogwarts, and sounded giddy at the confirmation of the connection between the two magical serpents, and wondered if the basilisk could sense the Kingsbane as well. Chapter 98. The Arrival. Chapter text. Harry and Lyra were busy trying to make sense of the message from the centaurs. From Lyra's interpretation, Harry, the usurper, and the unknown person represented by the constellation of Boots the Shepherd were surrounding the crown for the King of Serpents. One of them would get it, but it was unknown who would. Harry still didn't agree that he was represented by Hercules, so he tried to look for other meanings. The only other constellations close to the crown that he felt had any meaning to him were the Lyra and Draco constellations. However, while Lyra was almost certainly involved, he doubted Draco's involvement. Recently, whenever he saw the other boy, he was always focusing on work, but would flinch towards his shoulder if he saw Harry's eyes on him. Most of the time they were just passing in the hallway, in the great hall or library. He was never without a book or homework, and was studying as much as a Ravenclaw. Harry had turned some of his focus towards Anthony Goldstein, as the boy had been splitting his time between fussing over Harry for another Gandalf performance and staying close to Hermione to study for exams. After their Saturday detention with Professor Snape, Harry heard about a disturbing situation where Eugene Fiddlewood, the boy who had tried to give Hermione the poem, had brought her a new one while studying in the library. As he read it to her in front of everyone, Anthony interrupted him by shoving him away and yelling at him. There were many different versions of what he said circulating, but most of them revolved around ordering him to stay away from Hermione or terrible things would happen to him. Unfortunately, terrible things did happen to him, as the following morning he was found next to the grand staircase on the second floor, petrified. Next to him, written on the wall, was a message, written in red. "Those who insult the heir of Slytherin will be condemned to a life in stone." The rumor mill went crazy about the message in blood, which turned out to just be a paint spell. The Slytherins were also in a huge fuss, as Fiddlewood was another pure-blood student who had been petrified. Tracy, along with Blaise and Daphne, was trying to get the ghost of the bloody Baron, Malcolm Constantine, to issue a public statement to the House to condemn the actions of the heir controlling the basilisk. He refused to make such a statement and started to avoid them. Then things got worse when McNair returned to Hogwarts, along with Aura Yaxley. The two entered Hogwarts on a Monday morning at breakfast, holding an arrest warrant for Hermione. Choosing such a public and populated time of day turned out to be a mistake, as a great number of students alongside Harry and Lyra stood in their way. His whole arm couldn't be seen, but McNair's hand looked like it had a grey sunburn with skin flaking away and a slight tremor to it as well. As the two adults already had their wands drawn, Harry and Lyra had their staves out as well. Hermione stood behind the mass of students, trying to get to the front of the group to say something, but was pushed back. Eventually, Dumbledore made it past the students to confront the two men. "You will not be taking a student in my care from these grounds," he said in no uncertain terms. "You have no choice in the matter," Yaxley smiled. Our warrant is signed by the senior undersecretary herself. He passed the paper to the headmaster. This is happening whether you like it or not. Dumbledore read through the paperwork, then turned to the mass of students behind him. Miss Granger, would you please come here? Hermione hesitantly pushed through the group of students. Yaxley started to walk forward to meet her, but a stamp from Harry's staff placed a large barrier between him and Hermione, causing him to quickly pull his hands away and take a step back. Miss Granger, Albus Dumbledore began, this warrant is to place you in custody under suspicion of causing the recent attacks on the school. You are to be placed in a ministry-approved holding cell pending a full investigation and trial. She began to whimper a little as objections started to be shouted from students around the room. Fortunately for you, there are ministry-approved holding cells here at Hogwarts. There was an incident back when I started as a teacher where a foreign dignitary was suspected of a crime at Hogwarts and needed to be held here before being extradited. No, Yaxley yelled. She is to be taken to the ministry holding cells, not whatever posh VIP room you have prepared. I'm sorry, Dumbledore smiled. There is nothing in your warrant about what facility she is to be held in. Hermione braved a smile and asked, Headmaster, can I still study for my exams? You'll find the holding cell quite quiet and conducive to studying, even if you will not be allowed to leave. There was a bit of silence before an older Ravenclaw spoke up. Are you telling me that she's going to be put in a quiet room by herself, away from everyone, where she will still be able to study for exams? Yes, Miss Cornus, the headmaster replied. That's exactly what I'm saying. There was more silence before Miss Cornus asked, how many holding cells do you have? Someone else called out, me too. Who can issue an arrest warrant for me too? Professor McGonagall shouted over the students clamoring for a sequestered study room. You will all use the library for studying. That is what it is there for. Indeed, Dumbledore stated. I will escort Miss Granger to her study. I mean a detention cell. Professor Flitwick, if you would be so kind as to act as your student's guardian for any questioning, the rest of us can proceed with our days. Classes start in 15 minutes. The following morning, students arrived at breakfast to another message, written in blood, in the great hall that read, Blood traitors will be the first to fall. Bend the knee and give your allegiance to the heir of Slytherin. No students had been petrified, but the message was met first with fear, as the unspeakable still hadn't informed anyone of when the already petrified students would be cured, and also because they were dealing with a Salazar Slytherin's basilisk, along with someone claiming to be the founder's heir. Aura Yaxley refused to release Hermione from the Hogwarts holding cell, not that she wanted to leave her cozy study room. The gossip network relayed messages to the student body that since no one had been petrified along with the message, the senior Aura was claiming that it was just someone trying to get him to release the Ravenclaw girl. The House of Slytherin was a constant source of debate. Tracy had passed on to Cho Chang that Malcolm Constantine had been a Muggle-born, igniting fierce arguments in the House, as that piece of information was disseminated among its members. House Ghost hadn't spoken to anyone since his exchange with Tracy, but any time he was confronted by one of the students, he simply acknowledged the claim with a nod and moved on. Along with the new message and the Baron's family history revealed, most of the students were very confused about who to support. Snape was still no help. He continued to tell them to make up their minds and stop the ridiculous house meetings, that they were acting like a bunch of Hufflepuffs by trying to decide as a group. It was at one such meeting that Blaise finally ended the discussion by standing up and saying, Look, I know everyone here is loyal to the House of Slytherin. He received nods all around the room before continuing, however, this heir of Slytherin, we have no idea who it is. Are they here with us tonight? His question was met with silence. If it turns out that Granger is the heir, are any of you going to bend the knee to her? What if it's a Weasley? This was met by grumbles and curses. I didn't think so. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to study for my exams and then go home to enjoy my summer break. My mother got engaged again, so there will be a wedding towards the end of the summer, and some of you will be receiving an invitation to what will be a very blue wedding. With that, he sat back down and picked up a book to start reading. Cho, who was starting to stop hanging out in the shadows of the common room, took a step out of her alcove and said, Studying sounds a lot better than worrying about some snake and an heir that won't reveal themselves to their own people. She sat across from Daphne and Tracy at their table, took a random book from the table, and opened it up to start reading as well. That action seemed to spur the rest of the house to disperse and just move past the discussion of any action regarding the basilisk. Friday morning, it was announced that Blaise, Cho, Tracy, and Daphne were found petrified in the Slytherin common room. Through Hayden, his remaining contact in Slytherin, Harry found out that the four of them were found making a toast together while looking out the window into the lake. Hayden surmised that the basilisk must have been in the lake, looking into the common room. The air was finding ways around the roosters stationed in the castle. Dumbledore had started placing them around the grounds, as well in an attempt to keep the basilisk from entering the forest again. When Harry and Lyra went to Newt's office to check on the progress of Brant and the usurper, he found the headmaster meeting with him as well. Newt turned to Harry as he entered the office. "I just spoke with Arcturus. He expects to arrive in a day." "Is there anything else we can do?" Lyra asked. "Not unless we can find the Chamber of Secrets before this other serpent arrives," Dumbledore replied. "How is it getting into the lake?" Harry asked. "The chief of the merfolk village says it just appears there, so there must be a hidden door beneath the surface. I explored the entire undersea wall that is next to the school and could not discover any type of entrance." Lyra pushed her lips together and squinted like she was trying to force a revelation, then dragged Harry out of the room. Back in their common room, she led Harry into their tree where Whispers was once again having some kind of meeting with Astray. She ignored the Urisk as he vanished and turned to face Harry, crossing her arms. "What?" he asked. "Do that thing you do when you figure stuff out." "What?" Harry repeated. "You do it when you need to, like putting a puzzle together in your head. Do it now. I tried and I can't figure out what to do next." Harry knew what she was talking about. It was like when figured out how to get out of the cuffs. He just needed to connect all the things he knew and see where they all led. Taking a deep breath, he sat down and closed his eyes. Starting with everything the usurper and the giver told him about the king and the secret chamber in Hogwarts. None of that was going to be any help until he was in the chamber itself. He didn't even know how to open the door with snakes once he found it, and doubted a simple unlocking charm would do the trick. Who knew about the last time the chamber was opened? Headmaster Dippet. The portrait wouldn't help them. He's the reason they had to wait so long to bring the usurper here. He mentioned someone named Tom who turned in Hagrid for releasing the basilisk. No, Hagrid brought in an acromantula, not a basilisk, Aragog. He brought in Aragog. Why hadn't he made that connection before? Tom must have framed Hagrid because he had a creature that could fight against the King of Serpents. Though even now, when it was as big as a house, it was no match for the creature. Where did he know the name Tom from? He was starting to get a headache. He knew that name from somewhere. It was just itching in the back of his head, of course. The man who owned the leaky cauldron. No, that was stupid. Where else did he know the name from? His head was hurting even more before he fell across the memory he was looking for. Opening his eyes, he stood up and dug through his pouch before digging out his photo album. Whispers and Lyra watched in silence as he peeled through the pages until he got to the photo Colin took of him in the trophy room when Draco challenged him to a duel. Looking as close as he could to the photo, he saw a plaque behind him with the name he was looking for. 1942-43 Award for Special Services to the School, honoring Tom M. Riddle. "What's that?" Lyra asked. Whispers leaned in close to the photo and said, "Riddal." "The next piece," Harry replied, wincing from the pain in his head, and began rubbing his temples. Hagrid was framed for opening the chamber because he had Aragog, a creature that could withstand the basilisk. He was framed by Tom M. Riddle, who got an award from that idiot headmaster Dippet. Riddle is the heir of Slytherin. If he went to school in 1943, he must be like, Lyra stopped to count in her head, almost 55 years old. Or he has a kid. We should tell Newt. This time, Harry grabbed Lyra and pulled her as they jumped out of the tree, landing with the grace of cats as they ran back to their head of house's office. Whispers just stayed where he was in the tree. When they got back to the room, the headmaster was just leaving, but Harry called out, "Wait, we know who the heir is." Dumbledore spun back around, shock on his face, as Newt looked speculative at Harry's declaration. Lyra followed up by revealing their discovery. It's someone named Tom Riddle. The change in Dumbledore was instant. His normally friendly face changed to one of an inquisition. and darkness blossomed around the room in a sinister reflection of how Harry's staff projected light, as it came from everyone and nowhere while centering around the headmaster. The powerful wizard and the darkness descended on Lyra as he asked in a way that was both calm and demanding, "How do you know that name?" Lyra had frozen at the display of power in front of her, but Harry stepped in front of her quickly. "He's got a plaque in the trophy room. Dippet's portrait said that he turned in Hagrid for opening the chamber, but now that we met Aragog, it makes sense that he was the one who framed him too. The spider can fight against the basilisk, so he got Hagrid expelled. You told us that the person responsible for the last opening was dead, Albus," Newt spoke up. "Is there anything we need to know now?" "No, he is still dead," the headmaster told them as the darkness and pressure receded from the room. "I need to go meet with the parents of the recently petrified. I will see you all at dinner." Dumbledore left the room quickly. As he left, Tina Scamander entered the room at the same time. It took a little while to catch her up on everything that had just happened. When she finished figuring it all out, she frowned and said, "He's hiding something. I just can't tell what." "What I'm curious about," Newt began, "is how you managed to figure that all out in such a short time." "Harry does this speed thinking thing," Lyra tried to explain. "You've seen it, right? He just kind of spaces out and his eyes twitch all over the place." "They do," Harry said with a shocked and embarrassed tone. Tina sat them down at the table as they had been standing the whole time so far. "Let me guess something," she said with an exacting glare at Harry. "When you are doing this speed thinking, does it feel like you are running a marathon in your head, and it gives you a headache?" Harry nodded vigorously. "That's exactly it. My sister can do it as well," Tina told them. "She is a natural Legilimens. The spell that some people use to examine memories of others, she does on her own without a wand or incantation, and has been doing it since she was a child. She picks up stray thoughts of others just walking near people. She also does what is essentially legilimency in her own mind." "I'm reading my mind?" Harry asked, with a look of confusion. Tina shrugged. "Maybe. You're certainly not a natural Legilimens. If you were, we would have known a long time ago, but you might be doing something similar. Don't overdo it. My sister would often do this kind of self-reading when she was young until it would make her sick. A headache is a sign that you should stop. Performing too much magic will make you tired and pass out, as I'm sure you've experienced. Overdoing mind magic has much worse consequences. When you speak with your occlumency tutor, make sure you tell her about this." Harry resolved that when his head stopped hurting, he would try to see if could figure out anything more from random bits of information in his head. In the meantime, he gathered up whispers and headed to dinner with Lyra. The meal was quiet, and he saw that the Slytherin table had left 4 seats open where their occupants normally sat, but were now in the infirmary, posed while raising glasses to toast something. Tracy was Harry's first friend, and seeing the empty spot where she sat filled him with sadness. Sadness and rage. He had already resolved to enact his vengeance on the heir for kidnapping him and beating him along with the destruction of the basilisk to fulfill his promise and debt to the usurper for everything it and the giver had done for him. It had already been personal, but now it was something else. As his thoughts ran wild, Greg leaned over to him and punched him in the shoulder. "Stop it. You're doing that thing again." Harry's head snapped up as he saw a good portion of students around him seem to shiver as if they had just come in from the cold. "Sorry," Harry apologized. "I know how you feel," Greg said with a serious tone that didn't fit with his normal speech pattern. "I know you don't like him, but Vince was my oldest friend. That stupid snake got him too. I'm going to kill it," Harry told Greg, "the basilisk and the heir. I'll be with you if you'll let me." The 2 boys exchanged a nod before their attention was drawn to commotion outside the great hall. Dumbledore was walking backward as he was arguing with Blaze's mom while she stormed into the hall. She wore a royal blue jumpsuit with a long cape trailing behind it. Following behind her were 2 men in periwinkle blue uniforms holding pikes with blue feathers just below the spear tip. There was fury in her eyes that seemed to manifest as gold sparkles as she pushed past the headmaster with her guards and walked up to the podium in front of all the students. She already had the attention of all the students as she entered, so she didn't waste any time when she was before them, saying, "My son and others have been attacked by a monster. I am offering a boon to whoever kills the creature. I'd prefer this heir of Slytherin to be brought to me, alive, but if they need to die, I won't object. Anything that is within my power shall be given to the one who fulfills this charge." She gazed at the students and took a deep breath through her nose as she saw their desire to accomplish the task. After another moment of silence, she spun around and saw Gilderoy Lockhart sneaking away from the table. "You," she pointed at him. His eyes widened like a mouse being spotted by a hawk. "I will speak to you in your office. Now." He meekly nodded and followed Alessandra Zabini and the guards out of the hall, all eyes following them as they went. As Harry's eyes followed them, his eyes met with his sister's for a moment as she gestured for the two of them to follow. Grabbing another sausage from the platter on the table, he and Whispers followed after. As soon as they were in a private spot, the three of them turned invisible and silenced their pursuit. They quickly caught up with Lockhart, who was moving a bit too slow for Blaze's mom. So the two guards had simply grabbed him under the shoulders from each side and were carrying him, with his knees bent under him towards their destination. When they got to the defense classroom, the woman in blue pulled out her wand and silently unlocked and opened the door so they could all enter. Harry, Whispers, and Lyra slipped in silently behind them. Zabini summoned a chair to the middle of the room, and the guards deposited him into it. She then told them, "Guard the door. Don't let anyone in." Once they were outside, she closed and locked the door with magic, leaving the children and demiguise hidden in the corner. Lockhart looked like a caged animal as she circled him in the chair, never taking her eyes off him as she moved. "It took me quite some time to figure out why you're afraid of me since we've never met before. Though you didn't react with fear until you heard my voice. So it makes me think you've met one of my friends. Who was it?" she demanded. Lockhart pulled his knees up to his chest in the chair, fearful of an attack and trying to protect himself while making himself as small as possible. He looked close to playing dead, like a possum if he would just break eye contact with the woman before him. "Giselle is far too young, so was it Nicholta?" "Fabian." Lockhart whispered the name. "Katinka." "Oh." Zabini's eyes widened, then a smile blossomed on her face. "I understand now. You're caught in a cycle, aren't you? She died before you, and somehow you keep surviving. That is most incredible." She licked her lips like a plate of meat had been placed in front of her. "Are you going to kill me?" Lockhart asked almost hopefully. Zabini's eyes glowed golden for a moment before she replied, "I'm going to offer you something better. If you manage to accomplish the task I gave to Hogwarts, I will break the cycle. You will have your freedom." Color returned to Gilderoy's face like he was taking his first breath after nearly drowning. "You can do that. You wouldn't just kill me yourself." A chair from behind her scooted under her as she sat down in it, crossing her legs and relaxing. "I've never killed anyone. Some people just die. There's nothing I can do to stop it. My husbands have just been reckless fools." The defense professor was starting to get back some of his bravados. "Of course not. Silly of me to suggest such a thing. Well, rest assured, now that Gilderoy Lockhart is on the case, I shall have this basilisk stuffed and mounted in your manor in short order. And this heir of Slytherin," she added. "Alive is preferable. Others can do what I won't sully my hands with, though I might want to watch." Her smile was predatory. She stood up gracefully and exited the room, closing the door behind her, keeping the three invisible people trapped in the room with their professor, still sitting in his chair. Harry looked at the fuzzy sparkles that were Whispers and his sister and wished for a way to communicate with them without talking, but then just sat down on the floor and waited for Lockhart to do something. The man was just sitting there, staring at the ceiling and smiling. It took him nearly 10 minutes before he stood up and went to the office in the back of the room. Harry frowned when he didn't close the door so they could leave without him noticing, but he saw the form of Whispers approaching the office, and he and Lyra followed closely behind to keep him out of trouble. Lockhart was in the back of the room digging through a trunk and throwing various pieces of clothing into the air until he got to what he was looking for. With a great heave, he pulled a heavy black jacket out of the trunk. It had large scales on it and looked like the jacket Brant had worn when it shown up at the infirmary when Hermione had been attacked. After laying the heavy armor on his desk, he opened another trunk and started tossing out various pieces of equipment, swords, belts, bows, and various other pointy things. Finally, he settled on a very interesting-looking axe. It had a short handle with the beard reaching halfway down the handle and had a blue gem at the shoulder. Even though he couldn't see Lyra's face, Harry assumed that her face looked like he's perplexed at their teacher gearing up for war. After he gathered together a few more things, gloves with golden plates covering the back of the hand and fingers, a helmet with a dark visor, and a bandolier filled with potions, he stalked out of the room, giving the children their chance at escaping. Harry and Lyra showed up after breakfast to another detention with Professor Snape. Last week, he seemed to be putting Harry on all sorts of massive potion batches and Lyra on ones that required a more delicate touch. Harry was hoping the two of them could switch, as he was getting tired of just endless stirring and hacking up large amounts of ingredients, though he was being punished, so he wasn't sure if Snape would change his role just because he wanted to. The two of them waited outside the classroom, with the other students waiting for the professor to arrive. When he did, he ushered everyone into the classroom, but stopped the two of them at the door. "No, not the two of you," he grinned sinisterly. "The both of you have a special detention in the permissible forest tonight." The other students watching seemed to tremble a bit at the idea of detention in the forest. Harry shrugged. They could stay up late tonight as there were no classes the next day, though he had another realization and turned to Lyra just as she got the same idea. Dueling club. They both said together and rushed off to get changed out of their robes into different clothes. After having to tear off his robes in his duel with Hermione, and another set of robes getting destroyed during the paint fight after getting hit with the cutting hex, both Harry and Lyra decided to wear more disposable outfits to the club. They had missed the previous week at their detention and had heard about Lockhart instructing the group on distraction spells, low-power spells to disorient and distract your opponent. Blaise was going to reteach them the spells, but he was not petrified in an infirmary storeroom with the other victims of the basilisk. Apparently, when the parents of the frozen students visited, Madame Pomfrey had been yelled at for keeping them locked in the dark, but she brushed off their concerns and just said that the house elves were keeping them clean and dust-free. As a master of her domain, she wanted to make sure that the beds were clean and ready for actual injuries that needed to be treated immediately. The parents weren't happy, but there was nothing that could be done about it, and none of them wanted a statue of their child in their homes. All prepared to go, Harry and Lyra made their way to the Great Hall. The number of students attending the club had swelled to almost the entirety of the school. Some were there because they wanted to prepare for an attack, some were there because of the safety in large numbers, others were there because there wasn't much to do on Saturday, and the rest were there because they were honestly interested in the dueling club. Harry and Lyra wanted to see what Lockhart had planned after witnessing the exchange last night between him and Blaise's mom. When they entered, there were sounds of confusion from the students already there, as there were no dueling platforms set up. Instead, at the front of the room was a long rack of clothing, like what you might find in a Muggle department store. Along the sides of the room were sectional booths and various trunks near the stage. Once everyone had gathered, Lockhart made his entrance from the room behind the teacher's table. He was dressed in the heavy dragon scale coat he had taken out the night before, along with the gold-fingered gloves and some kind of metal plates covering his thighs and knees over the top of his pants. The helmet he had been wearing last night was missing, so his face and dazzling smile could be seen by all. "Welcome, welcome all," he called to the waiting students. "I see most of you look disappointed by the lack of dueling platforms today, but as always I still have an important lesson to teach all of you." The students all looked on in anticipation. "I'm sure most of you joined this club due to the danger that the school is facing this year, and your friends and classmates falling victim to the basilisk hiding in our castle. So dueling is not particularly useful right now, as a serpent isn't likely to obey the various dueling requirements, nor is it going to bow before attacking, is it?" That made a surprising amount of sense to those who had little. "So for this lesson, we are going to focus on how to prepare yourself for a fight. Not a duel, a fight. And the most important part about being in a fight is being able to move. For my explanation, I need 2 volunteers." Nearly everyone in the room jumped and waved for attention as Lockhart called out a second-year Hufflepuff girl and a 7th-year Gryffindor boy. They both looked happy with themselves as they joined the defense professor on the stage. "Both of you are very different," he began, addressing both them and the other students watching. "Not just because of your age or gender, but because of your size. Mr. Furlet, can you identify the jacket I am wearing?" The Gryffindor boy nodded and replied, "Dragon scale." "If I were to guess, I'd say a Hebridean black." 100% correct. Take 3 points for Gryffindor. Dragon scale is one of the most magically and physically resistant materials in the world. Regular dragonhide is much less resistant but more tolerable for casual use, like the gloves you all wear in herbology. It is also easier to style into something fashionable. Dragon scale takes a skilled craftsman to turn into something like this jacket, and while it does look good on me, this kind of jacket can't be styled as easily as the hide under the scales. Its primary purpose is protection. He let that soak in before asking both of the volunteers if they had ever worn dragon scales. Both of them replied no. While it is often a Gryffindor trait to protect a younger and more vulnerable target like Miss Crane here, she should not wear a jacket like this. With that said, he took off the jacket and handed it to the girl. As soon as it was in her hands, Lockhart released it, and it fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Try as she might, she couldn't lift it off the ground to put it on. Once she gave up, Lockhart gave her 5 points for the attempt and stepped out of the way and gestured for the Gryffindor boy to pick it up and try it on. It looked a bit difficult to do, even for him, but he managed to put it on slowly. "How does that feel?" Lockhart asked. He shifted his shoulders in the coat and replied, "Sturdy, heavy. Take it off and levitate it over to the table behind us." Furlet took it off and placed it on the ground, then drew his wand and point cast the levitation spell at the coat. It didn't move. He tried it again, but still nothing. Frustrated, he performed the whole wand movement and incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Like lifting a heavy stone, you could see the strain on his face as the jacket slowly lifted off the ground and floated in jerky movements over to the table, where it fell with a heavy thud, and Furlet let out a large breath that he had been holding. "Difficult?" Lockhart asked, and the boy nodded as he panted from exertion. "I did tell you it was very resistant to magic. This should be a reminder to all of you not to neglect physical training just because you have magic." Lockhart approached the table and swung the jacket back onto his shoulders like it was a regular cape. "So, today, you're going to try on different outfits and try to find outfits that you would want to fight in. Balance your ability to move with protection. None of the outfits are magical, but I have added some very basic enchantments to some, which add weight or make them lighter. You have booths all along the sides to change in. When you're done, we'll do some exercises outside, just to see how well you picked your outfits." There was a mad rush to the clothing racks as students started tossing clothing around, occasionally arguing over something in particular. Lyra approached one of the trunks and opened it to find a large selection of shoes. Harry opened another to find different hats and gloves. Harry pulled out his staff and started to try to figure out if any of the gloves inside gave him a better grip on his first focus. About 5 minutes later, Lockhart called out from the stage, "If anyone is interested in trying on a dragon scale jacket, I have a few up here on the stage for those waiting to use a changing booth." Many students formed a very disorganized queue to the stage, from both sides, to try on one of the heavy, magic-resistant jackets. In addition to the black one Lockhart had been wearing before, there were 3 others: green, red, gold, and red with white tips on the scales. Harry joined the queue to the side with the red and white jacket. He saw that all the students in front of him were surprised by the weight of the jackets, or tried to levitate them with similar results as the Gryffindor who had tried before. The professor was giving out house points like candy for every attempt, and more for successful ones. As Harry was getting closer to the front of the line, he saw Draco on the other side of the stage, moving towards the gold jacket. He could barely lift it off the ground, and started to move it to put an arm into the sleeve. Feeling a bit vindictive, Harry began to twist his staff to sap a bit of Draco's strength, which made him drop the heavy coat to the floor. He tried a few more times to pick it up before a few people laughed, and he just kicked at it and stomped away. When it was his turn, Harry did the opposite, giving himself a boost of strength from the staff before picking it up and putting it on. Lockhart looked on, impressed at the show of strength. Just to see what it was like normally, Harry deactivated the effect and felt the weight settle on his shoulders, and his knees absorbed the full weight. Trying again, he took it off and hoisted it back to his shoulders. After getting points for his attempt, he went back to find a good outfit. Slowly, students headed out to the courtyard in whatever they had picked out. Some children were wearing full suits of armor, others had much less clothing. Quite a few of the girls and a couple of the boys were wearing sundresses and heels. Harry and Lyra tried to take the exercise seriously. Harry found some loose-fitting pants with plenty of pockets in them and a pair of athletic muggle trainers that had a button on them that seemed to pump air into them and give them a snugger fit. He still wore the shirt and vest he had worn to the winter party, but also took a pair of leather gloves and a baseball hat. Lyra had done similar with shoes and pants, but didn't choose to take a hat. The gloves she picked out ended up having no fingers on them, and she claimed it helped her better hold her wand while still allowing for a good grip on her staff. Thinking it was a good idea, Harry tried to find another, similar pair, but couldn't locate one. Out in the courtyard, Lockhart had them line up on one side and take turns running to the other side. It became obvious immediately who had picked bad footwear, and most of them ran back to the Great Hall to change into something else. Lockhart also commented on those who had chosen to wear armor and showed plates covering their legs allowed more freedom of movement than full-leg armor. The class went on for a while longer until everyone was exhausted from all the movement. As they finished up, Lockhart made a surprise announcement. "One more thing before you all head off. I have received quite a few complaints from students, cough Ravenclaw's cough, that I put our big dueling tournament too close to exams and the time to do your final preparations. Therefore, we will be holding the event next Saturday." There were scatterings of applause and excited voices that he let go on for nearly half a minute before continuing. "Read up on proper dueling attire and present yourselves to compete or watch in 7 days from today." There were cheers from the students assembled as they started to run off to return their borrowed outfits. On the way back, Lyra suddenly pulled Harry to the side, where Lockhart was chatting with 2 older Slytherin students. "I need to kill that basilisk, so tell me whatever you know about the Chamber of Secrets," he ordered them. "But," one of them started, "yeah, I know about your Slytherin rules. What's number 2? Make your own way. Do you like my dragon scale jackets? If I kill that beast, pick one of them. Hell, I'll have a basilisk scale coat made for you each of you, and you can have a dragon jacket. Do you want to make your own way? Tell me what you know." "We don't know anything," the other said. "It's the Chamber of Secrets, not the Chamber of openly available information." His friend gave him a weird look until he continued, "What? Can you think of a single word that sounds good for the opposite of secret?" He thought about it for a second, then nodded, turning to Lockhart. "He's right. The only person who might know more would be the Baron's ghost, as he knew the founders, but he doesn't talk much, and certainly not someone who isn't a Slytherin. We will look for more information for you, but you better pay up if we get the goods." Lockhart nodded and gave them a small jingling bag. "Consider this a down payment. House points are for suckers. I expect results." Harry and Lyra ducked behind a gargoyle as their professor paced back toward them. When he was gone, Harry looked at his sister and said, "We can ask Malcolm about the chamber. Everyone will go after his ghost for answers, but we have his portrait to talk to." It was getting too close to dinner for them to venture down into the dungeons, and they had their night-time detention later on, so they shelved the discussion with the portrait of Malcolm Constantine for later. Harry still had a small headache, so he didn't want to try to dig for answers in his own head yet, so he just ate dinner and wondered what they would be doing tonight. After the sun had set, Filch retrieved where they were waiting in the courtyard. Harry and Lyra had been actively avoiding him since their altercation with Mrs. Norris being petrified. He was almost snarling at the 2 of them as he approached. Most teachers carried a rooster in a cage with them when they walked outside. Filch, on the other hand, carried one by the neck as it struggled and made choking noises. "Get a move on, you little demons," he ordered them. "You might have the teachers fooled, but I know troublemakers when I see them. My money's on one of you 2 as the heir of Slytherin." Lyra looked like she wanted to yell at him, but Harry just grabbed her arm as he bit down on his tongue to keep quiet. If anything, their silence made Filch angrier as they crossed the grounds toward Hagrid's hut. "No snappy comeback. Think silence will keep you from getting what's coming to you. You both were there when my cat got petrified, and you're the only one to see the heir. That's a bit too convenient if you ask me. I bet you're just whispering into the walls and getting that snake to attack all the students in this school. Harry Potter, the golden boy, No one survives so much dark magic and comes out fine. I'm sure your secrets would have you expelled in a second if they came out." Harry was squeezing Lyra's arm a bit too tight, as now he was fighting to yell at Filch himself. They finally arrived at Hagrid's hut to find the giant and his dog, Fang, standing outside holding a torch. "Evening, Hagrid," Filch greeted him. "Don't work too hard keeping these two alive. Drinks are on me if they come back missing a limb or don't come back at all." With a chuckle, he started walking back towards the castle, whistling a tune. "Ignore that old fool," Hagrid sighed. "Anyways, light up your wands and let's go." He tossed the torch he was holding into the campfire next to his hut, then picked up the crossbow that was leaning there. By some kind of unspoken agreement, Harry lit up his staff to illuminate as much of the forest as possible, while Lyra just kept her wand drawn, ready to burn anything that attacked them. Hagrid didn't tell them about what they were going to be doing, just led them in the direction of the meadow where they had met the unicorns and the Strals. They didn't encounter anything along the way, but when they arrived, they saw 3 large unicorns in the center of the meadow with Newt Scamander standing among them, stroking them and talking quietly to them. When Harry's light reached the horses, they approached him at a trot and greeted him with a few nuzzles on his face and rubbed the antler on his staff with their horns. Newt came up behind them and smiled. "They really do like you. It's quite astounding." "Sylvanus told me that you fought with them like the Lampung. I'd like to see that sometime as well." "What are we doing out here?" Lyra asked. "We're going to meet Arcturus, Brant, and the usurper," he told them seriously. "They docked off the coast earlier today and have been sneaking the usurper inland all day. They should be arriving soon." "What's going on?" Hagrid asked. "I was just told to lead the little ones out here." "Rubeus," Newt put on a very serious expression, "we are bringing a great magical creature to Hogwarts that we believe can kill the basilisk. Dumbledore knows about it and approves of it. It will be staying in the forest as we are trying to find it. It will need to be fed while it is here, and it needs to meet you." Hagrid's face changed with a multitude of emotions before settling on the curiosity of a child. "What kind of beastie are we talking about?" "It's another snake like the basilisk, but it won't try to kill you." Newt turned to Harry. "I believe you'll need to tell Mr. Hagrid about what you can do." He looked back to the giant man. "Harry will help control the creature, and again this is with Dumbledore's knowledge and approval." Hagrid looked at Harry with suspicion on his face. Harry took a deep breath in and said, "I'm a Parselmouth." Hagrid flinched and started to raise his crossbow, but then stopped and seemed to think, "Dumbledore knows. And he's okay with it." Nods from Newt to both questions. The large man rolled up both of his sleeves to show numerous scars on each arm. Most of them were certainly teeth or claw marks. He pointed to 2 large circles that looked like they were from snake fangs, though from one just a little bigger than Flare. "Got this pair here in the last war. You know who had all sorts of serpents at his command? This was from a Naga. Big owl beastie, dark green snake, with the face of a woman. Made me cry after I broke its neck. I could hear you-know-who yelling at her in Parseltongue as it attacked me, dunno what he was saying, but it couldn't have been good. Harry can translate for you if you want to talk to the usurper," Lyra offered. "You would?" Hagrid asked with a smile. Harry nodded. "Well, we should get a move on," Newt interrupted. With a swish of his wand, a medium-sized flying carpet drifted out of the forest. Unicorns backed away from the approaching object and watched silently as they all got on board and sat down. Harry did notice something strange, though, as the rug sagged a bit under where the groundskeeper sat down, when the other one they were on didn't seem affected by the large loads of supplies they hauled from the garbage beach over the winter break. It moved slower, for sure, but it didn't sag at all. Above the tree line, they could see Hogwarts behind them, and the forest stretched for miles in front of them. They continued to fly until they reached the end of the forest. Towards the horizon, they could see the lights of a small Muggle city, and Tina was there waiting for them in the middle of a large meadow. "They're not here yet," Newt asked his wife. "Should be any time now," she replied while gesturing away from the forest. They all looked towards the horizon for any signs of an approaching giant snake. After a few minutes, Harry saw a large shimmering light come over a hill far away. "There," he called out. Everyone looked in that direction, but no one saw what he did. Night vision charms were cast, but still, no one saw what Harry started to describe as a large, sparkling dome as it got closer. After a few minutes, Lyra announced that she could see it too, and that it looked like disillusionment. Her comment confused Hagrid, who stated that you can't see disillusionment because it was disillusioned. Lyra tried to explain to him that they could, but Harry could see better at night, while she could see better during the day. That confused the large man even more. When the approaching lights got closer, Harry brightened his staff to give them a guiding beacon. As they got close, a large shape burst through the disillusionment field, and Hagrid got to see the usurper for the first time. He stared in wonder and amazement at the Great Protector as the disillusionment was dropped to reveal Arcturus and Brant on brooms, each balancing a large white orb on the front of their brooms. "Welcome back, Steward Brant," Tina greeted him. Harry ran up to the usurper and hissed, "Section, you made it." Section, the great snake, surveyed the scene, giving a cautious glance towards the enormous man who was tapping his fingers together and dancing with happy anxiety. Section, it was a long, strange trip. Section, you were right to trust in the one you call Brant. He is a very good servant. Section, the one you call Arcturus is a powerful and frightening monster. Section, Harry looked towards Arcturus, who was also watching him. "What did it say?" Arcturus asked. "Is it talking about me? You can tell me, I don't mind." "It said that you're a monster," Harry repeated unabashedly. Arcturus laughed. "Well, it's true. I have no objections to its assessment." Newt, on the other hand, was looking at Arcturus with a furious glare. "You are a monster. What have you done to yourself?" He gestured towards the black crack running down the man's face. "You know what this is, don't you?" He smiled at Newt. "I'd shake your hand, but I don't think you'd want to." Newt took a step back. "It's no problem. We have met before, a long, long time ago. You might not remember it, but I was a firstie the year you got expelled." Newt looked a bit shocked and replied, "I don't remember you. It's no big deal. I have to take my leave now. I won't enter the forest. Too many things in there that will try to kill me." Brant looked to his lord. "There is something in the forest that might kill you." He gave a hearty laugh before replying, "Let me change my statement. There are too many things in the forest that I'd have to kill for trying to kill me. I'm sure Mr. Scamander wouldn't like me to slaughter too many beautiful creatures tonight." Newt almost growled as Arcturus took the orb off his broom and tossed it to Brant before taking off into the night sky. Hagrid had been not so patiently waiting his turn, but kept his distance from the great snake who was glaring at him. The usurper hissed to Harry, "Section, this man is quite large. Section, he tastes of great strength. Why is he dancing?" Section, Harry smiled. Section, I think he wants to pay his respects to you. Section, he is a friend to the animals, like Newt. Section, Harry tilted his head towards Lyra and the Scamanders, who were watching with interest. The usurper cautiously moved towards Hagrid and reared up tall to look him in the eyes, tasting the air around his face. "Can I touch it?" Hagrid asked, holding up a hand. Harry exchanged words with the snake before replying, "Yes," slowly. Hagrid slowly reached out and stroked the serpent's neck, then with the other hand massaged the top of its head. Hagrid slowly sat down on the ground as the usurper moved its head into his lap and relaxed into his petting like a very large puppy. The usurper hissed, "Section, I like this man. He has strong hands, and he brought me a snack." Section, Harry saw that the usurper was looking towards Fang, who was hiding behind a tree, and said quickly, "Section, not a snack. Section, that is Fang. Section, Fang is a friend. Section, Fang fought against the king and survived." Section, if the usurper had shoulders, it would have shrugged with the universal sign of whatever, and closed its eyes as the petting continued. Brant was busy getting an update from Lyra and the Scamanders on the situation. "McNair is at the school," he complained. "That will make our job harder. I've heard that he once took down a fully grown griffin by himself and without injury. I don't know how that would translate into a fight with the usurper or a basilisk, but I don't think either of them would make it out without some kind of serious injury. At least Harry already cut him down a peg." Harry smiled as Newt admonished Brant, "Harry fighting adults is not something to encourage. He's eventually going to get in a situation with someone who isn't pulling their punches and will get seriously hurt." "The plan of putting roosters around the school is working," Tina told them. "The basilisk seems to only be leaving the school through some secret passage in the lake. I'm betting that's why McNair has his camp on the shore. He's hoping to catch the creature there." "Then that's where should wait for it as well," Lyra added. "The usurper can make a nest in the clearing where the last fight was. No one is going back there." Hagrid had gotten up and approached the group. "I like your friend," he told Harry. Such a beautiful beastie. He scratched at its head as it slithered next to him. The usurper also seemed happy. Section, I like your friend. Section, he is large and warm. Section, the usurper likes you too, Hagrid, Harry translated. The giant man smiled happily and shed a tear. I always wanted to know if the beasties like me. I know Aragog does because he talks. Sometimes I think others just like me because I'm kind to them. How does Aragog speak English? Lyra asked. Hagrid shrugged. He just does. Never happened while he lived with me in the castle, but I kept visiting him in the forest after I started working here, and about 5 years later, he started to speak. Newt was flipping through his expanded notebook looking for something and stopped on a page near the end. What you're describing might be something called the voice of the forest. I've heard of it happening with a few other creatures around the world, so it isn't limited to acromantulas. In one case, it was a unicorn. Essentially, the magic from a large number of magical trees enables them to talk to anything else in the forest. That's just the theory of how it happens, as there was a forest in Estonia with a species of magical bear that could speak while it was there. However, when it left the area, it lost the ability to speak. He shrunk the tome of his notes and stuck it back in his pocket. Should we introduce them? Tina asked. It might prove the theory if Aragog can speak to the usurper without knowing Parseltongue. They all agreed this was a good idea, especially if the usurper was going to be making a nest in the forest near the giant spider. They all needed a large cup of coffee and a bucket for Hagrid to stay awake before reaching Aragog's nest. As they got closer, many webs blocked their way, and a spider leaped from the trees to attack them. Hagrid just reached up and swatted the creature away as Tina brandished her wand to cut them a path through the sticky webs. They could see other spiders in the trees, and the usurper hissed at them, which seemed to make them keep their distance. Arriving at a deep gorge of a clearing between the trees, Aragog came out to meet them. His legs seemed to be healing, but they were still quite short, and the gash along his side was still visible, but no longer an open wound. Friend Hagrid, you bring a new monster into my home. It looks like the king of serpents, but it is not. What are you? The usurper twisted its head in confusion towards the enormous spider. The kingsbane was much smaller, but showed no fear of the enormous creature. It craned its neck back and forth to look at it from different angles before replying, Section, you are not a lordling, nor are you one of my brethren. Section, how do you speak? Section, as I live, I speak. As you live, you understand. They can understand each other, Harry reported. Section, Aragog, is this one of the champions you sensed from me and my sister? Section, Harry gestured towards Lyra and hoped the great acromantula could also understand him speaking Parseltongue. It is. What is this creature? Why have you brought it to me? Both Harry and the usurper replied together. This is the usurper, the kingsbane, here to kill the king of serpents. Section, I am the usurper, the kingsbane, here to kill the king of serpents. Section, that was cool. Harry smiled. We said the same thing. Hagrid addressed the giant spider. This beastie is going to sleep in the forest and wait for a chance to kill the basilisk. I will tell my children to stay away. Any that attacks this kingsbane may be killed or eaten. Not all of my children obey me. Welcome to parenthood, Tina smiled. Brant had been silent for a long time, just observing the spectacle of the monstrous snake, interacting with the monstrous groundskeeper and the monstrous spider, while Harry chatted with all of them like they were playground friends. He followed along with Lyra as they headed towards the school and found the clearing where the last fight had taken place. Hagrid and the usurper worked together to stack fallen trees into a nest for the snake to sleep under, moving them like they were mere sticks for a campfire. When they were done, it slithered into the nest and poked its head back out, looking toward Harry. Section, tell your servant I wish to have more of the snacks he brought me in the cold waters. Section, Harry replied. Section, he's not my servant. I will ask him. Section, looking to Brant, he asked about the usurper's request. I think it's talking about the sheep, Brant replied. The snake seemed to like them more than the seals. Tell it I will send one every 2 days and not eat the elves that deliver them. Harry translated the message and stressed not to eat the small men that would bring the food to it. It seemed to acknowledge the request. Hagrid, Newt, and Tina stayed with the usurper to observe it in its new home, and in Hagrid's case, to get some snuggles while Brant led Harry and Lyra back to the castle. Once they were in the dormitory, Brant smiled. It's good to be back, he told the children. I ended up talking quite a bit to the usurper since we were all alone together. Amazingly enough, it seems to be friendly for a giant, terrifying monster. It says you were very helpful too, Harry replied. Brant looked around suddenly, then jumped back as whispers fell from above him, but rebounded off Harry's shoulders and jumped straight into Brant's arms. I missed you too, little guy. He ruffled the hair on the demiguise's head. I need to leave now, but I wanted to ask if you have any of the shed from the usurper laying around. I didn't get to pick up any while I was on the island. Lyra smiled and ran off, coming back with a coil big enough to wrap around herself many times. Brant took it from her and smiled happily before sending the children to bed and leaving the school. From Hogsmeade, he took the flue at the Hog's Head Tavern to Knockturn Alley and made his way to the Dapper Bazaar. It was the middle of the night, and some of the more seedy taverns were emptying into the streets. He walked with his wand in one hand and a simple dagger in the other. He tried to give off as much of an attitude that said, I'm not to be fucked with as possible. Arriving at the door to the shop, there was just a coin slot where there would be a door knocker. He dropped 5 galleons in the slot before a buzzer appeared to be pushed. After several minutes, the old man proprietor opened the door looking very annoyed at being woken, despite that he had the coin slot specifically for waking him up at a price. What the hell do you want at this hour, steward? He asked. Is your wife awake? I need a rushed magical sewing job. The man looked at him like he'd rather do anything except wake up his wife. However, after a silver container of galleons was pressed into his hands, he let Brant in and went off to do exactly that. She arrived in a nightgown looking even more displeased than her husband and didn't even have to open her mouth to tell him, What the hell do you want? Brant pulled an invisibility cloak from his bag, along with the shed from the usurper that Lyra had just given to him. I need this skin sewn into the inside of this invisibility cloak. Why? She asked loudly. Brant sighed and patted his pockets until he found one more silver casing of galleons. Almost growling, he placed it on the table and replied, I want to be warmer while I'm invisible. She frowned back at him and took the materials, replying, Fine. Then stormed into the back room. The old man glared at Brant. So, coffee. An hour later, Brant showed up at Black Manor and was escorted by Darby to Arcturus's bedroom. His lord also had a why the fuck did you wake me face, looking displeased at his steward. My apologies. I thought this would be worth waking up for. Brant smiled. He laid the garment package on a table that the elf brought in and pulled out the cloak, showing the interior to Arcturus and garnering a curious look. It is untested, but I present to you the first of many anti-Magi invisibility cloaks. Arcturus started to laugh and turned to his elf. Darby, get us some rum. Chapter 99. Like fish in a barrel. Chapter text detention on Sunday was served with Snape out in the permissible forest. All the other students serving weekend detention were handed off to the caretaker, Filch, who was giddy at having a team of cleaning slaves for the first time in a while. It was a bit sad how the man's one joy in life seemed to be punishing children, but his mere presence at Hogwarts did act as a deterrent to breaking the rules. The previous summer, Snape had avoided the usurper at every opportunity. Hearing Parseltongue and being around such a huge snake was much too frightening for him after the amount of time he spent around the Dark Lord and his menagerie of serpents. However, after spending so much time with Harry and the help he had been given with the snakes in his classroom, he was more inclined to see what this great monster was like. Lyra ran straight ahead and into the clearing where the trees were piled up to provide the usurper with a nest, and pounded on them with her staff. Slowly, the creature slithered out and gave her a push with its head, knocking her over before turning to face Harry and Snape. Letting its long tongue, it tasted the air around the two of them before hissing. Section, is this where the dark man lives? Section, he tastes less of loneliness than he did when we first met. Section, Harry translated, the usurper says you seem to be doing better than when you were on the island. Better? Snape raised an eyebrow. Better how? Harry looked a bit embarrassed and didn't clarify the message, and told the usurper, Section, we hope to find out where the Chamber of Secrets is tonight. Section, Lyra was trying to play with the Kingspan, swinging her staff at its head as it dodged. Now and then, it would just give her a soft tap with its golden mouth and knock her over. The Kingspan looked back to Harry. Section, I can feel my enemy in the castle. Section, why? Are you here if can go to find out where I need to go to kill it? Section Harry frowned and replied, Section we got in trouble, and now it needs to look like we are being punished. Section the snake looked confused, and its momentary lapse of focus enabled Lyra to swat it in the face with her staff. It turned and hissed angrily at her, but she just stuck her tongue out in defiance. I don't know if I'll ever get used to seeing children play with a wizard killer, Snape sighed. Harry continued trying to talk to the creature until a house elf popped in with a freshly shaved sheep. The elf screamed at the sight of the snake and popped away. The sheep didn't get the chance to make a noise as the usurper struck with lightning speed, and the venom had killed it before it was halfway down the snake's throat. Harry, Snape started as he tried to get a hold of himself after watching the killing strike. Do you think you could ask the snake if I could get a sample of its venom? I'm very curious to see what kind of properties it has, especially in comparison to basilisk. The usurper seemed to hear the name of its mortal enemy and let out an angry hiss towards Snape, who took several steps back. It spoke to Harry. Section why does the dark man speak the name of my enemy? Section he replied. Section he wants some of your venom. Section he combines essences like the giver. Section he wants to see what your venom can do. Section the usurper slithered closer to Snape and rose slightly from the ground, so he was looking the man in the eyes. Its head dwarfed the potion's master and tasted the air around him for several moments before opening his mouth wide, its two front fangs growing almost magically until they were as long as an arm and started to drip venom onto the ground. Snape hurriedly pulled two large jars from his coat and placed one under each fang, shaking slightly with fear as the caustic venom filled them up. Once they were full, he sealed them and stored them away, then sat down to watch as Harry and Lyra both played with the deadly creature. Though as he watched, he wasn't sure what made it so deadly. He wasn't about to make the mistake of treating it like it couldn't kill him in an instant, but he had seen no evidence to support the idea that it could. He had seen many dragons in his life, and never did he think that one of them might be friendly. As he watched the children play with it, he realized why he felt more relaxed now. It was because this creature was intelligent. Dragons were mostly big, dumb, fire-breathing tanks. They were raised like cattle to be harvested for parts. You couldn't talk to them, you couldn't reason with them, and the moment you started to think that one would be nice to raise from an egg was when it killed you just because it could. This serpent had somewhat rational thought, though he wasn't sure if that came from those it spent time with, or if it was because of its own brain power. Eventually, he called the children back to return to the castle, so he could also test out the venom samples he had received. He had gotten Dumbledore to provide him with one of the venom capsules they had found in Miss Granger's books, and was having an enlightening time playing with its magic decaying properties. He hoped the usurper's venom would be just as interesting. As he headed down into the dungeons, he noticed that Harry and Lyra were still following him. When they noticed him looking back, they ran off in another direction. What were they up to? After ditching Snape, Lyra led the way as navigated the maze of corridors on the second sublevel, then squeezed under Harry's invisibility cloak to move past the gargoyle still stationed by Malcolm's portrait. When they arrived, Harry stashed the cloak and pulled out his wand and tapped the frame to wake the man up. He snorted and looked around before facing them. Good day. He looked around as if he were trying to figure out the time, but there were no windows this far down. Harry, Lyra, what brings the two of you to my portrait? Is the door not opening? No, Mr. Constantine, Lyra gave a small bow. We were hoping you could tell us where the Chamber of Secrets is. Well, I can't just tell you that. It is supposed to be secret, he replied. But you do know, Harry pushed. Why do you need to know? He replied warily. The basilisk is awake, Lyra told him to his great shock. It is petrifying students and even got Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy. The Serpent King is attacking students, he near yelled. Impossible. It's true, Harry told him. Someone is claiming to be the heir of Slytherin directing the basilisk to attack people. I do not believe you, Malcolm replied sternly. No heir of my master would attack Hogwarts or the students inside it. The great basilisk was placed here as a final resort to protect against a Muggle invasion. Harry remained firm. It's true, I swear. It has attacked students, petrified the centaurs in the forest, and killed some giant spiders that live there as well. Spiders. They should flee from the master's friend. No matter what, the basilisk cannot harm the students of the school, Salazar and the others made sure of it. You need to tell us where the chamber is, Lyra repeated. And you will do what? Malcolm challenged her. You have no hope against a basilisk. Only a Parselmouth or a champion of Asclepius stands a chance against the king of the serpents. Harry remembered the story of Herpo the fowl that Dumbledore told him along with the man Asclepius that fought him. This champion, Harry began, it is a large serpent with a golden mouth and a red crest on its head. Malcolm's eyes widened dramatically. We have one of those, Harry told the portrait, and I am a Parselmouth. It was getting easier to tell people his secret. He didn't even hesitate to tell the portrait before him. He hoped that one day he might be able to tell others or everyone without the looks on their faces changing to fear like he remembered seeing on Snape and Moody's faces when he first spoke in front of them. You are one of my master's progeny, Malcolm asked hopefully. I have no idea, Harry shrugged. Can you tell us about the chamber now? Lyra asked eagerly. If the basilisk is indeed attacking Hogwarts, then it needs to be dealt with. Please send the Slytherins you know to see me if you can cure them. I wish to know that they are safe. The entrance to my master's chamber of secrets is in the advanced potions classroom where he instructed his apprentices. And where is that? Lyra asked, a bit frustrated. It's the classroom where he taught his apprentices, Malcolm repeated. Your professor Snape teaches potions. Does he not have a room for his advanced students? Harry looked confused. We can ask him, but I think he just has his classroom in the dungeons, near the Slytherin dorms. Now Malcolm looked confused. His classroom is in the dungeons. How does he deal with potion fumes? Slytherin's classrooms were all above ground. The advanced classroom had many windows and was decked in white marble. There was a lecture area where he would keep a large cauldron with access to fresh water and several brewing stations in a small alcove that could accommodate around 5 students. What floor was it on? Harry asked, digging for more information. We're in Hogwarts, Malcolm shrugged. The location changed from year to year. Lyra was getting annoyed, and a few sparks came off of her hair to show it, so we know about as much as before. It's above ground, white marble. Anything else you can tell us? The man in the portrait appeared to think for a moment before replying. Tall windows in the center of the room, a large circular window near the brewing stations. Severus should know where it is. Lyra turned around and started to walk away. Thank you for your help, Malcolm, Harry told the man, who gave him a small bow back. The venom of the usurper was miraculous. Snape had been playing with the liquid since getting back to his office with the joy of a child experimenting with fire. It didn't kill living things outright. It just paralyzed every part of them, even brain activity, which resulted in death, eventually depending on the amount injected into the bloodstream. He couldn't find if it had any magical properties yet, but it acted as an antivenom for the basilisk. It would be an amazing discovery, except that basilisks were too rare for it to matter, and no one would be able to get their hands on the usurper's venom after being bitten by a basilisk in time for it to save them anyways. He tried injecting a few rats with basilisk venom, and then with the usurper's, but unless he did it simultaneously, the rats kept dying. The usurper would most likely be immune to the basilisk venom itself. As he was experimenting with other uses, there was a knock on his door, despite the sign telling students he was not to be disturbed. So it would be a professor or Harry and Lyra. It was Harry and Lyra. They did flinch a little at the displeased look on his face, but he just sighed and asked, You want to tell me now why you were following me earlier? We weren't following you, Lyra told him. We were going to visit Malcolm's portrait. He told us where the Chamber of Secrets is. Severus stared at the children for what felt like forever. His brain was screaming at him in disbelief. Finally, he just lifted his right hand and smacked himself on the forehead. Why the hell didn't he think of asking the bloody Baron? He had just brought his ghost to speak with the Slytherin students. The ghost was finally speaking to others, so he could have at least asked the spectral guardian of his house. Getting control over his emotions, he looked at the 2 children in front of him and asked, Well, where is it? Lyra explained. Malcolm told us that it is in Slytherin's advanced potions classroom. He said it's somewhere above ground with tall windows and white marble. He also didn't understand why your classroom is not where potion fumes can't escape. I don't know where that is, Snape replied unhappily. Slytherin taught here 1,000 years ago. My classroom is in the dungeons because I like to be a scary teacher and I have enchantments on the walls and ceiling to vent the fumes. I don't need windows. Can we find out where his classrooms were? Harry asked. It might be in some old book if you're willing to go dig through the library or ancient editions of Hogwarts, a history. You might be able to find the answer there. That's Hermione's favorite book, Harry replied happily. She could help us with the research. I will take you to her holding cell, Snape informed them. Then I will go to the headmaster to see if he knows where we can find this room. Snape took them to a room near the Hufflepuff dorms that they had been unable to open every time they tried. However, with a tap of the professor's wand, the door opened to reveal a long corridor. Inside the entrance was Auror Yaxley along with his shadows Morrow and Lamb, sitting at a table eating. Yaxley looked up from his food and stared at the new arrivals. What's Potter doing here? Visiting the prisoner, Corbin. Let us pass. Morrow started to raise her wand, but Yaxley stopped her. Why are you visiting the prisoner? Have you gotten any information out of her? Maybe we're just here to succeed where you failed. You were never very good at completing your missions. Yaxley growled at Snape, but wilted under his gaze. Begrudgingly, he raised his wand, and there was a shimmering effect on the hall in front of them before Snape started to walk down, with Harry and Lyra following after. At the end of the hall, behind an open wall of thick iron bars, there was a luxurious room with a king-size bed and an extra-large desk. The desk had papers all over it, as a bushy-haired girl whistled a tune as she scribbled away with her flesh and blood hand while she squeezed her prosthetic hand, which made the shield in her arm grow and retract over and over. On the table next to her, the small figurine of Martin the warrior was practicing his fencing with an invisible opponent. They watched her without her looking up for nearly a minute before Snape cleared his throat. Hermione's head perked up and she squeaked, "Professor Snape, Harry." "Lyra, what are you doing here? Looks like you are enjoying yourself, Miss Granger," Snape drawled. "Maybe next year we can lock up all the Ravenclaws before exams so we don't need to deal with their manic episodes and nervous breakdowns over lack of studying." She didn't seem to get the joke at first and replied, "Really? Could you? That would be, oh, you're not serious." "I am certainly not serious," Snape said angrily. "I have brought Potter and Miss Black here to speak with you." "Please make it quick. I have other things to be doing than this." Hermione looked fearfully at the potions professor before turning to Harry and Lyra. Lyra stepped forward and put her head between the bars of the cell. "We think we found out where the Chamber of Secrets is," she whispered loudly. "Really?" Hermione squeaked, but had a calculating look on her face. "Sort of," Harry amended. "We hoped you could help us. It would involve researching old editions of Hogwarts, a history." That caught her attention in a bear trap. "What do you need? Where is it?" "The entrance is in Salazar Slytherin's advanced potions classroom," Snape stated. "It is somewhere above ground in a classroom of white marble with tall windows, and it moves around from year to year. At least it did back when the school was built." Hermione gave them a shrewd look and whispered, "Dewey." An elf popped into the room. He was covered in a black toga and wore spectacles on his face. The first elf Harry had seen to have eyeglasses. He looked around and asked, "Yes, Missy Granger, do you need more books?" She jumped up and took a glass of water from her bedside. "Please drink. You're working too hard." She kept pushing it until the elf took a small sip and placed it on the ground. "I need as many early editions of Hogwarts, a history as the library has. If there was a different book from the days of the founders with the same information, cataloguing the history of the castle, I'll need those too." The scholarly elf nodded and disappeared with a pop. "I'll have the answer for you as quickly as I can." She gave a small salute to Harry before going back to whatever she had been working on before they arrived. Seeing that she was now enthralled with her work, Harry, Lyra, and Snape left her to her research. They attended another class for Professor Kettleburns and EWT students to learn about Whispers and his tribe of demiguises. A lot of their questions were behavioral about hunting, fishing, and mating. Many of their answers weren't in any book on the creatures, and the students mined Harry and Lyra for information that would help their future studies. At the end of the class, they gave out small amounts of demiguise hair to all of the students to experiment with in potions. Harry and Lyra tried to visit the usurper every day and brought Whispers along a few times as well. The Kingsmen commented on how much their little brother had grown, even since the break. If he continued at the rate he was going, he might even get close to Lyra's height by the next school year. The two creatures lay out in the shade of the trees, and Whispers tried to get the usurper to eat some popcorn, who seemed to tolerate it for Whispers, but then spat it out when he wasn't looking. Wednesday, Professor Snape brought them back to visit Hermione to check on her progress. There were a lot of large books in stacks around the room. Some were made with thick leather covers or more modern thick binder board. Many were falling apart with split spines and missing pages. There were papers everywhere, and the bed did not look slept in, though an elf could have made it up. It took 2 loud coughs from Severus to gain the attention of Hermione, who looked a bit more frazzled than usual. She gave herself a couple of small slaps on the cheek before digging through a pile of notes and pulling out a handwritten page. "These old books are amazing. I wish I had read them years ago," she said with a grin. "Have you found anything useful?" Snape asked her. "The castle is amazing. Did you know that the astronomy tower can be used to control the weather?" The 29th edition of Hogwarts, a history, talks about how the headmaster used to use the tower as a focus to cause torrential downpours on an attacking army. In the 35th edition, there's a story about a ship that fell from the sky into the lake, sinking to the bottom. I can't find any stories about it being brought back up. "Miss Granger," Snape said testily, as he snapped his fingers to break off her rambling. "Have you found anything about the locations of Slytherin's advanced potions laboratory?" Hermione passed the page she had taken from the desk earlier and handed it through the bars to Harry. "These are all the possible places I've found so far. You said it moved around, but the windows mean it could only be in a few places." Harry looked over the list with Lyra and Snape examining it as he held it. There were nearly 30 locations to check. "We better get started on this," Lyra stated the obvious. "You should ask Professor Lockhart for help," Hermione replied. "He came by to see me earlier, and I gave him a copy of the list as well." "You did what?" Snape demanded. Hermione took a few steps back from the bars, looking a bit afraid. "He said he heard I was researching the chamber and asked if he could help. He's the defense professor. He gave me points for Ravenclaw. He could help us," Harry suggested. "It's a long list." Just as they were getting ready to leave, Dewey the elf popped into Hermione's cell. "Madam Pince would like some books backs. Other students be needing them too." Hermione jumped in front of the stacks. "No, I need them. Professor Snape, tell Dewey I need the books." Snape rolled his eyes. "Tell the librarian that this is for a special project. Miss Granger needs unrestricted access to books pertaining to the history of Hogwarts." The elf looked unhappy and stated, "She's not liking her books out to only one student." Then he popped away. The others said goodbye to Hermione as well. The next morning, Madam Pince and 5 students who were in the library at closing were found petrified. There had been no roosters in the library due to the noise interfering with students studying. This was the explanation that Dumbledore gave to the student body as to why the basilisk was able to attack the library. The storage closet in the hospital wing was getting full with the number of statues occupying it now. Harry and Lyra were using all their free time to investigate the locations Hermione found for them. At one point, they accidentally entered Professor Vector's personal chambers using an old password that was part of Hermione's research. Only one of the locations, so far, had the windows and marble that had been described to them, a bathroom on the 5th floor near the Ravenclaw common room. Nothing in there seemed to point to any kind of entrance. Lyra even made sure that all the plumbing worked. They tapped on all the walls with their wands while using the Revalio charm over and over. At one point, they ran into a very frustrated Gilderoy Lockhart who was tearing apart a room made of white marble. The children just stood back as he used the axe they had seen him with in his office to cleave through marble pillars like they were tissue paper. He didn't seem very proficient in his movements, but that mattered little when there was no resistance to his swings. When he noticed them standing there, he just looked embarrassed, awarded them 10 points for their discretion, and ran off. Saturday rolled around, and students flocked to the great hall after lunch for the dueling tournament. Harry and Lyra had a bit of an argument in the morning, deciding what they would do with their day off from detention they had gotten from Kettleburn for bringing Whispers to his class again. In the end, Lyra was going to the tournament, while Harry and Whispers would go visit the usurper, who was getting increasingly agitated with not being able to hunt the basilisk on its own. He was joined by Newt, Tina, and Dougal as they crossed the grounds to the permissible forest. When they got to the clearing, the usurper was slithering around the edge of the clearing, hissing impatiently. Section, is it time? I can feel my enemy all the time. Section, I need to hunt, I need to kill. Section, no one will get in my way. Section, Harry tried to calm down the Kingsbane. Section, you can't go, the men by the lake will hurt you. Section, the usurper's crest rose high. Section, then, I will go while they sleep and kill them. Section, when they are gone, I will be free to kill the king. Section, Whispers and Dougal were just watching the back and forth while eating some of Whispers's endless popcorn stash he got from wherever he was getting it. Newt looked worried at their exchange. The snake looks like he's about to attack something, he commented. The usurper doesn't want to wait. It wants to kill Macnair and his people and go after the basilisk tonight. Tina seemed to be weighing the death of Macnair and his hunters against telling the serpent to keep waiting. As Harry was still trying to calm down the creature, it suddenly reared up, nearly 20 feet off the ground, with its crest fully erect, and let out a terrifying scream. Harry whipped around to the scaremongers. It's somewhere close. The usurper dropped to the ground with a mighty crash and shot through the woods towards the lake. Harry retrieved his broom and jumped on, swinging Whispers on his back as he shot after the charging snake. As they broke the tree line, he could see a massive amount of blood around Macnair's camp, staining most of the grass in the area, and the usurper was almost at the castle's courtyard. As Harry passed Macnair's camp, he saw bits and pieces of the trolls that were at the campsite, while Morris, Macnair, Boovy, and many other wizards stood ready to attack, but petrified. Harry continued to fly until he reached the door to the castle inside the courtyard, but it was closed tight with the usurper ramming its head into it over and over. Just as he dismounted, the scaremongers and Dougal landed next to them on a flying carpet. It's in the castle, Harry yelled. Newt ran over to the door next to the usurper, trying to batter it open with its immense body, and tapped a few spots with his wand. Nothing happened. The school is in lockdown. I can't open the door, he reported. Harry yelled at the usurper. Section, stop doing that. I need quiet. Section, as soon as the creature stopped, Harry sat down and tried to figure out how to get into the school. Every entrance he could think of had doors or windows, all except the owlery, Harry yelled. We can get in through there. I need to get to Lyra. Newt and Tina shared a look before she shot a spell at Harry, which wrenched the broom from his grip, and it flew to her hands. You need to stay out here, where it's safe, Harry. The two of them with Dougal stepped onto their carpet as it floated up into the air. This needs to be handled by adults. When we can get the doors open, the usurper can come in and fight the basilisk, should we still need to. Harry yelled and screamed at them as they flew higher and higher towards the owlery tower. As they flew, Newt hugged his wife and reassured her that they had done the right thing. When they arrived at the owlery, there were 2 students up there who were watching what had been going on below. Newt instructed Dougal to make sure they didn't leave the tower, and he and his wife descended into the unknown below. When they reached the 2nd floor, they saw movement at the end of the hallway, as the tail of a great snake had just passed by. Newt unrolled his carpet again, and the 2 of them stepped on it to eliminate the sound of their footfalls. The 2 of them floated along silently, one of them looking ahead, and one behind at all times. It was eerie how silent a massive basilisk could be. Tina saw it first, just the tip of its nose moving into the hallway they were in, and fired a large ball of light at it. Before it had even cleared the corner, the ball of light detonated in front of its face and created a huge blinding light. Newt steered the carpet around to face the blinded creature, and the 2 of them conjured and stuck an enormous sheet of metal across its face. Without its eyes, the creature whipped back and forth, flailing into the walls and smashing through portraits and tapestries. With the opportunity to go on the attack, Newt controlled the carpet to float backward as Tina unleashed a torrent of powerful magic at the creature. Most of the spells just bounced off or were absorbed on its scales, but a few were breaking through as evidenced by a bit of blood leaking out. She didn't take a moment's break as the destructive magic rained down on it as they continued to keep their distance. The basilisk seemed to know the direction it was being attacked from and lunged in their direction, snapping at nothing in the air and crashing into walls and corners as it went. None of it was slowing it down at all. After one crash, Newt brandished his wand to animate several suits of armor, which began to attack the creature from all sides. Its progression halted. Newt reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver sphere with a ring on it, looking like some kind of wound-up yo-yo. Tapping Tina on the shoulder, the two switched places seamlessly, and he flung the silver sphere towards the basilisk with the ring staying on his finger. Right before it hit, the ball ruptured, and a green and yellow liquid sprayed out in all directions, covering the front of the creature and the floor. The suits of armor that it hit began to melt, and the snake screamed in pain as its softer underside started to be burned off by the corrosive acid it was exposed to. Switching his wand to the other hand, Newt pulled out another sphere and flung it at the monster. This one exploded with a large number of bone-like spears coming out of it and penetrating the skin that had been burned away by the acid. The shrieking of the monster continued as it moved back and forth, even faster to try to rid itself of the cover on its eyes and the spines in its belly. As the spines broke off, the basilisk decided to charge. Not even bothering to aim, it shot forward like lightning, with Tina just barely managing to make the carpet dodge out of the way. Once they were clear of the attack, they switched positions again so Tina could take over the attacks again. However, in the onslaught of attacks, one of them clipped the metal bar on its face, cutting into its eye, but causing the bar to fall to the ground. While Tina started preparing another blinding light, the basilisk's tail whipped up from the ground and hit Tina across the chest, knocking them both from the carpet and down onto the ground and knocking Tina out. Newt tried to start pulling his wife back and away from the fight, but the pool of acid behind them was blocking their retreat. Not looking directly at them, but sensing their injured state, the basilisk slowly approached them, savoring its victory. Newt pulled Tina behind him as he fell, trying to shield her with his body. Just as the snake's mouth started to dip towards them, someone came out of a classroom and moved between them and the Serpent King. It was Professor Binns. The snake reared back slightly at the presence of the ghost, and the professor reprimanded the basilisk. "What is all this racket you are making out here? This is a school. We are weeks away from exams, and you are disturbing the students studying. 50 points from Slytherin." Newt couldn't help himself and started to chuckle. Tina managed to open her eyes barely and looked confused as her husband was laughing. The basilisk lowered its head, and they saw Tina's magic had sliced up one of its eyes, leaving very little left in the socket. The other eye was black, then two different eyelids opened in that eye. The last thing that Newt managed to say before he and Tina were petrified was, "Incredible, a nictitating membrane." Harry could hear all sorts of chaos and destruction from inside the castle after he saw Newt and Tina enter the owlery. It sounded worse than when the centaurs were fighting the basilisk. After the noise had stopped, he waited patiently, but the doors didn't open. The usurper had taken up banging on the doors again. Ignoring the furious creature next to him, he dropped down into his memories again. He knew he could climb the tower to get into the owlery, but he couldn't unlock the school to let, as Malcolm Constantine called him, the champion of Asclepius, enter the castle. It didn't take him very long, but the only thing he could think of was for the usurper to find whatever entrance the basilisk used in the lake to enter the castle. He told the Kingspin of his plan. The usurper didn't like it. "Section, this is not a good plan." Section, but it is the only one. Section, find the creature. Section, stall it. Prepare for my arrival. Section, the serpent took off towards the lake as Harry and Whispers leaped onto the wall of the castle and started to scale it towards the owlery. There were a few patches where he had to dig his nails into the cracks between the stones, but most of the castle had very good hand and footholds to climb. If there was a safe way of doing this in the future, he might like to do it for fun. When they reached the owlery, the two students looked at him with fear in their eyes. One of them pulled a wand on him and said, "Stand back. You're the heir of Slytherin. We saw you talking to that snake." He didn't have time for this. Luckily, Hermes, the owl, swooped in out of nowhere and snatched the boy's wand out of his hands and dropped it out the window. Harry smiled and told his owl to fetch Brant and Arcturus as he tried to leave the room. Now he was stopped by Dougal, who appeared in front of them. Whispers jumped in front of him and screamed at the older demiguise. He didn't sound angry, he sounded like he was pleading and begging. After a moment, Dougal just stepped aside to allow them to pass. When they got down to the great hall, The sight was unbelievable. As far as Harry could tell, every student and teacher had been attending the dueling tournament. All of them were petrified. The entire great hall was filled with statues. On the main stage, all of the teachers stood there, most of them in the act of drawing their wands, but frozen in stone. Flitwick and then Snape seemed the closest to having their wands fully drawn to point at the threat in front of them. Dumbledore, however, stood in the middle of the faculty, his arms crossed against his chest with a faint smile on his face, frozen like the rest of them. "Is anyone still here?" Harry called out. "Lyra." His words were met only with silence. Not knowing what to do, he turned around and walked back to the Scamander common room. There he saw something that made him fall to his knees. Leaning against the wall was Lyra's staff, and above it was written, "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Chapter 100, The Chamber of Secrets. Chapter text Whispers saw the staff leaning against the wall and reached for it, then saw the message above it. He read it a few times but didn't understand the meaning. He turned to Harry, who was on his knees with his forehead on the floor breathing heavily, and asked in a pained voice, "Lyra." Harry lifted his head and looked at the last remaining member of his family at Hogwarts, pulling him into a fierce hug. Slowly, through simple words and signs, he explained that the heir and the king had taken Lyra and were going to kill her if they hadn't already. When Whispers understood what was going on, a frightening change swept over him. Taking off his gloves, he threw them to the side by Lyra's staff and flexed his fingers as his eyes glowed a very deep blue. Harry stared at the strange sight, as when his little brother was sensing the future, his eyes were normally the color of the sky. Whispers let out a long growl and said, "Kill the kidding." Harry thought that was the best idea now. The usurper was searching for a way to enter the castle from the lake, and he needed to find the entrance to the chamber to join its hunt. Forcing himself to his feet, he ran into the maze and got to the Scamander common room. Just as he got into the room, he saw Greg and Neville exiting the greenhouse carrying 2 large jars. "Harry," Greg saw the distressed look on his face. "What's wrong?" "The air." They took Lyra. The basilisk petrified everyone. Everyone. Neville was a bit confused. "What do you mean, everyone?" "Everyone," Harry repeated. "They were all at the dueling tournament. The entire hall is filled with statues. I saw 2 students alive in the owlery, but that's it." "What about the roosters?" Greg asked fearfully. "The roosters are fake." "No, the story is fake. Roosters can't do anything," Harry tried to explain. "You need another snake. I brought it to the school. It's trying to find its way in through the lake. I don't have time to explain all of this. Why are you not at the dueling tournament?" Neville looked a bit ashamed, as Greg replied. "Nev here didn't want to go, said he'd be embarrassed. So I stayed with him and tended to the garden. Then the spiders in the terrarium started going crazy, so we were about to let them out." He gestured with the jars they were carrying. Harry could see now that they were filled with spiders, clustered all to one side of each. That gave Harry an idea. "Don't leave." He instructed the 2 of them, then ran with Whispers to his room. Once there, he set his pouch on the bed and proceeded to empty everything that wasn't a book from his trunk into the pouch. He had accumulated so much junk over the year, but he had no idea which thing would end up saving his life, or Lyra's, so he just took it all. Just to be on the safe side, he also put on the fancy vest that Brant had made for him, using the shed of the usurper, and headed back out into the common room to the 2 boys waiting. Whispers was there waiting for him, his eyes still glowing a dark blue, pacing back and forth. Harry reached Greg and Neville and said, "I'm going to find the Chamber of Secrets, and I need one of those jars." "We're coming with you," Neville said in a small but strong voice. "There's going to be a basilisk there," Harry replied. "Then you'll need help," Greg echoed. "Fine, get the jars and follow me," Harry told them, and the 3 boys and 1 demiguise left the room. Once they were in the hallway, Harry looked at the spiders crawling around frantically in the jars, all wanting to go towards the exit of the castle. Harry chose the other direction. As they ran by the great hall, Neville and Greg stopped to stare at the statues of everyone they knew, student and teacher alike. After urging from Harry, they continued, deeper into the castle, running with their wands out. The spiders got more agitated as they reached the 2nd floor and ran into Hermione, arguing with an unspeakable next to 2 petrified students peeking out of a broom closet. They both stopped their argument and turned to the boys, Hermione running over to them. "You're all right," she yelled happily. Harry had his wand trained on the tall person in the face-concealing robe, the one just like the heir had been wearing, except in white. "What are you doing here? Why are you with Hermione?" The distorted voice of the unspeakable replied, "I was helping to evacuate Miss Granger. We met before I am aspect." "No," Harry said firmly. "Why are you even in the castle right now?" "She's okay," Hermione protested. "She rescued me," then threw her hands over her mouth. Unspeakable sighed and reached up to lower her hood, with Harry, Greg, and a nervous Neville all pointing their wands. As the hood went down, the robes changed into a red jacket, and there stood Aura Heather Morrow. "Look, this is an emergency, so you get the cliff notes. I'm an unspeakable. I was assigned to Yaxley and his trainee to watch the school. When the school went into lockdown, I stunned the two of them to help Miss Granger escape. You will all need to swear oaths if we survive not to reveal my identity. Now we need to evacuate." "And I told you no," Hermione yelled at her. "The chamber entrance is on this floor. The book said it's here, I just don't know where." "The spiders are showing us where," Neville announced, holding up the jar. "The heir took Lyra and we're going to get her back." "Brilliant," Aura Morrow Unspeakable Aspect exclaimed. "Like a reverse compass, though I still need to get all of you out of here. We can summon more auras to fight once we are outside." "I don't have time for this." Harry took the jar from Neville and started to run off down the hall, with Whispers scampering after him. He rounded a corner and came to a dead stop. Ahead of him, the floor was corroded through to the lower level, there was blood everywhere, and there was a black mass of fog floating in the air on the other side. As he stared at the damage, Greg, Neville, and Hermione all caught up to him. "Aura Morrow left to call the auras," Hermione informed him, then drew in a sharp breath at the destruction in front of them. She squinted at the black fog floating through the air and squeaked, "I think that's Professor Binns." "You can petrify a ghost." Greg looked confused. Neville pointed across the expanse. "There's Mr. and Mrs. Scamander." Across the gap, they could see their two heads of house laying petrified, with Newt halfway on top of Tina's prone form, trying to shield her from what had been the basilisk. "We need to get across there." Harry pointed down the hallway past the gap in the floor. Whispers scampered along the wall with ease and jumped down next to the two petrified adults and stroked their heads as Harry moved to quickly follow. Neville managed it as well, with Greg working slowly across as Neville directed him to specific places to put his hands and feet. Hermione was hesitating and said multiple times to herself that she shouldn't be doing this, then seemed to psych herself up by saying strongly in a deeper voice, "Do it, do it." She ended up following the same path as Greg, with her prosthetic hand digging deep into the stone wall as she moved to make sure she had a good grip before moving on, finally settling down on the other side. Examining the jar of spiders, they ran down the corridor and turned to find themselves next to Harry and Lyra's training room. "This is where we found Filch's cat," Harry told them. "That's Moaning Myrtle's bathroom," Hermione told them, pointing towards the end of the hall. "Myrtle Warren?" Harry asked. "Hagrid says she's the one the basilisk killed last time." He slapped himself on the forehead. "Why didn't I think of that?" The group ran down to the perpetually empty bathroom and stopped. Nothing about it seemed to indicate that this bathroom was the entrance to the legendary Chamber of Secrets. Though Harry was staring at the windows, they matched perfectly with the description that Malcolm's portrait had given them. The room was certainly not designed to be a bathroom. The sinks were set up in a ring at the entrance at the center of a large circular room, leaving plenty of space along the walls. There was one alcove off to the side with toilet stalls, but the walls between them looked more like spell bunkers than toilet walls. Hermione just stood at the entrance while the boys and Whispers started looking around cautiously, tapping their wands on things and trying to reveal some kind of secret entrance. When Harry started playing with the taps, he heard a nasal voice from behind him. "Those have never worked." He spun around to see a spectral girl in Ravenclaw robes float through the wall behind him. "You are a boy, and you, and you." She pointed to Greg and Neville. She turned to Hermione at the entrance. "You are a girl." Then looking at Whispers, "I don't know what you are. This is a girl's bathroom. Only she should be here." "Myrtle," Harry exclaimed. "We haven't met before, but I'm Harry Potter." Earl appeared to blush and replied, "Oh, I've heard of you. Hagrid told me that you were killed by the basilisk. Did you see it come through here?" "Hagrid? Oh, you mean Big Red. He didn't like when I called him that. I like to call him that. The others joined Harry in front of the ghost girl. Neville asked, "Why did you call him that?" "Because he's big and his name is Ruby," she said as a matter of factly. "So Big Red." "Myrtle," Harry yelled at her, "is the Chamber of Secrets here." She looked a bit put out. "How should I know? I'm just moaning Myrtle. No one cares what I think. I was just crying in the bathroom and I heard a boy in here hissing at the sink, and when I opened the door to the stall, I saw those big yellow eyes and died." Hissing, Harry turned to face the others. "I need to tell you something, and I need you to not be afraid. I'm a Parselmouth." There was a range of reactions from the others. "A what?" Neville asked. "Like you know who?" Greg asked fearfully. Hermione seemed to look thoughtful. "That makes sense. It's how you did that thing for me, right?" Harry nodded and clarified for Neville, "I can talk to snakes." Whispers had continued to play with the taps and let out a small screech, getting Harry's attention. The hidden pointed him to a small engraving of a snake on one of the faucets. Some doors at Hogwarts required a password. Maybe this one did too. Harry decided to try a few. Section Chamber of Secrets section, Reveal the Entrance section, Basilisk section, Long Live the King section. He tried around 10 more phrases before getting frustrated. He pulled out his wand and began blasting chunks out of the marble, shattering the mirrors and destroying the taps. The once magnificent marble sinks lay in ruins as he yelled and cursed at it. Section, Give me back my sister, you stupid snake. The usurper will feast on your heart after I pull it out of your chest. Open the damn entrance. Section, there was a grinding noise as the sink expanded outwards. Chunks of the destroyed marble fell down the center, echoing off the sides as a large pipe was revealed going down into the darkness. The children stared in silence at the entrance, then spun around to a new voice. "Astounding! Harry Potter, a Parselmouth. That would be an incredible addition to my next book." Gilderoy Lockhart stood there, in his golden dragon-scale jacket, iron leg plates, and a black helmet, obscuring his face. In one hand he had his axe, and in the other his wand. "You're not petrified," Neville said in a surprised voice. "A perfect observation. My helmet protected me. 10 points to Scamander. What was the last thing you said to open the door, Mr. Potter?" "I said, open the damn entrance, though I think it started to move when I said, open." "That's a dumb password," Greg commented. "Unless no one speaks the language that it's in," Hermione added. "What are we waiting for? Let's go get Lyra." With that, she fearlessly jumped into the pipe, screaming as she slid down. "There's still a bit of Gryffindor in that girl, I bet," Lockhart mused. 20 points to Ravenclaw. I'd say that you should all go back to your dorms, but I don't think you'd listen. Now let's go." Harry jumped in, followed by Whispers. Greg, Neville, and Lockhart jumped in last. The pipe twisted and turned, branched in places, and came together in others. Whispers flew by him at one point, and he grabbed the screaming monkey and held him tight as they plummeted for nearly 3 minutes. The cart ride in Gringotts seemed like an afternoon stroll in comparison. At the bottom of the slide, Harry and Whispers plunged into a black, murky pool of water. It wasn't very deep, but they went in over their heads for a moment before standing up. Just as he stood up, the others splashed in behind him. When they got out of the disgusting water, they looked around and Harry asked, "Where's Hermione?" They called out to her but got no response. Lockhart drew his wand. "This is disgusting. Let me fix us up." With a wave of his wand, each of them was clean, dry, and smelled like fresh mint. Whispers was fluffy and continued to sniff at himself. However, when Lockhart pulled out his axe again, it slipped from his hand, and the impossibly sharp blade lopped off the end of his wand. "Oops!" He stared at the halved piece of wood, small sparks coming out of it as he held the remainder in his hand. "Do you have a spare?" Greg asked. "No, I will need to borrow one of yours. I am the oldest and most powerful wizard here." Greg and Harry took a large step back, not wanting to give up their wands. Neville, on the other hand, held his out to the professor. "This wand belonged to my father. He was a great aura. It's never worked well for me. Maybe it will do better for you." The professor took it with reverence and thanked Neville as they continued forward through the dark corridors. After a long walk, they arrived in front of a large circular door with metal snakes spiraling around it, a sculpted head in the center. This must be the door that the giver had told him about. Just as he was about to speak the password, Lockhart stopped him. "Just a moment, Harry, we need a plan. I'm the only one with a helmet to protect me from the basilisk. You all should hide or distract it while I fight it. I just need one clean swing to the head in order to kill it. We all need to distract it and stall, Harry insisted. We need to wait for the usurper to come. It will kill the basilisk. What's a usurper? Gilderoy asked. Harry gave him a quick explanation that it needed to crow to kill the basilisk, and it was trying to find a way in from the lake. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. Even if I were to believe that story, I am the one who will kill the monster. I have too much riding on this to let anyone else get in my way. Because of what Blaze's mom told you? Harry asked. For the first time, they all saw a dark side to Lockhart's face. He took several steps back and raised Neville's wand towards them. How do you know about that? He demanded fiercely. No one is going to get in my way for me to accomplish this. Not some bloody soup snake, not Harry Potter. I will need to find another way in or just wait for it to come back out. This is the end of the line for the three of you. They were shocked at his sudden change as he leveled the wand toward Harry just as Neville stepped between them. Lockhart swished the wand and called out, "Obliviate." Nothing came out of the wand as it began to vibrate for a brief moment before it exploded, knocking Lockhart back into the wall behind him and causing Neville to collapse in front of Harry and Greg. When the light died down, Harry tried waking Neville up, but he wouldn't rise. Lockhart, on the other hand, stood right back up and walked over to them with a smile on his face. Harry and Greg drew their wands and pointed them at the grinning man. He just extended his hand and said, "Hello there. I do not believe we have met. My name is Gilderoy Lockhart. You might recognize me from my assorted works." He seemed to space out for a second, then turned to Greg and repeated the same introduction. Harry did the sensible thing and cast a knockback jinx at the man, causing him to hit his head and fall unconscious. "What do we do now?" Greg asked. Harry looked to Whispers, who was staring up at the large door. He turned to Greg. "Stay here with Neville. Whispers and I will keep going." "What about him?" Greg gestured towards the unconscious defense professor. "I don't care. He tried to hurt us," Harry replied with indifference. He turned to the door and hissed, "Section, open the damn entrance." Section, the last part was added just in case one word wouldn't do it. The head of the metal snake coiled on the door opened its eyes and hissed. Just a hiss, no words, then started the retreat, uncoiling itself little by little as the pathway in front of them opened. Torches sprang to life, lighting a long hallway beyond. Along the walls were enormous statues of all different kinds of serpents, some obviously magical, some lesser snakes. "This guy really liked snakes," Harry said with a whistle. Just as he took a step into the hallways, Greg called out, "Harry, wait." He turned back around to see Greg returning from Lockhart's body, holding the small axe in his hands. Harry took it, the weapon looking larger in his hands and heavier than a knife, but it was much more deadly with whatever magic it had to allow it to cleave through stone, like pudding. Keeping it in his right hand, where he would normally hold his staff, he started walking down the long hallway with Whispers plodding along after him. At the end of the long hallway, there was another snake door. This time, he just hissed out section, open section, and the door complied, stupid password. Before entering, he signed to Whispers, vanish. The inside of the room was massive. A large circular room that could fit at least 6 or 7 great halls inside, capped with a dome 100 feet above his head. On the walls to the left and right, there were circular doors like the one he had just come through. Opposite where he came in was a giant statue of a man with a bald head and wizard robes. Down at the base of the statue was Lyra, her blonde hair splayed out around her like a platinum sunburst. "Lyra," he yelled and started towards her. "Stay where you are," a voice called out, and from the shadows near the foot of the statue, the heir of Slytherin walked out, clothed in the same black and green, face-concealing robe as the last time they met. Harry didn't waste time with words and let loose a barrage of magical punches with his wand, not even bothering with the fake incantation. The heir nimbly dodged and swatted away all of Harry's spells, but the onslaught gave them no time to do anything else as the distance slowly closed between them. Just as one punch managed to hit them in the shoulder, Harry paused for a moment to allow Whispers to jump out from where he had been stalking them and bite into their wand arm. They screamed and tried to grab at the demiguise, but couldn't lay a finger on him. After a few moments, Whispers grabbed the hood of the robe and yanked it down while jumping away and back towards Harry. Harry recognized him even before he turned to face them. It was Draco Malfoy. "You?" Harry asked, very confused. "How is it you?" His eyes shined for a moment in crimson before smiling and asking, "Who did you think it would be?" Harry just stared, remembering that he needed to stall for the usurper to arrive. Slowly, he replied, "I kinda thought it would be Anthony Goldstein." "What? Why?" Now Draco was confused. He seemed to think before snapping his fingers, because he's always running after that mudblood, right? A small red mark appeared on his cheek as a result of the stinging hex from saying mudblood, though he didn't flinch or even react to it. "So you were her secret admirer." He looked a bit sick. "A means to an end. How could I have feelings for someone as worthless as her?" "None of this makes sense," Harry frowned. "It doesn't need to, because now you will die." Draco turned to the statue, where the giver had told Harry the basilisk lives. He was about to speak, but Harry reached into his pouch and threw Draco's pain amulet across the room and fell near his feet. Before he could even say a single word, he had fallen to the ground screaming, relieving the pain of being stabbed with Harry's staff without end. Harry took the opportunity to rush to Lyra's side. He rolled her over to see that her eyes were open, looking back and forth, and latched onto Harry's, though other than that she was as lifeless as a rag doll. He lifted her and started to carry her out towards the exit, but an urgent look in her eyes made him stop and turn back around. While Draco was still screaming and twisting on the ground, a violet mist was coming out of his body. It swirled and coalesced until there was an older boy in Slytherin robes, slightly transparent, and standing next to Draco's twitching form with thin threads of light connecting the two of them. "Another one of those blasted amulets," he exclaimed. "Just shut up and deal with the pain." He picked up Draco's wand and pointed it at him. "Silencio." Draco was still flailing on the ground, but no sound was coming from him anymore. He was pretty sure he knew who this was. The color of the boy's spectral form had given it away. The boy smiled for a moment at Draco's misery before turning to face Harry. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tom," Harry interrupted him. "Voldemort." The boy froze, not knowing what to say, his mouth hanging open. He started to say something else, but then stopped. Taking the opportunity, Harry laid Lyra down on the floor and drew his wand. Not allowing him to start talking again, and still needing to stall, Harry spoke again. "So Tom Riddle is Voldemort. How in Salazar's name did you figure that out?" the boy asked, looking genuinely curious. Harry saw whispers form moving invisibly around the outside of the room towards Tom, so he told the boy. "Well, I figured out that Tom Riddle must have released the basilisk last time. Hagrid and Dippet's portrait both told me that a boy named Tom turned him in, but Hagrid didn't have a basilisk. He had an acromantula. The acromantula can fight against a basilisk, even if other spiders are too afraid of it. It represented a threat, even if it was a small one. So it was obvious that Prefect Tom must have been the one who released the basilisk. I got your last name from the Special Services plaque in the trophy room." "Impressive deductive skills, though how did you connect me to being Voldemort?" He smiled and seemed genuinely impressed. "I have some questions first," Harry stated. "What did you do to Lyra?" "It's a cursed paralysis. A healer could certainly reverse it, but there aren't any here. So she's stuck listening and watching us without being able to do anything herself. It's my turn now. Why does she not petrify or die under the gaze of the basilisk?" "I never said you get a turn." That seemed to get him a bit angry. Though before he could respond, Whispers lunged at him from behind, trying to bite into his arm, but sailed right through him and rolled on the ground. Tom's form flickered as he fired a few spells at the demiguise, but Whispers predicted their path and dodged them before he vanished again, heading towards the edge of the room to wait for some other opportunity. Harry signed, "Stay," so he wouldn't try again right away. Well, that was interesting. Might have even worked if I had a body. Such interesting creatures, demiguises. I had planned to tour the world when I finished Hogwarts, and I definitely wanted to skin one of those creatures and get my own cloak. I've been told they'll last longer if they're still alive when you cut the hide off them. Harry's face grew furious and let loose a flurry of spells, both verbal and non-verbal, at Tom. They all just sailed right through him as he made faux noises of pain before laughing. "I'm in a sporting mood since you're going to die soon, so I'll give you 3 more questions, and then my pet will come and kill you. Pick them wisely." Harry thought for a moment before asking, "You called the King of Serpents your pet, and he called you master. Magical snakes don't submit themselves to wizards. What's going on with that? How many magical snakes have you known?" Sorry, I'm answering the questions. When I met this big dumb monster years ago, the basilisk was overjoyed at finally meeting an heir to Slytherin after being alone for so long. He granted me the title of emissary, which allowed me to look him in the eyes. At my first opportunity, I looked him in the eyes and erased as many of his memories as I possibly could, replacing them with ones where I was the king and he was my emissary. This boy was a monster. It didn't matter that the basilisk was his enemy. He took a proud and regal king of serpents and turned it into a footstool. He needed a way to kill this boy, and fast. However, a realization came to him from Tom's explanation. Is that why you didn't know about the roosters? You thought that they would kill the basilisk from Newt Scamander's books, but the basilisk couldn't tell you that he was wrong. What do you know about it? Tom asked him. This stupid snake, he pointed up to the statue, kept going on and on about the presence of the kingspan. He wanted me to find and kill everything that crows. No matter how many roosters I had Draco kill, he kept telling me that the presence of the kingspin was still in the castle. A week ago, he told me the kingspin had arrived. I was curious, so ordered my pet out to find this thing it was afraid of, and we ended up hearing a rooster crow, and my pet still lived. So when he was fully recovered from the centaurs, acromantulas, and that oaf Hagrid, we petrified everyone. Why are you petrifying everyone? Harry asked his third question. The Ravenclaws thought it was a Gorgon because everyone knows the gaze of the basilisk kills. Tom sighed. I guess you're going to take all these secrets to your grave anyways, but you can blame the founders. The basilisk is a protector of the school, and even though I wiped its memory, it would never be able to kill a resident of the school. It did not know the acromantulas from the early days of Hogwarts, nor did it know about the trolls. They were fair game. I can't command the basilisk to kill anyone in the school, and I can't get it to leave while there are students in the school that need protecting. Then how did Myrtle die? Harry kept pushing for time and answers. That was a fun one, Tom smirked. She surprised me as I was entering the chamber, so she was petrified on the spot. I couldn't have her waking up and telling someone about me, so I brought her down here and killed her myself. You cannot imagine the kinds of rituals you can do with a petrified virgin girl. Then I left her body in the bathroom and tried to blame the whole thing on Hagrid. Harry really needed to figure out how he was going to kill Tom. Draco had passed out from the pain, but his body still twitched from the amulet's magic. He needed to stall for more time. He remembered Tonks telling him about how some people just love to talk. All he had to do was just keep him going. Though now Tom turned to the amulet on the ground, cancelled the silencing charm, and blew it up with his wand, causing Draco to sit up and scream before looking around as the pain had finally gone away. Get up, Draco. I'm almost done draining your soul, and I need you awake for the last part. What? Draco exclaimed. You told me you were going to kill Potter. Tom laughed. And you believed me. Your father gave me permission. Over spring break, he told me to do whatever was necessary to return to full strength. He knew that I was already possessing you, so he knew that if the plan to kill Potter failed, your life would be on the line. I'll steal Potter and your sister's magic too, of course. I'll probably have to kill Potter first and drain the remnants from his corpse, but I'll take my time with the girl as she isn't going anywhere. However, you're already doomed. Nothing can stop it now. Draco padded his pockets and pulled out a ratty leather book, throwing it toward Harry. Destroy it and he'll die. No, Tom exclaimed as the book landed in front of Harry. Without wasting a breath, Harry swung the axe from Lockhart down on top of it. Though this time it didn't cut through its target, there was just a thud as it hit. Now it's time for everyone to die, Tom sneered, and turned towards the statue of Salazar Slytherin. Section Speak to Me Slytherin, the greatest lord of Hogwarts. Section Harry suspected that, like when he had said, Section opened the damn entrance. Section that the second half of what was just said was redundant. As soon as Riddle had finished saying Section Speak to Me Slytherin Section, the mouth of the statue began to open, like a giant nutcracker. And then came the basilisk. The sheer girth of it was terrifying, close to 3 times as thick as the usurper, and could probably swallow it up like a long noodle. While the usurper had a few small teeth behind the 2 giant fangs, this serpent had a mouth full of giant teeth. There were 2 large ones at the front, but the rest of its mouth was filled with rows upon rows of almost equally large and deadly teeth. One of its eyes had been thoroughly destroyed, and Harry could see places all over its body where something had damaged it. He assumed that it was Newt and Tina, but mostly Tina by her husband's previous admissions of her magical strength. The one open eye stared directly at him, and it felt like he had a bit of dust in his eye, but nothing more. "You two cannot fall under the gaze of my pet," Tom bellowed. "Why, tell me," he ordered. Harry didn't respond as he watched the basilisk continue to exit the mouth of the statue and lower itself to the ground. What could he possibly do against such a monster? It stared at him and spoke. "Section, you are the one that my master needs to kill. Section, why do you not turn to stone?" Section, Harry told the monster in front of him. Section, I am an emissary of the Kingsbane. Section, the serpent responded ignorantly. Section, my master has killed hundreds of your master. Section, I can even hear the crow of the Kingsbane myself without perishing. Section, I will kill you now too. Section, Harry felt bad for the creature, to have been deceived in such a way, but not bad enough not to try to defend himself and kill this creature if he could. It let out a monstrous roar and raised a crest of its own on the back of its head. The crest of the basilisk was made of golden spikes and looked just like a crown, fitting for the king of serpents. When the crest was fully raised, it charged Harry, mouth open. He didn't have time to dodge, but that didn't matter, because when it got closer, it appeared to be hit from the side and screamed in pain before looking toward the invisible attacker. Harry knew otherwise, as there was no invisible attacker. It was the amulet that had been made from the blood on Egestra's spear in the forest. He was astounded by the amount of power that had been in her thrust, enough to knock the basilisk down even as an echo imbued in the amulet. Tom also seemed to know what was going on, and he yelled, "You have another one of those bloody amulets, just like the girl. Give it to me, a Keo amulet." Harry felt an unseen force pull on the amulet from inside his shirt, and before he could do anything, it was ripped from around his neck and flew across the chamber, where Tom shot it out of the air with a perfectly aimed spell, turning it to dust. His form flickered for a moment when he cast the spell. He remembered the third one was buried just inside the entrance to the Scamander common room. The snake rolled back up and made another charge at Harry. This time he was prepared, and he threw Lockhart's axe towards the beast's open mouth. This time, the blade cleaved through multiple teeth easily, which clattered to the floor as the blade vanished into the deadly maw that was the serpent's mouth. Harry had just a moment more to lunge, out of the way of being run over by the creature's forward momentum. Responding to his thoughts, his staff launched from his pouch, and he grabbed it from the air. Looking behind him, he saw that Lyra was lying there, so he fueled himself with the Lamasu's strength and tried to circle around to the side of the basilisk. It noticed him trying to get behind it and lashed out with its giant tail, which Harry just barely managed to create a shield to block. Regardless of the shield, he was still swatted like a ping-pong ball across the chamber, with his shield being the only reason he didn't die instantly from the impact of the ground. The basilisk continued its relentless attack as Harry tried to throw some of his knives, both blunt and sharp, in the creature's face. Having not learned proper knife throwing yet, and they weren't enchanted like the axe, they all just bounced off harmlessly and clattered to the ground. Harry was getting knocked around with only the shield protecting him and couldn't even get in an attack of his own. Worse than that, he felt like he was slowly running out of magic. Maybe the snake realized the same thing and rose as high as it could, making it nearly 50 feet above him. If it fell on him from that height, he would surely be crushed. He could hear Tom laughing and applauding him, but he had no idea what he was going to do next. As he backed away from the towering basilisk, he saw a glimmer of light crawling along the wall near its head. Just before the snake was going to fall on him, whispers leapt from the wall and sunk Lyra's knife straight into the serpent's one remaining eye. There was an inhuman scream as the basilisk shook itself and threw whispers across the room. There was nothing the hidden could do except fall from such a great height, and when he hit the floor, he didn't get back up. The basilisk continued to shake and scream as it fell to the ground itself, nearly crushing Lyra, but landing on her hair. While she was conscious, she hadn't been able to speak or move and seized this opportunity. Her hair and her entire body lit up in flames. The basilisk continued to scream as part of its body caught on fire. It rolled away from Lyra's prone body to try to douse the flames, but there were probably many strands caught in its scales that continued to burn, even when they were far away from her head. Eventually, the serpent rolled enough to put the fire out, but there were burn scars all over a section of the creature's body, made worse as they were in the same spot that had been injured by the acid from Newt Scamander. The fire around Lyra was still raging strong in case the basilisk returned. Tom yelled out, "The basilisk might not be able to see you, but it can still smell you. It can still hear you." A long, thick tongue, bigger than Harry's legs, tasted the air around it as it cautiously made its way forward towards Harry. The knife that Whispers had used was still sticking out of its eye, with blood and juices running down its face. Just as the snake looked like it was about to charge, Harry heard footsteps. The basilisk heard them too, and whipped its head around towards the entrance Harry had come through as Gilderoy Lockhart strolled into the Chamber of Secrets. He was no longer wearing his golden dragon coat or his helmet, but he confidently smiled at what was going on and waved to the basilisk. "Hi there, I'm Gilderoy Lockhart. I don't believe we've met. You might recognize me from which weekly magazine? I won the Most Charming Smile award 5 times. He held up 5 fingers like he was a child, showing his age. "I bet you would be an excellent challenger to try to take the award from me. Maybe we could start by brushing those big pearly white teeth." The teeth were most certainly not pearly white. They were stained with blood, flesh, and viscera. There was also a large gap in the front where the axe had severed some teeth. The basilisk lunged at the new arrival and bit the defense against the dark arts professor down to his thighs. Now there were bits of luxurious silk clothing, stained with blood, in the monster's teeth. What the bloody hell was that Ponce doing here? Tom yelled, very confused. Why did he introduce himself to the basilisk? What is going on? Harry ignored the spectral teenage Voldemort and drove the antler of his staff directly into the side of the distracted basilisk, slipping through scales that had been damaged by whatever the Scamanders had done to it and his sister's fire. Focusing as much magic as he had left, he channeled a large magical pulse through his staff, which caused an explosion inside its body and knocked him back, landing on his side and very possibly breaking a rib or two. When he looked up, the basilisk was still moving, but there was a gaping hole in its side, with all sorts of things flowing out of it. Tom was furious and screaming at the basilisk in Parseltongue. Harry was in pain and dazed, but the one thing he caught for sure was, "Section kill the girl while Harry is down." Section Harry tried to move, but it hurt too much, like there was an elephant on his chest pushing the air out of his lungs. He twisted his head to see the basilisk, probably in as much pain, as he was moving in jerking motions toward where Lyra was laying in the middle of her small circle of raging fire. Just as the snake was about to strike, Harry could hear a bird call as Dumbledore's phoenix burst into the room above Lyra, burst into the room in a ball of fire, crying out a beautiful and terrible call while igniting the entire side of the chamber in scarlet and orange flames. Harry was pretty sure that the bird wouldn't kill his sister and watched as the basilisk retreated from the bedlam of phoenix fire in front of it. Tom was panicking, yelling, "Section kill the bird. Section kill the girl. Section kill everyone." Section, the phoenix swooped over Harry and landed next to him, calling out toward the basilisk as it continued to keep its distance from the bird. The phoenix leaned its head down near Harry and let a few drops fall from its eyes into Harry's palm. Remembering the tears of the usurper, Harry quickly licked at his hand to see what this would do for him. He felt a rush of magic as the pain in his ribs went away and he was able to stand up. The bird then flew over to Draco, who Harry just noticed was huddled in the corner of the room at the feet of the statue, his eyes wide with fear and terror at the battle he was witnessing. Tom began to shoot curses toward the phoenix. Harry could feel the wrongness of the spells. They looked rotten in color, like something that was decaying or dying. Every spell cast caused Tom to flicker and nearly drop the wand he was holding in his spectral grip. After dodging the spells, the phoenix let out a cry and vanished in a flash of fire. Even Dumbledore's pet nose went to flee. "Why don't you die?" Tom yelled. "What are you going to do next? What trick do you plan on using now?" Tom obviously didn't believe in fate, or he wouldn't have poked it so hard. Right after he was finished yelling, Harry could hear a scream coming from the walls, and one of the circular doors to the side of the room shattered as the usurper broke through. A terrified Hermione was sitting on its back right behind the crest, screaming bloody murder. She took one look at the carnage around the room and screamed more. The usurper saw its enemy, and its red crest grew to its full height as it let out a fearsome crow that trilled and echoed through the room. The basilisk started to convulse, and after shaking for nearly a minute, it stopped and rolled to the side dead. There was silence throughout the room as Tom stared at the new serpent that had just killed his pet. Harry strolled across the room and stood in front of the spectral boy. If you hadn't wiped the mind of your king, you would know. This is the Kingsbane. Tom was stunned and just stood there with his mouth open, which gave Harry the perfect opportunity to just pluck the wand he was holding away from him. Hermione was just as flummoxed as Tom and started screaming, "Is that the basilisk? Is it dead? Is this the usurper? It didn't kill me, but it gave me a ride. Who is that? Why is Draco here? Is Lyra in that fire? Is she okay? What is going on?" Harry had no idea what he was going to do with the spectral entity in front of him, so introductions were in order. "Hermione, this is Tom Riddle." Tom Riddle. I read in an old Hogwarts, a history, about a Tom Riddle who won a Special Services Award, but it didn't say why. He won that award for pinning the release of the basilisk last time on Hagrid when it was him all along. He's also your secret admirer, Harry informed her. Hermione drew her wand, and her face and lips twisted back and forth while thinking of what spell to use, finally yelled Spongify, and shot a long yellow spell at Tom, passing right through his head. If Tom had a body, the spell would have caused even a small knock afterward to break his skull. He was still standing, dumbstruck at the usurper and his dead basilisk. "He's also a teenage Voldemort," Harry added. Hermione groaned. "Fine, I don't care. What do we do with him?" They didn't get a chance to answer as Tom started to scream. Small holes began to appear in his form as he began to fade, the screaming dying down until the form had vanished completely. Once the screaming had gone, they heard a thudding noise and turned to see Draco Malfoy, holding a severed basilisk fang in his hand, stabbing the remnants of the book he had thrown at Harry over and over. There were holes all over it, and it was slowly dissolving from the steaming basilisk venom. "Help me, Potter," Draco groaned. Harry leaned close and could see the venom from the tooth he had been holding had leaked into cuts in his hand, and the veins in his arm were turning black. "Is the venom going to kill you?" he asked the boy. Draco nodded. "Good." Harry started to stand back up. "I just saved you," Draco cried out angrily. "And you tried to kill me, my sister, and everyone in the school. I don't care too much about Lockhart, but you got him killed too. Besides, what do you want me to do about it? I'm going to just sit here and watch you go." Just as Harry sat down, Dumbledore's phoenix burst back into the room right between Harry and Draco. Harry backpedaled quickly along with Hermione until they felt it was a safe distance. The bird leaned down and wiped tears into Draco's mouth and the cuts on his hand. They watched as the black veins in his arm returned to normal. "Stupid bird," Harry cursed. Harry turned around to see the usurper checking the basilisk for any signs of life, then yelled out, "Section, what the hell took you so long?" Section, the usurper's neck swiveled to face him. Section, watch your mouth. Section, I couldn't find the entrance. Section, when I finally did, I met this female who wouldn't listen to me when I told her I wasn't going to kill her because she had your scent. Section, Harry yelled, exasperatedly. Section, she can't understand you. Section, of course she thought a giant monster was going to kill her. Section, Harry heard the phoenix call out as it flew above the blazing corner that Lyra was in. One flap from its wings, and all the fire around her went out. A few tears in her mouth, and she sat up and ran over to Harry, knocking him over in a hug. When she was done squeezing the life out of him, she looked over to Draco, who started backing away at the intensity in her eyes. She started to search for her wand, but Hermione beat her to it, casting Petrificus Totalis. Draco's arms and legs snapped together, and he teetered for a moment before falling to the side on his head, groaning through his locked jaw. Harry was just about to ask what to do now when whispers bowled into Lyra with a hug even more intense than the one that Harry had received from his sister. Hermione decided to ask the question instead. "What do we do now?" Chapter 101, Mandragora. Chapter text traveling by Phoenix Fire was a unique experience. There was no movement or pressure like portkeys, flu, or apparition. There was simply fire everywhere, and you could feel warmth licking your body and see the others you were traveling with as well. Even though the distance must not have been very long, there was enough time for Harry to look at everyone he was traveling with. Lyra, Whispers, Hermione, Greg, an unconscious Neville, and Draco in a body bind. The phoenix floated above them, as if conducting the flames leading them to their destination. Minutes ago, Harry, Lyra, and Hermione had gone to check on Neville to find that Greg had stolen Lockhart's coat and helmet before he had wandered off, and had it draped around the unconscious boy while he was peeking around the corner, every so often wearing the helmet. Greg got a quick explanation of what happened, while Harry begrudgingly went back to get Draco, dragging the boy by his shoelaces as his head dragged on the ground. Harry smiled as he heard groans of pain from him along the way. When they were all together, fire erupted from the phoenix's wings and engulfed them in the phoenix's unique form of travel. When the fire died away, they found themselves in the infirmary, with auras and unspeakables running everywhere. They all froze at the sight of the children appearing in a ball of fire with a phoenix, and were immediately approached by an unspeakable who created a silencing field around them. "What happened, Mr. Potter?" they asked. Harry immediately pointed to Neville. "He needs help. He's been unconscious for over an hour." A wand exploded near him. Then he pointed to Draco, who was looking around fearfully. He opened the Chamber of Secrets. Immediately, the unspeakable levitated the blond boy to a bed and applied sticking charms to make sure he stayed there. Harry leaned closer to the unspeakable and asked, "Are you Aspect?" They replied with a scoffing noise, "No, would you like me to summon them?" Harry nodded as Hermione said, "You really need name tags. For your code names, of course." "I'll add it to our department's suggestion box," they said with a touch of sarcasm. There was a small hum in the air as every person turned towards the entrance of the infirmary to see Arcturus Black, Augustus Stevens, Greg Goyle SR, Brandt, Amicus Slant, and another unspeakable walking into the room like they owned the place. Magic was pouring off all of them that was distinctly saying, "Get out of our way." Seeing his father, Greg started to approach, but was given a quick signal to stay where he was. Brandt had a look of relief on his face, while Arcturus just looked sinister. All of the ministry employees just stood in place, waiting for them to do something. Arcturus stepped forward and said, "I will be speaking to the children before anyone else." Brandt beckoned them to follow them out as a healer levitated Neville to a bed for treatment. Harry, Lyra, Whispers, Hermione, and Greg ran after the black procession. After entering a classroom, the adults performed a myriad of locking and privacy spells on the room before sitting down in various places around the room. "Did you win?" Brandt asked. "Is the basilisk dead?" Harry nodded. "It was close, but we did it. The usurper is still down in the chamber. I think it's going to eat the basilisk." "We should get down there as soon as possible," Arcturus said with urgency. "We should salvage as much of it as possible." "Contracts first," Mr. Slant said firmly. He pulled out a sheet of paper with quite a bit of text on it. "You all found out the identity of an unspeakable." He gestured to what had to be Aspect, sitting next to him. "It happens enough that there is a standard magical contract you need to sign. Just don't reveal their identity, or you'll be paralyzed below the waist until the person you told can be silenced or sworn to secrecy. Then only if the head of the unspeakables wishes to give you your legs back will the curse be undone." The children stared in shock at such terms that were common in the situation. "Just to be clear," the solicitor added, "your other option is a memory wipe. To make sure the identity cannot be recovered, they will take the last 30 days along with it." "I did a lot of studying that I'm not going to lose," Hermione said as she reached for the pen, quickly signing her name on the paper. Harry, Lyra, and Greg followed suit after. The man pulled out another contract. This one was multiple pages. "How many of you were involved in the killing of the basilisk?" "It was mostly Harry," Lyra told him. "Whispers took out an eye. I caught it on fire for a little bit, and Hermione was riding the usurper when it struck the final blow." All eyes turned to Hermione. "I didn't do anything. I was just trying to keep it from going in circles to find the chamber. Mr. and Mrs. Scamander probably did a bunch too, but they're petrified now." The creepy man scribbled all of their names onto the paper. "We can assign ownership percentages later." "Arcturus wants to have Brandt handle the sales of any parts we can salvage of the creature, and Severus to handle the dissection and storage of the creature once he is revived. A standard 7% of the profits will be given to Brandt and 10% to Severus for their efforts. I'll need all your signatures." They all looked confused except Hermione, who asked, "Is this like Dragon Slayer's rights?" Getting a nod from the solicitor, she explained. When someone kills a magical creature that isn't owned by anyone else, the body can be claimed by those responsible for the killing. Amicus nodded. It's a rarely used legal method of ownership, and dragons, specifically, can no longer be claimed along with a few other regularly hostile magical animals once they are slain due to various legal shenanigans by the member nations of the Iqua. Rarer creatures like basilisks can be claimed by those who kill them, and then we get to reap the benefits from the remains. What are we going to do with a basilisk corpse? Harry asked. Make money, Brant smiled. Harry trusted Brant, so he shrugged and signed the paper, followed by the others. Greg looked a bit put out at probably receiving one of the smallest shares, but his father patted him on the shoulder regardless. Arcturus joined the conversation. While I will want to see all of your memories soon, I will hand the next part over to Unspeakable Aspect here. With her face and voice disguised, Aura Morrow Unspeakable Aspect said, We have a problem. The entire school is still petrified, and we are only going to be able to make enough mandrake drafts for 50 people at most. However, I have been secretly observing the projects to cure the petrified students, and while quite a few groups managed to figure out the standard recipe and method, the groups of both Harry and Lyra seem to be doing something that is not the standard mandrake draft. I think it would be best for us to wake up their teams first to see if they have made any improvements to the ritual. Can you wake up Newt and Tina too? Lyra asked, and Aspect nodded, then stood up and left the room with Amicus joining her. When they were gone, the locking and privacy charms were refreshed. Augustus was looking a bit bored, and even as he balanced perfectly on two legs of his chair, his wand was held firmly in one hand and pointed towards the door. When all the privacy charms had been refreshed, he sat up with the front two legs of the chair hitting the floor loudly, then asked, Can we get to the good stuff now? The kids took on a basilisk. A basilisk. I want to see that. Arcturus nodded and reached into his pocket to pull out a small silver disc. He tossed it into the air, and it expanded into his pensive, large enough for everyone to stand around the outside of it. With a wave of his hand, and all the tables and chairs near it were swept towards the walls to give them space. Brant approached the children. Harry, you know how this works, but for the rest of you, I'm going to put my wand to your head, and I want you to focus on your experience today. Close your eyes and think it all through. When you've got it, give me a nod and I'll take the memory so we can view it in the pensive. Is that what that is? Hermione asked. I read they're very rare. Hogwarts is supposed to have one. Brant nodded and kneeled in front of Harry as he focused on the day, starting with being in the forest with the Scamanders. After Brant took the memory and placed it in the bowl, he proceeded with Lyra, Greg, and Hermione. Once they were thoroughly mixed, Arcturus told them to stand back and put his face into the bowl. He was only in for a minute before coming back out, and said, Just needed to cut out some bits for those not aware of Aspect's identity. Everyone can dive in now. He leaned back down, and the rest of the group mimicked his actions. The group appeared in the clearing where the usurper had made its nest. The scene was frozen just as the usurper had looked up towards the castle. Memory Harry was staring at it intensely. Hermione and Greg started wandering around the memory, passing their hands through the objects around them and watching them reform. Augustus was staring at the usurper. That's a big snake. It's not that big, the children all said at once, then chuckled nervously. Arcturus started up the memory, and Harry yelled to the Scamanders that the basilisk was near, and they took off through the forest. As they passed the destruction at Macnair's camp, Hermione looked a little sick at the detail of Harry's memory from all the dead trolls, while Brant laughed at Macnair, who would now have failed at his greatest hunt. And then they just abandoned me. Harry told everyone as the Scamanders took his broom and flew towards the owlery. They did the right thing, Brant told Harry. You needed to stay with the usurper as the only one who could speak to it and direct it where it needed to go. I guess, he grumbled. Arcturus sped up the memory and stopped to hear the chaotic battle inside the castle. After the noise of fighting stopped, Harry sat down to think, then he got up and told the usurper the plan. Arcturus stopped the memory as Greg S.R. asked, How can we understand the parcel tongue? Lord Black replied, If I had to guess, it's because it's a magical language. Looking at Harry, when you speak or hear another snake, do you need to translate at all, or does it sound like English in your mind? It sounds like English, though I know the sounds from my mouth are some kind of hissing. That's what I thought, he continued. A Cambodian Parselmouth would remember the conversation in Khmer, and a Brazilian speaker might understand it in Portuguese. I imagine that's why there have never been any books of Parseltongue transcribed, because it doesn't have any actual alphabet or phonetics. Hermione seemed to be trying to pull a pen and paper from her pockets to write all of this down, but couldn't do anything with her form while inside the memory. Eventually, she just frowned and sat down. The memory resumed, and the memory Harry and the usurper split up. When Harry reached the owlery, and the students there accused him of being the heir, they paused again. Shit, Arcturus cursed. Brant, when we are done here, take the prepared package to the Daily Prophet. Turning to the children, from your lack of reaction to Mr. Potter speaking to the snake, I assume you know about this already. Well, since finding out about his ability, I have been putting together information on some of the more productive Parselmouths in history other than the Dark Lord. I'm sure all of you know it's impossible to stop the spread of good gossip in Hogwarts, and the only reason a special edition of the paper hasn't been printed yet is that nearly all the students and staff are turned to stone. The memory began again and continued up until Harry spotted the message next to Lyra's staff. Arcturus dropped his hands to his side, and the pensive went dark, with only their forms hovering in the endless abyss. I'm going to switch to Lyra's memory now. Arcturus made some gestures with his hands, and they were in the great hall, filled with people. Lockhart welcomed everyone to the tournament, though he was already wearing the black helmet and golden jacket. He asked for the main doors to be closed so they could begin. Students started looking at large charts on the walls to see what orders they would be fighting in. Though after several minutes, the doors burst open to reveal the basilisk, its eyes wide as everyone began to turn to stone. At that moment, there was the sound of a bell ringing and heavy doors being shut all over the castle. Memory Lyra unleashed a torrent of flame from her wand at the monster, but it was uninjured and didn't advance toward her at all. There was a hissing voice that Lyra recognized as Parseltongue, and Harry translated for everyone. It's the heir. He's telling the basilisk to move out of the way. The basilisk retreated into the hall, and the cloaked heir strolled into the room. Lyra's face grew furious and drew her staff, slamming it into the ground to spit out a shadowy tendril, which acted as a fist, punching the heir in the stomach. It whirled around for another swing, but the heir cast a bright light that dispersed the darkness, then shot a red spell towards Lyra, which split in several directions and hit her from all sides, making her collapse to the ground. The memory was paused. 5 galleons to the one who can identify that spell, Arcturus told the adults with him. A cutting curse of some kind, Augustus replied. Greg S.R. shook his head, yes and no. The spell looked like a cutting curse, but it didn't visibly cut Lyra at all. He paused for a moment before saying with a curious look, I think I've seen it before. Was that a broken marionette curse? It was, good eye, Arcturus said. Then he explained, the curse severs various parts of the body's nervous system so that the target cannot move their limbs or speak. Like if you take a puppet and cut all the strings. It can only be used for a surprise or a defenseless target, as dodging even one of the segments makes it ineffective. The memory started up again. Lyra and her staff began to float out of the room. Brant asked for it to stop again, and they replayed the edge of the memory to see Gilderoy Lockhart sneaking away. He'll be back, Greg said quickly. Lyra's memory continued as she was held in front of the basilisk's face, which caused the basilisk to be bashed in its side by a powerful blow of magic, breaking many portraits along the wall and shattering stones. The heir performed some spell on Lyra, then reached into her robe and ripped out the amulet underneath. Holding it up to the basilisk caused it to be knocked into the wall again, causing further damage. The heir threw it to the ground and stomped on it until it broke. Lyra explained to the others about the amulet and that it contained the power of the thrust from the centaur with the spear they had met. From there, they watched as the heir wrote his message on the wall next to her staff and led the basilisk up the stairs, petrifying 2 students who came out of a broom closet to see what the noise was. As Lyra continued to float along, the heir stopped and looked around, hearing pounding on the door outside below, then hissed at the basilisk, which Harry translated as, "Someone is at the front. Protect me, then come down when they are dealt with." Just as they were about to continue watching the memory, Hermione stopped them, Lyra, does anything interesting happen from here? She shrugged. I guess not. He didn't talk to me or anything, just took me down into the chamber, and then I laid there until Harry showed up. We should switch to Harry, or you'll ruin the big reveal about the chamber, Hermione told Arcturus. Sure, fine. Arcturus shrugged and dropped his hands. Everything faded away, then brought up Harry again. They went through Harry meeting Greg and Neville, and using the spiders to direct them through the castle. They met up with Hermione and a blob of fuzzy air, and everyone spoke with a buzzing noise, until Harry took a jar from Neville and ran off. When he turned the corner and revealed the devastation of the corridor, Arcturus slowed down the memory and examined every detail of the destruction. He was also very interested in what happened to Professor Binns, but resolved to ask the Scamanders once they had been revived. They continued through to the opening of the chamber, and Greg got a nod from his father. That is a stupid password. Then Lockhart made his entrance. Brant held up his hand to stop the memory and looked toward Arcturus. Do you recognize that axe? Lord Black walked through the memory and looked at it up close. His eyes widened in shock. Unless it's a fake, I'd say that's wit's end. Really? Augustus asked. To the confused looks of everyone else, Brant explained. It was crafted about 300 years ago, and it's been said, but never proven, that it was made by Ravenclaw's heir. Supposedly, it was an attempt to recreate goblin forging techniques. I'm sure that Miss Granger knows that Ravenclaw's motto is, "Wit beyond measure is a man's greatest treasure." This axe was to be used when you are at your wit's end. Augustus smiled and said, "Nice history lesson, but let's get to the basilisk fight already." The memory was sped up again as Hermione plummeted down the pipe, then the rest of them followed, though she did not show up at the other end. Should we switch to your memory now, Miss Granger? Is it better for the story? Arcturus asked. Hermione didn't seem to pick up on the hints of sarcasm as she thought about it. I think it would be better if we go back to when I fell down the pipe right before I meet up with Harry again. Fine, he replied, not having expected her to give any direction at all. The next time they stopped was when Lockhart turned on them and knocked himself and Neville out. Augustus Stevens decided it was his turn for commentary. That man is an idiot. Did he honestly think the wand of an aura would work against his son? That boy shouldn't have been using it himself, but Lockhart's lucky he wasn't casting something more dangerous, or he would be dead. Where is he, by the way? The grimaces on the faces of the others told that ending. Oops, sorry, spoiler. The adults got a chuckle at Lockhart introducing himself and getting knocked out by Harry, then they continued the memory. Greg's father gave him an approving nod for staying and protecting Neville as Harry and Whispers went ahead. When they got into the chamber and Whispers vanished, Brant stopped the memory as everyone stared at the empty chamber. He pointed to the side and asked Harry, "Is that what you see when Whispers or other demiguises are invisible and other disillusioned people?" There was a small sparkle in the side of the room, and Arcturus moved the memory forward to show it moving. Harry nodded at how Whispers looked in his memory. Harry rushed to Lyra and then engaged in the skirmish with the air until it was revealed that it was Draco under the hood. A range of emotions was seen on the faces of the adults. Arcturus looked furious, Brant was delighted, Greg SR was shocked, and Augustus looked completely indifferent. Lyra was getting a bit annoyed. Hey, if none of you noticed, I'm just laying there on the ground. Just play the memory and ask questions later. Arcturus chuckled and bowed to her. As you wish, young lady. The memory continued, with Brant commenting on the effectiveness of their blood amulets. Then with the reveal that it was teenage Voldemort possessing Draco, got many reactions as to how Harry knew about that. But angry looks from Lyra had them continue the memory. Brant complimented Harry on his handling and leading the conversation with Riddle. All of the adults grew deathly serious when the Spectre mentioned that he performed a ritual with the death of Myrtle Warren. When Draco revealed the book as Riddle's weakness, the only person who looked like he might know what was going on was Lord Black, looking even more thoughtful as the axe didn't destroy the book. Then Riddle called for the basilisk. In Lyra's memory, they had only seen the head of the snake, seeing its entire length come out of the statue, along with the damage that had been done to it since Lyra had seen it last drew impressed looks from the adults present. When it raised its golden crest, Those impressed looks turned a bit fearful. As the basilisk told Harry it was going to kill him, Harry added a bit of running commentary that he felt a bit sorry for it, that it had no idea what was coming as the snake thought roosters were the kingsbane, and it was immune. After Harry threw the axe, Arcturus told Brant to see if it could be retrieved as the body was dissected. When Whispers stabbed the other eye, they looked around and realized Whispers must be outside wondering why everyone had their faces in a large bowl. Just as the basilisk king let out its tongue to try to taste the direction toward Memory Harry, Real Harry held up his hand to stop the memory. "Wait, I think Greg needs to get a turn now," he told them. Greg smiled as Arcturus switched the memory and showed the bulky boy sitting next to Neville, who was still unconscious, hearing the loud movements and crashes from the inner chamber. He looked over at Lockhart to see the man standing up and started to follow the noise into the hallway. "Wait, Professor." Greg yelled, "Professor." Lockhart looked confused. "I've always wanted to be a teacher, but right now I hear a party going on, and that is where I need to be. I am a celebrity after all." He started to walk away again, but Greg called to him to stop again. "You're not dressed for a party." Lockhart looked at himself and took off the bulky black helmet he was wearing. "You're right. The colors clash horribly. But where should I put my hat and jacket?" Greg looked thoughtful and replied, "I can hold them for you, sir, just until you come back." "Good lad." He tossed Greg the helmet, then took off the dragon scale jacket, handing it to him as well. It was very heavy, his knees buckling slightly under the weight. "A little something for your effort as well." Lockhart took 2 galleons from his pocket and fanned them between his thumb and index finger before placing them on top of the jacket, bundled in Greg's hands. With that done, Lockhart turned back down the hallway and strolled down it like he was on a red carpet entranceway. Greg S.R. grinned broadly. "Marvelous work, boy. True slithering cunning." "But I'm in Scamander now," Greg replied. "Your ambition and cunning will always show your true colors," his father told him. Greg blushed and received a side hug from his father as Arcturus switched the memories back to Harry's perspective. Everyone watched and laughed as Lockhart introduced himself to the blind basilisk, then flinched as the creature bit off everything above the thighs and let his legs fall to the floor separately as it swallowed. They all flinched again a couple of seconds later as Harry blew a large hole in the side of the Serpent King and got knocked on his side. Now, in the memory, Harry was able to hear the sound of his ribs cracking beneath him. Then came the arrival of Dumbledore's Phoenix, protecting Lyra, and as soon as they started to hear screaming, Hermione raised her hands to get the memory to stop. "Finally, my turn." Arcturus was getting a little frustrated at everyone conducting the memory, but switched it to the memory Brant had taken from her. It started with her in the prison cell, but she told him they could skip that. It sped through a bell ringing and the cell opening. Yaxley drew his wand and fell to the ground, and then there were more blurry shapes and buzzing noises, as until meeting up with Harry. The memory was going at a very fast speed until she jumped into the large pipe down to the chamber. Harry noticed, after a few seconds, that the pipe Hermione was moving down was much narrower than the one he had been in. It also was much straighter, and didn't take as many twists and turns. At the bottom, it didn't fall into a pool of murky liquid, but leveled off for a while, giving Hermione a chance to slow to a stop and stand up. She waited there for a while and no one came, so she called many times for the others before lighting her wand and walking away from the slide. The memory was sped up again as she roamed down random pathways, marking them with paint as she went. There were small rooms here and there, but every time Hermione went in one, it was empty or looked like it had been cleared out ages ago. Finally, she arrived at a circular room with no other door that had a large pool of water in the center of the room. As she stared into the water, the head of the usurper came out, and she screamed, then ran away as fast as she could with her eyes shut. The memory went black for the most part as she no longer remembered seeing anything, but bits and pieces remained as her hearing or some other sense created a shadow of the world around her. As she couldn't see where she was going, she did eventually crash into a wall. When her eyes opened, the usurper was above her, staring right into her eyes. "No," she cried in the memory. "Please don't petrify me. Not down here. They'll never find me to wake me up." The usurper hissed, and Harry translated as, "I'm not going to hurt you. You carry the scent of my emissaries. That's me and Lyra, he clarified. I didn't know that. I thought it was the basilisk, she complained. The memory continued to show her begging until she realized she wasn't going to be eaten or petrified. Then they started to hear the thunderous noise of the battle in the chamber. As the usurper started to move towards the noise, Hermione called it back and ended up getting a ride on its back. As they continued towards the inner chamber with Hermione throwing out paint spells in the maze-like hallways so they didn't get lost. When they got to the door, the snake hissed for the door to open, but it stayed put, so it turned back the way it came until it hit a turn in the hallway. I wasn't sure why it was leaving until it turned around, Hermione told the group. When the usurper turned back, the whole body seemed to clench before shooting forward as it slithered at breakneck speed down the corridor, with Hermione screaming along the way and shattering the door to enter the room. Hermione covered her ears as the snake let loose a fearsome crow, then watched as the heavily injured basilisk convulsed and died. Arcturus switched the memory back to Harry. Everything continued with the introduction of Tom to Hermione, then his death at the hand of Draco. When Draco tried to argue that he had saved them, Arcturus frowned. He's kind of right. I guess I won't kill him. I still might, Harry told them. Greg looked a bit uneasy at the statement. Fair enough, Arcturus gave him a nod. Though Lucius is involved in this somehow, so I might yet have someone to kill. Hermione looked a little uneasy at all the casual talk of murder but said nothing. The memory finished with them collecting Greg and Neville, then traveling by Phoenix Fire back to the hospital wing. They all stood up quickly as Arcturus ended the playback and found Whispers sitting at a small table with Astray, eating cheese and fruit together. The Eurus quickly bowed to everyone and walked into an alcove, vanishing from sight. Greg S.R. asked everyone, "You all saw that, right? That's not at all weird to you?" While the others were confused over Whispers having tea with Astray, there was a brief moment where Brant locked eyes with Arcturus, and the entire world vanished around them. Inside a memory inside Brant's head, Lord Black sat down at a table across from his steward for a private conversation. This particular exercise in occlumency and legilimency was one of the greatest ways to share a secret, as even sitting together for several minutes in a memory would only have a few seconds elapse in the real world. Before Arcturus could even speak, Brant spoke up. I know what you're going to say, and I'm just as concerned. I'm not at all concerned, Arcturus said plainly. I am fascinated, curious, and determined. Well, whatever you're feeling, I will be sure to find out how in Merlin's name Harry knew that ghost of a boy was the Dark Lord. That and whatever was going on with what made Lockhart flip out like that. Don't drag your feet on it, though. I have a strong feeling that we might not have seen the last of the Dark Lord. As Brant's eyes widened, Arcturus reached into his coat and pulled out a needle and laid it down on the table between them. It took a moment before Brant's eyes showed recognition of whatever the needle represented, and his shock was so strong that it broke the connection between the two men at their meeting of the minds. In the seconds they had been away from the others, Augustus replied to Greg S.R. On a scale of 1 to what we just saw in that memory, I'd say a demiguise having a snack with an Urisk rates at about 2.5 quibblers. Brant immediately hid the shock and fear from his conversation with Arcturus under an occlumency-enforced memory of confidence, and looked to everyone. I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss later, but I've got a date with the Daily Prophet, and I bet my last 2 nuts that there's a horde of unspeakables and auras outside that want to talk to the kids. Sure enough, right outside the door were Amelia Bones, Alistair Moody, Tonks, a very pissed-off-looking Corbin Yaxley, Aura Lamb, and 5 unspeakables, though one of them was a head taller than the others and had gold trim around the outside of their hood. Looking directly at Moody, Brant reached into his pocket, then stopped and smiled, garnering a perplexed look from the old Aura. Brant smiled and then walked away. My people need to talk to the children, Amelia Bones told Arcturus. He turned to Augustus. Stevens, please handle this. He stepped forward. I am familiar with the events that have transpired. I can answer your questions for now. Are the Scamanders awake? One of the unspeakables replied, We are assessing their condition first, but we hope to wake them shortly. Good, I can speak with you there, and they may be able to provide additional information when they are awake. He walked right past the auras and towards the hospital wing. Amelia and Yaxley followed, but Moody and Tonks remained behind. Whispers jumped up and over to Tonks, who caught him and ruffled his hair. "Are the lot of you all right?" she asked them. Whispers made a stabbing motion and said, "I stab." Lyra translated, "He stabbed the basilisk in the eye with my knife." Moody's real eye widened. "You're taking a piss at me?" "No. Well, good job, little guy." He reached over and ruffled the creature's hair as well. Arcturus was busy looking at the group of unspeakables who were still there, then asked the one with gold trim, "Is that you, Saul?" The very tall man pulled down his hood to reveal a gray-haired gentleman with a mustache that stuck out straight to the sides and a slightly manic look in his eyes. "Don't worry about the identity thing," he told everyone. "I'm one of the very few that has a known identity. I tend to play around with time in my job, so when people see me by myself and out of uniform, they need to be able to run away to avoid being involved in a corrupted time stream. We're fine now." He rolled up one sleeve and checked one of 6 oversized watches on his forearm that seemed to have many more hands than normal. "Yep, we're fine right now." "So what are you doing here, old friend?" Arcturus asked. "My people and I need to talk with Mr. Potter, Miss Black, Miss Granger, and the rest of their Mandrake teams when they wake up in." He looked at a different watch than before and tapped it a few times. 6 minutes and 34 seconds. He looked towards Greg. "Don't worry, young man. Maybe our paths will cross again in the future, or the past, or something else." "I hope not," Greg SR told him as he started leading his son away very quickly. "You have that effect on people," Arcturus smiled. "I think I'll leave Aspect at the school after I leave," Saul told him. "I want them to document the basilisk and this other serpent that you brought to our shores against ministry approval. There probably will be a substantial fine associated with that. I think that fine could be waived in exchange for access to the Chamber of Secrets," Arcturus smiled. "If not, send me the bill." Saul led them back to the hospital wing, where the statues of Fred, George, Lee, Penny, and 2 Ravenclaws that Harry didn't know the names of were standing and waiting in the middle of the room. Newt and Tina Scamander were also spotted on a bed to the side of the room, with Dougal standing next to them and making a mournful cooing. Whispers rushed over to join them. Another unspeakable entered the room carrying a large, long-neck bottle with a tortoiseshell design on the outside. They pulled a long pipette from the top to show a yellowish liquid inside and proceeded to place 2 drops in each of the eyes of all the statues standing up in the middle of the room. It took a moment, but the stone coloring of their skin faded back to normal and they all cried out, almost simultaneously, "Ah, basilisk," before looking around and saying, "What the hell?" with a few curses thrown in due to the confusion. The unspeakable with the bottle informed them they were all right and had been revived, at which Penny urgently asked, "Did we miss exams?" "Still a week away," Hermione told her as her mentor ran over to hug her. "You're not in jail, is it over?" she asked. Hermione nodded. "Harry and Lyra killed it. I got to ride another giant snake. It was terrifying." Penny looked around at the twins, talking with Lee and Harry while Lyra was next to the Scamanders, who were still petrified. "Why are we the first ones awake?" The unspeakable Saul approached her. "You, Miss Clearwater, and your group brewing the Mandrake draft, along with those 4 over there, were the only 2 groups that seemed to be on the verge of something successful that wasn't the standard recipe. As we have too many students and faculty to cure with the current supply of potion, we want to see what you have been doing to see if you have done anything to help us revive everyone. Please come with me." He motioned for all the conscious students to follow, and they left the hospital wing, arriving at a large classroom in a place that Harry could have sworn used to be a broom closet. On one side was everything from the secret workshop of the Weasley twins, and the other had a whole library of books and numerous chalkboards covered with notations that could only be the Ravenclaw's work as well. "How'd you get all our stuff?" Lee asked, one of the hooded unspeakables. They replied dryly, "We are from the Department of Mysteries. We could get your favorite stuffed animal you lost at daycare when you were younger." "You could?" Lee was shocked. "Can you get it for me now?" The unspeakable reached into his robes, pulled out a teddy bear with a red ribbon tied around its neck, and passed it to Lee. "Hey, this isn't Napoleon," Lee said with an accusatory tone. "It was worth a shot." The unspeakable shrugged and waved their wand, causing the conjured bear to vanish. "We got your stuff," because we assigned you the project, and we were able to do it because we wanted to. The groups of hooded individuals split up as each group started to explain their projects and what they planned on doing. The much more knowledgeable adults followed along and ended up changing a lot of their notations and ideas, conjuring more chalkboards to make more notations and perform even more advanced magical arithmetic. Harry and Lyra ended up leaving their groups to talk with each other, as they both seemed to have the power or ideas behind the projects, but very little of the knowledge. "So, what were you guys doing?" Lyra asked. "The twins were constructing a dual ritual circle to capture the power released when we boiled a screaming mandrake alive in a stew made of various potion ingredients used for snake venom antidotes. How about you?" "Slightly less violent for us," Lyra said with a smirk. "We set up a blessing circle with a ritual absorption circle below it. We were going to cover a mandrake in thick mud so it wouldn't scream, place it in the circle, and use a lot of the same ingredients you were putting in the stew to power the blessing of the mandrake. Then when it was done, cut the blessed mandrake into tiny pieces and put it in a stew." "You were going to activate all the ingredients?" Harry asked. "That was the plan. What were you going to do?" Lyra replied. "I'm not sure." Harry frowned. "Though it was my idea to boil it alive and make the thickness of the stew just enough so it would scream while the stew was boiling." Slowly, the other group members joined Harry and Lyra in the center, and the twins conjured a few shaggy purple sofas to sit on as they waited for the unspeakables to go over everything they were doing. Finally, there was a quick conference between the hooded people before they passed a stack of papers to Saul, who still had his hood off. He leafed through them and then approached the students. "So," he began slowly, "neither of your plans would have been successful." All the students looked disappointed. Then he continued, "However, your ideas were excellent, innovative, and on the right track." He gestured to Lyra's group. "Yours would have failed because the blessing would have created an exceptionally loud mandrake and probably killed most of the people in the castle before it could be used in the ritual." Everyone looked frightened, but Saul didn't seem to be concerned. He gestured to Harry's group. "On the other hand, your group created a ritual that was too violent for such a fragile magical plant that it would have created something I'm sure we will study for years to come." That seemed to be even scarier than the other group's failure. "This is why we had an unspeakable monitoring of everyone's progress. And the good news is that by combining both of your ideas, we will be able to create a mandrake that will be strong enough to be subjected to the violent death that was planned for it and create a much more potent version of the draft." That garnered small cheers from the students as they smiled at each other, though Saul wasn't done addressing them. "Two more things. The first is you will all be allowed to watch some of the experts from my department prepare and perform the blessing and ritual. However, you will not be able to do it yourselves, ever. I will be extracting blood oaths from all of you that will be preserved in a phylactery that you will never recreate, develop more, or share what you've learned with others unless directed by someone who is a current department head of the Department of Mysteries. Or you can have the information removed from your minds. It is not a memory wipe. We will, quite literally, reach in and take all information about these projects from your heads, and you will be unable to form the thought processes to recreate those memories." Not surprisingly, everyone chose the blood oath. After repeating the words aloud, the blood for each of them was placed on a round crystal that absorbed it, turning them red. Another unspeakable then poured liquid silver over them and shaped the cooling metal for each into a three-sided pyramid and attached a chain to them. Finally, the unspeakable inscribed each student's initials and the date on the side of the silver ornament and placed them inside their robe. The blessing and ritual didn't take very long. The students sat behind a large window where they couldn't hear anything, but saw a group from the Department of Mysteries roll a very large mandrake in mud and ensure it was completely covered on all sides, with just its leafy top sticking out. The leaves were anointed with some kind of oil and laid on a table covered with geometric patterns and runes. Various ingredients were placed at points in the circles, and then they began to glow. The light of magic came from the ingredients as they swirled and entered the mud-covered mandrake. As soon as the light died away, they hoisted the large, baby-like plant into a waiting cauldron, and a silver triangle above the workers began to vibrate. They all looked up at it for a brief moment, and then continued their work. All of the work was so smooth and methodical, like they had all done it hundreds of times before, though this particular process was brand new to them. Two large slabs of stone were brought in with ritual circles inscribed on them. They were placed standing up on either side of the cauldron and levitated to continuously orbit the stewing mandrake on opposite sides. As the ritual went on, the lines of the circles grew brighter and brighter. Towards the end, more ingredients were added to the stew, and various stirring methods were used. Almost none of them were circular stirring, and a few of them needed rods with special materials in different shapes to stir. It dawned on many of the students in the groups that no matter how complicated they thought what they had been doing was, it paled in comparison to the real thing. Finally, the ritual slabs themselves were shattered and placed in the flames below the cauldron, where they slowly turned to dust as the solution turned a glowing yellow color. One of the unspeakables brought in Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, and held the feline next to the fumes coming off the cauldron. After 10 seconds, the cat started to scratch and claw at the hooded person, to which they just stunned it and started filling up small perfume spritzers with the contents of the cauldron. The students and faculty in the great hall were woken quickly, with just a spritz of the potion sprayed on their faces. Since the last thing they had seen was a giant basilisk, everyone panicked the moment they were awoken, but the sight of the unspeakables and auras eased their minds quickly. A few people were in the process of casting spells and needed a shield to be set up around them before revival. Snape, in particular, cast a ribbon of purple light that needed 4 unspeakables to contain, as it broke through 2 shields immediately. When Dumbledore was awoken, he just nodded to the unspeakable in front of him. "Is it over? Did he do it?" "I can see that he did." "Well, I guess I've got to start getting the school ready for exams." Then he walked off, leaving a very confused hooded person standing there before moving on to the next revival. The students that had been in Madame Pomfrey's storage closet were revived with similar reactions, though when Vincent Crabbe first spoke, he asked carefully, "Is Draco still okay?" Then after seeing their responses, he shut up and wouldn't say anything else. The unspeakables tried to undo whatever had happened to Professor Binns, but he was unable to be returned to being a ghost. The black cloud with his features simply moved around the hallways, and when his form ran into a wall, it simply changed course instead of passing through. They tried using an entire bottle of the spray on him, but he remained the same floating black cloud with human features occasionally appearing. By the time students were going to sleep, the only statues left were Newt and Tina Scamander. The reason they had been left for last was that they were the only 2 that had fought the basilisk and were presumably injured during the fight. Harry, Lyra, and Cedric stood nearby to watch as a team of specialized healers readied themselves for the petrification to be lifted. Both of them groaned as they regained the ability to move. When Newt had regained his wits, he immediately told the healers who were working on him, "Help her." Newt had a few bruises and fractured bones and was fixed up within an hour. Tina was another story. She had numerous broken bones in her torso and injured organs from the fight, and was told that it would take some time for her to be healed completely. When Harry asked why they couldn't use Phoenix tears, he was told that they were too rare, and most of the birds never give them out. That didn't make sense, as Dumbledore's Phoenix had visited them and given them out like candy. However, he was also told that the tears also cause rapid healing, which, in the case of damaged organs, could cause complications due to the speed and surrounding broken bones. The 3 of them were assured that she would fully recover in around 2 weeks. The 2 Scamanders were slowly filled in on the events that had transpired since their fight with the basilisk by Arcturus, and he managed to talk them into providing their memories from the fight. Chapter 102, The Other. Chapter text: Draco woke up in a luxurious king-sized bed. He stretched out and felt the soft wool blanket he was covered in. He felt very well rested, and this bed was certainly more comfortable than where he had been when he fell asleep. The reminder of where he had been previously, and that he had probably been stunned rather than fallen asleep, had him sit up fast and look around. He was in a king-sized bed in a well-upholstered room, but an entire wall was taken up by dark iron bars. On the other side of those bars were Arcturus Black, Severus Snape, Albus Dumbledore, Harry Potter, Lyra Black, and that damned Demiguise. You're awake, good, Arcturus told him. Let's get this started. Draco was looking around for an escape that wasn't there, so he fell back on an old reaction. Just wait for my father to hear about this. Your father has been summoned and is on his way, Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore told him. Professor Snape will be acting as your guardian until he arrives. Come here, boy, Arcturus ordered him. When he didn't get out of bed, Arcturus tried to reassure him. Don't worry, I have already resolved not to kill you, as you did save Lyra, even if a lot of it was just self-preservation. Draco smiled and got up, shooting a smug look at Harry as he approached Arcturus. When he was at the bars, Draco's arm was grabbed and pulled through the bars, causing his head to ring on the metal. Be more careful with students in my care, Dumbledore warned him as his magic flared slightly. Arcturus ignored the headmaster and told Draco, You have allowed and helped facilitate an attack on your own family and those under my care. You conspired with a dark lord without my approval. You have let your body and mind be polluted, betraying the Black family motto. You are hereby stripped of your place in the family inheritance. Anyone with a trace of black blood has supplanted you. The great-grandchildren of discarded squibs hold a higher place in line than you. Arcturus still had a firm grip on Draco's arm as looks of shock and despair washed over the boy's face. You will not be disowned, and I have resolved not to kill you. However, you will receive the mark. Draco looked very confused. Are you sure that's necessary? Dumbledore questioned. The headmaster's concern made Draco even more worried and afraid. My family, my rules, Albus. Go make some sprogs of your own before you think the handling of my family is incorrect, Arcturus told him. As the boy struggled, Arcturus twisted Draco's arm and squeezed it so his hand opened up, palm to the ceiling. With his other hand, he made a series of complicated movements with his fingers as he conjured a writhing mass of dark smoke, then condensed it into a ball, jammed it into Draco's palm, and let go of his arm. The blond boy immediately jumped backward and shut his fist. He slowly opened his fingers to reveal a swirling blackness in his palm. He tried to grab it and rub it away with the other hand, but it just stayed there, continuously swirling in place. He tried wiping it on his clothes, on the blanket and the floor. Nothing got rid of it. In a terrified voice, he asked, What is this? Arcturus grew deathly serious. It is a reminder of what you have done. Nothing can remove it, and if you ever act against our family or our interests again, you will die. What if I don't know or I'm possessed? Draco asked in a small voice. Not my problem, Arcturus replied with a shrug as the sound of boots was heard approaching them. Lucius Malfoy came storming down the hall, with two auras following him. His progress was stopped as Lyra's hair burst into flame, producing bursts from the tips onto the floor. Harry pointed his staff towards the man, and the whispers began growling. Dumbledore walked quickly between the two groups and motioned for everyone to calm down. Arcturus's eyes never left Lucius as he called out, Boy, show your father your hand. As Draco raised his hand, Lucius's eyes grew furious. You marked my son. I will have your head. A green mist started pooling out of Arcturus's hands, though he didn't raise them, as he said, I will be happy to face you in a real duel this time. I mostly wanted to show off my acquisition of Stevens at your trial. Mr. Potter and his sister have also recently had an encounter with someone that claims they know you, a Mr. Tom Riddle. Lucius's face showed the smallest of eye twitches, but looked confused otherwise. Harry and Lyra recognized it as an occlumency defense against showing his true reaction. I don't know what you're talking about, the elder Malfoy sneered. I have all the evidence I need. Arcturus glared at Lucius as tiny green skulls started rising from the mist pooling around him. They popped like bubbles as they rose higher. You gave Mr. Riddle permission to kill Draco and anyone else he wanted to get what he needed. As much as Draco is your son, he is also a Black. I will be coming for you for allowing an outsider to try and kill someone from my family. Good luck, Lucius sneered. Draco, I will see you after your exams. Study hard. With that, he turned around and exited, with the aura escort following him out. Dumbledore looked at Arcturus as the green mist started to vanish. I feel like I should be thanking you for not trying to kill him here, though I would request that you do not try to leave this boy without a father to begin with. Drenched with sarcasm, Arcturus replied, Your suggestion will be taken under advisement. Another thing before I take my leave, Dumbledore told them. While the unspeakables know, I think it would be best if the school does not learn of Draco's involvement in this plot. He was being possessed by Voldemort after all. He will need to be able to complete the remainder of his time at Hogwarts without harassment from his peers. What are you suggesting, Albus? Snape asked curiously. There are plenty of rumors spreading now of who exited the Chamber of Secrets with Mr. Potter. I suggest we add Mr. Malfoy's name to the list as one who helped, not hindered him in his efforts. There was a near-explosive response from Harry and Lyra. After they finally calmed down, Arcturus told Dumbledore, "If you do this, I expect no pushback from you on some of my other endeavors. Do we have an understanding?" Dumbledore looked conflicted but nodded. Harry and Lyra tried to object, but Arcturus cut them off. "You don't need to be happy with this. You just need to accept it. You will know the truth, even if you can't spread it around. Draco will also know the truth, and if he tries to use this to his advantage, he will suffer for it. This is happening only so he won't be killed in his sleep by other students at this school who suffered from his actions." Harry muttered, "I'd do it while he was awake." The blond boy in the cell shivered at this statement and nodded. With that matter settled, Snape and Dumbledore headed out, leaving Arcturus, Harry, and Lyra with Draco staring at each other. There was silence for quite a bit before Arcturus spoke. "I've said my piece. Lyra, Harry, do either of you have anything to say to Draco?" Harry closed his eyes and tried to think as Lyra kept her eyes open while glaring at the boy who used to be her brother. Finally, she asked, "When we dueled, you called out for help. But you weren't trying to run away. You were asking Tom for help, weren't you?" Draco's silence gave the answer she wanted. "He threw my fire at me, not you, right?" Draco just looked at his shoes and said nothing. "Coward," Lyra said as she spat at his feet through the bars, and then walked away, down the hallway with Whispers running after her. Harry opened his eyes once Lyra was gone and glared at the boy behind the bars, then back at Arcturus. "Can you open the cell?" Draco panicked and started to back away as Arcturus waved his wand, and a section of the bars, not the door, vanished. Harry carefully stepped through as Draco backed up to the wall. "That book contained the spectre, didn't it?" Draco didn't look at him. "Answer me," Harry yelled. Draco looked up fearfully and nodded. When Crabbe attacked Hermione, he was supposed to give her the book. Give it to her so it would possess her, right? Draco was shaking as he nodded, but he forgot. That idiot was probably having too much fun hurting her and it just slipped his mind. "Then in your own words, you had to do the job yourself, isn't that right?" "How do you know about that?" Draco asked in a panic. "You let Riddle possess you. You wanted this. You wanted it right up until he said he was going to kill you and Lyra." A glass of water on the table next to the bed shattered as magic started rolling off Harry. Unbeknownst to him, Arcturus was grinning sinisterly at the interaction. "So that means when the heir took me, some of that was him, and some of it was you. Tom Riddle, a teenage Voldemort." Draco still flinched at the name of the Dark Lord. "He wouldn't want any satisfaction from brutally assaulting me, but you would. You wanted to hurt me, you wanted to kill me, didn't you?" Draco was flat against the wall as waves of aggression from Harry's magic were washing over him. "Didn't you?" Harry yelled. Harry didn't wait for Draco to reply before punching him in the face. He continued to deliver blows to the boy's body and face until he started to slip down the wall, not from losing consciousness, but from trying to get under the fists raining down on him. Harry took a step back and let him slide down and cover his face. He was breathing heavily as Draco cowered against the wall. "And it was you, wasn't it, that cast the cutting spell at me during the dueling club? We were all having fun, and you had to ruin it." "Defindo," Harry slashed with his wand, and a red line swept between him and Draco, cutting into the boy's leg and causing him to scream in pain. "There, now we are even. I haven't done anything to you that you didn't do to me first. Tell people you got injured from the basilisk if you want. You'll need to sell the story that you were somehow involved in helping, as Dumbledore said, and not the one who was responsible." Arcturus quickly wiped the grin off his face before Harry turned around and exited the space between the bars. Then with a wave of his wand, the bars were back like they had always been there. "Elf," Arcturus called, and one popped in. "Please summon a healer. It seems like Mr. Malfoy tripped and injured himself." As he walked Harry out of the holding cell area, Arcturus conjured a cloth and gently cleaned the blood from Harry's knuckles and performed a few healing spells on them. "You did a good thing. You didn't get revenge. You got justice for yourself and your family, nothing more than he did to you. There's nothing more important than family. Go back to your common room and enjoy your victory." "Victory," That is what this was. From the moment the basilisk died, Harry had felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It was a combination of everything that had happened so far during the year and the fulfillment of the promise he had made to the usurper so many years ago. Now that he had delivered justice on Draco for what he had done, he felt like he was walking on air, slightly in a trance as he returned to the Scamander common room. The entire day, everyone had been avoiding him. Not just him, but also Lyra, Greg, and Hermione. So as they walked through the halls, people saw them and whispered, but they didn't approach. Back in the common room, a thought came to him, and he approached the record player in the corner and leafed through the collection. One of the albums that Moody, while disguised as the record store clerk, had recommended to him was from a woman named Shirley Bassey. He had enjoyed the album quite a bit, though there was one song on the album that he had felt like a final victory, and it didn't connect with him until now. So now, after being told he had been victorious, he put on Jezahel and leaned back against one of the trees in the room to listen. When it got to the next song, he just pulled out his wand and levitated the needle back to the beginning and started it again. He repeated that over and over until he fell asleep against the tree trunk. The next day, the Daily Prophet stirred up everything again. Harry Potter, to be a balance against evil. Revelations of what may have set you-know-who against him. The boy who lived is a Parselmouth. This year at Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had already started with a bang, as the conqueror of the Dark Lord returned to our shores and immediately set our curiosity ablaze by confronting Lucius Malfoy in an impromptu duel with the man over his disowned daughter who he claimed to be a squib. Not only was this hilariously false due to Miss Lyra Black's incredible magical prowess, but late in the year, she trounced Mr. Malfoy's son in a duel at the Hogwarts Dueling Club. Harry Potter continued to turn heads by being involved with an incredibly innovative ritual blessing at the newly founded Scamander Common Room, progressing to the third-year level in dueling, a possible clothing line, and hints at potion patents that may even outshine his ancestor, the inventor of Sleekesy's hair potion. Where does his power stem from? It may be a result of an ancient and powerful gift that allows him to speak with snakes. Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. Recent British history has us all in fear of this rare magical talent due to the Dark Lord, who was feared so much that we don't even say his name a decade after his death. However, studying history shows us a rich account of Parselmouths who benefited society. Many of our readers have heard infamous legends regarding the Dark Sorcerer, Herpo the Foul. The man who eventually defeated him is known throughout the magical and muggle world by the name Asclepius. A healer who laid the foundation for much of today's healing magic is known through the muggle world for doing the same. His symbol, a staff wrapped with a snake, is seen on muggle healers around the world. What seems to be left out of magical history too often is that he too was a Parselmouth. There have been a few dark wizards who spoke with the serpent tongue, but there have always been those who fought against them, and many of them have been blessed with the same gift. The Dark Witch Ketu was eventually stopped by Caduceus the Noble Thief, both Parselmouths. There are also many others who speak Parseltongue around the world who use their gift to help procure snake venoms to produce antidotes where none could be coaxed from the fangs of local predators. It is likely that the Dark Lord, who must not be named, sought out Harry Potter and his family due to the gift in his blood. At the Daily Prophet, we reached out to the Department of Mysteries to see if this may be a likely scenario, and received no denial. It may also be possible that who went after him instinctively without knowing of the gift the child possessed. We may never be sure. However, we do know that the troubles at Hogwarts have ended. On Saturday, the basilisk in the school interrupted a dueling tournament and petrified nearly every living soul at Hogwarts. After a fierce battle in the hallways, it was able to petrify the famous Newton and Porpentina Scamander and the non-living spirit of history professor Cuthbert Binns. Following the attack, Harry Potter, along with the Black Heiress, and the young woman he proclaims to be his sister in all but blood, Lyra Black, Gregorius Goyle Jr., Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger of the Velasco line, and defense against the dark arts professor, acclaimed adventurer and author Gilderoy Lockhart discovered the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and fought the monster within. We have received unconfirmed reports that the son of Lucius Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, was also involved in the slaying of the creature, possibly trying to make up for his father's shortcomings. Sadly, as part of the battle, Gilderoy Lockhart was killed, and Neville Longbottom is undergoing care at St. Mungo's Hospital. An unknown individual who had been claiming to be the heir of Slytherin was also killed in the battle. Mr. Harry Potter has also brought another revelation to the magical world, which has been confirmed by famed magizoologist Newton Scamander. Roosters cannot kill a basilisk. Our reporters spoke briefly with Mr. Scamander, the newest founder of a Hogwarts house. It was a shock to me. However, Mr. Potter had spent time with a magical serpent of unknown origins. After consulting the original texts that pointed to a rooster as the slayer we thought it was, the description more closely resembled this creature, and it makes infinitely more sense. After our initial request to bring in the animal was denied by the ministry, the Black family helped us bring it in on our own to combat the threat against Hogwarts. In the end, Harry Potter was involved primarily in the battle, and the basilisk was nearly dead when this Kingsbane struck the final blow. It is now under the care of Hogwarts. My wife, who is still receiving medical care at Hogwarts, and I briefly fought the creature, and I believe it to be the largest and oldest recorded basilisk in history at approximately 80 to 95 feet and at least 1,000 years old. Newton Scamander refused to provide us with more information, and it is unknown at this time why the deadly creature only petrified those that it came in contact with instead of killing them. Again, we reached out to the Department of Mysteries to ask why this phenomenon occurred and was told that it was because of reasons. We will continue to update you, our readers, on additional developments in the situation, but know now that our children at Hogwarts are now safe due to the efforts of Harry Potter, Lyra Black, and their friends. For more information on famous Parselmouths and their contributions to the magical world, see page 8. For eyewitness reports on the basilisk killing snake, see page 9. For the obituary of Gilderoy Lockhart, turn to the centerfold for a special insert. After the article came out, Harry and Lyra could not even get peace while in class. No one was paying attention to their professors. Snape had given detentions to everyone in the room except for them, and no one seemed to care. Eventually, he just dismissed the class rather than deal with the situation. There was no peace to be found in the library, and Madame Pince threw them out, as they were the source of the problem. They eventually found respite in the hospital wing. Out of all the adults at Hogwarts, it seemed like the scariest one was the woman who took care of the injured. Harry and Lyra were allowed to stay on the condition that they didn't make any noise and just studied quietly. Severus would have been extremely jealous to see students running in fear from a single look from the pleasant-looking Madame Pomfrey. While he had to work to maintain his evil persona, she didn't have to be surrounded by darkness or threaten to poison people's pets to keep students shaking in their boots. The two of them just sat next to Tina Scamander while she slept and made sure they were ready for exams. When it was almost dinner and they would need to face the rest of the students again, they heard the sound of running in the hallway and prepared for Pomfrey to send another student packing. However, when the person arrived at the doors, they saw an adult. He was tall, about as tall as Dumbledore with his hat on. He was dressed like a muggle, in a tight-fitting t-shirt and blue jeans, and reminded Harry a bit of when he met Charlie Weasley, but this man was like three of him pushed together. He looked in Harry's direction and called out, "Mom!" Then, with thundering footfalls, ran across the room toward the two children. He ended up completely ignoring them as he knelt next to Tina as she was waking up. She looked up at him and smiled. "Hey there, little lion. The papers say you fought a basilisk. Please tell me it isn't true." "All right," she shrugged and groaned at the movement. "It isn't true." "Mom, this isn't right. You are 91 years old. You need to stop playing adventurer." A grim look crossed her face as she replied, "First of all, I am only 91 years old. Your father and I are already planning a trip this summer to Indonesia to see if we can find the Bukanawa. Second, I was at a school, not on one of your family adventures, chasing down dragons and elementals. I did not expect to be running into a basilisk personally, and we had only done so to protect school children. Finally, and most importantly, you are not the boss of me." They continued to bicker for a few minutes before Newt showed up with a very fit dark-skinned woman and boy, younger than Lyra, who had his mother's complexion and Newt's features underneath round eyeglasses. He spotted Tina and called out, "Vavo," then ran across the room and jumped onto her bed. The large man caught the boy at the last second and stopped him from landing. "Vavo is hurt. You can't jump on her right now. If she keeps doing dangerous things, you may not be able to jump on her ever again." The little boy's eyes began to water, but before he could say anything else, he looked over at the other two children sitting there, staring at them, and said loudly, "You're Harry Potter." The large man turned to them and said, "Oh, sorry about that. Family drama and all. I'm your Gurion," Lyra exclaimed. "From the adventures of Gurion in Teen Witch Weekly." "Yeah, I guess I am," he replied. "Though I am also Gurion Scamander. Newt and Tina are my parents." Lyra's eyes widened as she looked between all the Scamanders in the room. The boy was still staring at Harry in as much awe as Lyra was at his father. "Do you really have a demiguise like Vavo?" the boy asked Harry. "He means my father," Gurion clarified. "We do," Harry told him, gesturing to Lyra. "He's our little brother." He turned to his father with big eyes and asked, "When can I have a demiguise too?" The boy's mother approached. Harry noticed Tina squint unpleasantly as she got near. "We can't give you a demiguise, Dacinho. They are not pets. You may one day make friends with one." She turned to Tina and gave her a curt nod. "It's good to see you, and I do hope you recover quickly." Tina started to grumble something but was interrupted by her son. "Mr. Potter, Miss Black, my parents have told me a little about the two of you. This is my wife, Janana Silver Scamander, and our son Rolf." Rolf looked over to Lyra. "Do you like the articles about my dad? I wrote them." "You did?" Lyra looked surprised. "He sure does," Gurion smiled proudly. "We have someone who edits them a bit to make them more suitable for a wide audience, but he's quite the little reporter." Newt pulled up a chair and sat down, with Rolf moving around the bed to jump on his lap. He smiled at the young boy who shared his face. "Maybe you want to write something about Vovo's fight with the basilisk." Harry and Lyra started to back off a bit as it seemed like the happy family needed their alone time. There was some sort of contention going on between Tina and Janana, but it was unclear why. As they were almost out of the infirmary, Gurion ran up to them. "Hey there, I didn't mean to run the two of you off. Rolf wants to spend some time with his grandparents, but I need to go blow off some steam. Where's the gym in this school?" "We've got a climbing gym. Does that work?" Harry asked. No, like a gym. Weights, mats, bars, all that." Seeing their reaction, he looked surprised. "No, Jim. I saw the two of you and assumed that there was something." "Well, take me to this climbing gym of yours." Lyra smiled as they walked back to the common room. This was Gurion. All those things that were in the kids' books about her brother, Harry, he had actually done. He had tamed hippogriffs, stolen treasure from dragons, rode kelpies, and much more. Harry was happy because the man's presence was keeping all the other students away as they walked. When they got to the first crossroads in the Scamander maze, Gurion took a look at the tall bamboo and said, "Daintree Rainforest. I was 8 years old when Mom and Dad went there, so I assume we have to follow a special route to get where we need to go." Harry nodded and led them to the climbing gym. This was Neville's climbing gym, and he still hadn't woken up from whatever Lockhart had done. Gurion looked around the room and frowned. "Not much to do here. Walls are too short for a good long climb, nothing too difficult. Is that an endless rope climb there? I guess that will have to do." He walked over to the hanging rope and started to climb. When he got near the top, the rope started to move downwards to give him more space to continue. He looked down at Harry and Lyra. "Can you come back and get me in an hour? Otherwise, I'd probably do this forever." They nodded in awe. Harry had been able to go as long as 20 minutes of continuous climbing on the rope, and Lyra about 25. An hour. Well, that was a new challenge they'd have to work their way up to. So in the meantime, Harry and Lyra went back to the common room to hang out with Whispers. However, when they got to the main room, Greg was waiting there, pacing. "There you are," he said. "I saw you go into the room, but I didn't know where you went. Some Slytherins are outside who want to talk to you, Harry." "What do they want?" Lyra asked. "They want to talk to Harry," Greg said nervously. "And they just sent you in. I'll go talk to them, but what are you getting out of being their owl?" Harry asked. "Nothing," Greg stopped. "I'll be right back." A minute later, Greg returned with a smirk. "So you'll go talk to them?" "Want to come?" Harry asked his sister. "If you're not back in an hour, I'll burn their common room to ashes through the well." She smiled, then ran off to their favorite tree to play with Whispers. Veronica Ward, Marcus Flint, and Gemma Farley were there to meet Harry as Greg walked him back out. Marcus nodded in thanks to Greg and then glared at him until he went back inside the maze. Harry, Gemma started, Veronica and Marcus are the seventh-year prefects for Slytherin. They wanted to bring you to a meeting. Of course, Harry already knew that watching their house meetings through the well, but he wasn't about to admit that. When is the meeting? He asked. Now, Marcus informed him. That doesn't sound like an invitation, Harry replied. It's not, Veronica said with a hard tone. It's more of a summons. Gemma made a pleading look with her face, so Harry told them with a shrug, okay, but I need to be back in an hour or Lyra is going to burn down the castle looking for me. Marcus and Veronica smiled as if it were a joke until they caught the eye of Gemma, who gave them a very serious nod. Fine, we'll have you back in an hour, Veronica told him and started leading the way to the stairs to the dungeons. When they got to the third sublevel, they passed a blindfold to Harry and told him to put it on. He had been exploring long enough that he could probably navigate the halls in the dark, so decided to attempt it. Putting on the blindfold, Gemma started to reach out to his shoulder, but he began to walk ahead towards Snape's classroom. When they were almost there, Marcus called for him to stop. How do you know the way to our common room while you can't see? He demanded. He smiled, knowing that Marcus would see his smirk. Is this the way? I just assumed it was near the potions classroom, and you didn't stop me if it was the wrong way. Seems like a Slytherin thing to do to have Snape be the gatekeeper for your dorms. Thanks for confirming it. There was the sound of Marcus getting swatted in the head, probably by Veronica, as she was heard saying, "Nice going, idiot." A hand fell on Harry's shoulder, and he heard Gemma's voice. I'm going to walk you the rest of the way, okay? They continued going towards the common room and went on some extra loops through random corridors, rather than taking the direct route until they stopped. Harry swung his foot forward, and it hit a wall in front of him. Gemma told him, We're at the entrance now. The paper said you are a Parselmouth, and we think you'd be able to open our common room without the normal password. You think you can give it a try? Harry nodded with his blindfold on. Remembering Riddle's extra passphrase for a theatrical effect to open the statue's mouth, he decided to try the same thing with this door. Section, I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Section, here is my handle, here is my spout. Section, open. Section, he could feel Gemma's hand on his shoulder trembling as he spoke, and knew he was getting the desired effect, as they had no idea what he was saying. He swung his foot forward again, and it passed through where the wall had been before. Gemma started walking him through the portal and into the common room. He could hear whispering all around him as he walked through the room. Some of it was from students, others were from the snakes in terrariums against the walls, and all of it seemed to be tinged with fear in one way or another. I'm going to take off the blindfold now, Gemma told him. The blindfold came off, and Harry found himself surrounded by all the students of Slytherin. He looked around him, and his back was to the window to the lake. It was a bit nerve-wracking, but he spotted Severus standing in the corner watching and relaxed a little. Far away, in a dark corner, sat Draco, Vincent, and that pansy girl that was always hanging around with them. Close to the front sat Blaise, Daphne, Tracy, Cho, and the Caro twins. Harry looked up at Marcus and raised his eyebrows to say, Well, Veronica addressed the gathering. We asked Mr. Potter here today to discuss the events of the last few days. We have confirmed that he is a Parselmouth and that he does seem to have unrestricted access to our common room without knowing the password. That set off quite a bit of murmuring among the students until Marcus shushed them with a glare. He also killed off Salazar Slytherin's basilisk and whoever the heir was. I think he should answer those charges. There was a great amount of acknowledgement of that. It seemed like quite a few of the students in the room thought that he had done something wrong through his actions, though a thought occurred to him. What's worse? Harry asked. The killing of the basilisk or the heir? That set off a quick debate which ended with the sixth-year prefect saying, the heir. Had he revealed himself, he would have been Slytherin royalty. The basilisk was just following his orders. So what you're saying is the worst crime is the killing of the heir. There were murmurs of consent around the room. Well, that wasn't me, Harry said simply. Draco did that. The whole room turned to the boy in the back of the room. The light in the room seemed to shift to remove the shadows and highlight him and his friends. Harry could see he was still a bit bruised from his beating and was wearing a dark grey glove on the hand which had Arcturus's mark. He was shaking again under the gaze of so many as Harry smirked. After the basilisk was dead, he stabbed the air with a basilisk fang that I had knocked out of its mouth during the fight, Harry told them. Who was the heir? Someone asked Harry. Snape stepped forward. Their name will not be revealed. It was a Hogwarts alumnus who had snuck back in to try and steal the basilisk for some nefarious purpose. Whether or not they were a true heir of Slytherin is unknown. As you have probably read in the paper, there are many Parselmouths from all over the world. Almost all of them are unrelated to our house's founder. We can deal with Draco later, Marcus sneered at the boy in the corner. Let's finish with Potter first. Someone in the crowd spoke up. We need to know he won't come in whenever he wants. Or bring others in, said someone else. Especially the Weasley twins. Another random student yelled. There was a collective shiver through the room in agreement. Well, what do I get out of it? Harry asked. Rule number 5, right? Hey, what the hell, how do you know that? Someone shouted. I propose we let him come in, Hayden spoke up. Many people started objecting, but he continued. He's basically a Slytherin already. He's a Parselmouth. He knows our rules, and he's been in the Chamber of Secrets. Give him and Miss Black access to the common room, our dueling club, the library, and anything else he wants. Then if he violates that trust, we just take it all away. Why should we let the black girl in too? Someone asked. Do you really think he wouldn't bring her? She's also the black heiress. They are pretty much legacies. Hayden replied. Instead of them sneaking in, just give them permission. That all sounded good to Harry, but he decided to stir the pot a little more. I've heard you have a snake fighting pit too. Veronica groaned. Why do you know everything about us? Why do we even have secrecy rules if you know it all already? Look, I know Professor Snape and the Baron. She was interrupted by Tracy clearing her throat in an obvious way. I'm sorry. Professor Snape and Mr. Constantine have been pushing us to stop doing votes and consensuses. But since this affects all of us, we do need some kind of agreement on what is going to happen. Raise your hands if you're in favor of giving Potter and Black access to the common room. The vote was split. There were slightly more people in favor of letting them in, but there needed to be a clear majority for them to be all right with it, or there would be consistent fighting to get rid of them. One of the opponents of the vote asked, I just don't think there's enough in it for us. So what if he gives out access to our common room? That will just mean Gryffindors end up spending time in the hospital wing for challenging us on our home pitch. Only dunderheads would attack a snake in its nest. That got a lot of agreement, and someone spoke up. He's a Parselmouth. What can he do for us with that? That's the next thing I was going to ask about, Veronica added. There's a new serpent below our school, the thing that killed the basilisk. We are still the House of Snakes, and even if we no longer have a basilisk down there, it's not like we had a connection with it in the first place. I want at least some of us to get to know this creature. That seemed to spark a lot of interest, and Harry quickly looked at his friends and Gemma before saying, I'll need to think about who I should bring. The usurper doesn't really like people. That's its name, someone asked, kinda badass. I need to get going, Harry told them, before Lyra set something on fire. He started to head towards the exit. Gemma started to walk with him but was cut off by Snape. When the two of them were outside, Severus told him, Well, that was interesting. I think your intimidation classes have paid off. Harry nodded. I still plan on sitting in your chair, though. You're still a long way off from that, Snape said with a smirk. Tomorrow night you have another meeting. Dumbledore wants you to take us down to the chamber to meet the new resident of Hogwarts. Will that be enough time to choose Blaise, Daphne, Tracy, and Gemma to be Slytherin's appointees to meet the usurper as well? Harry smiled innocently. Maybe I'll let them ask first. You do that. Now go keep your sister from burning down my common room. Harry and Lyra found Gurion where they had left him, still on the rope, but with his shirt off and a puddle of sweat on the mat below him. He had the physique that said he wrestled trolls for fun. He saw the two of them enter and dropped about 15 feet onto the soft, enchanted floor, getting absorbed up to his knees before he sprung back up and jumped over to them. I guess it's that time already, he said with a smile. Never enough time in the day to tire me out. They weren't quite sure how to respond to that and just stayed silent. So, you two took on a basilisk. What was that like? He asked. I didn't do much, Lyra told him sheepishly. You set it on fire, Harry countered, while you were paralyzed. What? How? He was clearly interested. Lyra focused for a moment, and her hair burst into flames. She swung her braids back and forth and spun in a circle to show him. Incredible! Are you part heliopath? At their confusion, he added, magical horse that can set its mane on fire. We've seen ones that have a blue fire on their mane and feet, Harry replied, remembering the coach that they saw Blaze's mother arrive in on Valentine's Day. Not the same, Gurion shook his head. Those are just regular horses that someone altered with magic to have blue fire coming off them. Most likely they won't be able to reproduce unless the owner has a special breeding license. So if it wasn't that, how did you do it? He asked Lyra. She explained to him about the hoo-hoos and the feathers and how she eventually took them out of her hair and kept the effect. That's a rare talent, he whistled. Not just that you managed to do it without a wand, but also without your hands. Most strong wizards eventually figure out some kind of wandless casting, even if it's just pushing things around, but they still need to direct the magic with their hands. However, if you think about it, once you don't need a wand, why would you need your hands? Can you do anything? Lyra asked. Yeah, but kind of useless. I first did it when Rolf was a baby and I was trying to get him to stop crying. But then once it happened, I continued to practice until I could do it easily. He motioned for them to step back a bit. Once he had some space, he made a popping noise with his mouth, and small bubbles started to come out. They all had a sheen of random colors, and when they popped, they sparkled in the same color. He gave a bow as Harry and Lyra clapped. Thank you, though I need a shower now. Do you know where my parents' apartment is in the castle? I assume they're living here and not in the village. They led him up to the office, which let him in, and then went about their evening. The following day was chaotic. Every moment they were out of class, there were groups of Slytherin students clamoring to be part of the group that could visit the Chamber of Secrets. There were many attempts to bribe Harry with favors, money, history essays, and more. He declined all of them. He briefly met with Tracy during lunch and told them that they would be going down to the chamber after dinner and to meet outside the room where Lyra's birthday party was. That would have ended up being all of them, but during dinner, they had a last-minute surprise. Because they were going right to the chamber afterward, Whispers had come along with them to dinner. In the middle of the meal, Hayden, along with Theo and the two boys he normally hung out with, came in carrying a huge platter of fruits, cheeses, and sweets arranged in a giant pyramid that the Hufflepuffs placed in front of Whispers. He stared at it with enormous eyes before taking a slice of watermelon and eating it. Sir Whispers, Hayden bowed deeply as the entire hall stared at him. I was hoping you would convince your brother and sister to let me accompany you on your excursion this evening. Whispers looked a bit confused, as there were a couple of complicated words in the mix. However, he understood that the boy was talking to him, and it was something about Harry and Lyra, so he looked to them for help. It wasn't that much of a problem, because he wasn't really talking to the demiguise, just showing the proper respect so Harry and Lyra would pay attention to his request. Lyra stopped Harry from immediately saying yes and had a silent conversation for a minute, just to keep him on edge, before whispering to him the meeting location. Following dinner, the group assembled in the hallway near Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. They consisted of Arcturus Black, Brant, Augustus Stevens, Severus Snape, Albus Dumbledore, Newt Scamander, Gemma Farley, Hayden Colton, Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, Greg Gall Jr., Hermione Granger, Lyra Black, Sir Whispers, and Harry Potter. Harry looked at the assembled group and had a chuckle, and when Lyra raised an eyebrow, he whispered to her, "A very weird fellowship." She smiled as well. The group entered the bathroom to find Moaning Myrtle standing next to the ruined sink, smiling and humming a happy tune. When she saw the group coming, she turned and saw Harry and frowned. "Oh, you're alive. When none of you came back up the pipe, I was hoping at least a few of you would join me in death forever." "Sorry," Harry replied. "Well, we did kill the basilisk and Tom. He's the one who killed you." "Tom," she replied. "He killed me. He would never do something like that. He was so handsome." "I don't believe you." "It's true, Miss Warren," Dumbledore added sadly. "Maybe your killer's death can finally bring you some measure of peace." "Can you also kill Olive Hornby for me?" Myrtle asked. "I think that would allow me to pass on." "Miss Hornby died 3 years ago, Miss Warren," Dumbledore told her. Arcturus was getting a bit impatient and said angrily, "Albus, you can run therapy with this mopey ghost later. Or I can have Brant exorcise her right now and save us all the headache of dealing with this another second." Myrtle screamed at the mention of an exorcism and disappeared through the wall. "That was not very nice," Dumbledore told him. I'm not a very nice person, Arcturus replied. Why is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in a girl's bathroom anyway? Hermione raised her hand and waved it around. After getting a nod from Snape, she told them it was Godric Gryffindor who did it. After Slytherin left the school, Gryffindor converted the Founder's Potions classroom into a latrine. That's probably why the taps never worked. She reached over to one of the ones that were still on the destroyed sink and grabbed it with her prosthetic hand, breaking it off. There was no pipe underneath it, as if someone had just mounted taps on a circular sink to make it appear like it was connected. 30 points to Ravenclaw, Snape told her, for your excellent research. He looked to Dumbledore. With your permission, I would like to change this room into a room that is more appropriate for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Brant leaned over to Harry. Open the chamber before Arcturus kills everyone, please. All the children looked over to Arcturus, who was gripping his wand and grumbling. Harry turned back to the ruined sink and commanded it to open in Parseltongue. The sink separated and moved outwards, revealing the pipe downward. What do we do now? Hayden asked. We jump in, Greg replied. I hope we end up where Hermione went, though, instead of that disgusting pool. I'll go first, Harry told them. If the usurper is moving around down there, I need to inform it that I'm bringing a bunch of people. With that said, he grabbed Whispers and jumped in. The ride down was just as horrible, just as long, and he did get spit out into the disgusting water at the end. Once Augustus came out of the pipe, he informed everyone that he was the last one, then looked around and asked, "Where are all the girls?" Sure enough, Gemma, Daphne, Tracy, Hermione, and Lyra had not come out with them in the end. It seems like there is a gender ward that gives women a more pleasant ride down, Arcturus mused, as Brant was busy cleaning the disgusting water from all the children. His cleaning spell was not as efficient as Lockhart's, nor did it leave them with a minty smell at the end. Hermione knows the way to the chamber, Harry told them as he pulled out his staff and lit up the room. We can meet everyone there. Harry and Greg showed them the path they took and arrived at the long hallway, decorated by the many serpents. As they walked down it, Snape and Newt seemed to be having an informal contest of who could identify more of the serpents on the walls. In the end, Snape won, as there were many more mundane snakes pictured, and he was able to get them all as opposed to the few magical ones. When Harry opened the inner chamber, Lyra and the other girls were already on the other side, near the door that Hermione and the usurper had smashed through, and Lyra was talking casually to the usurper while the others were looking at it in horror. Even Hermione was a bit on edge, as there were bits of flesh and blood hanging from the great serpent's mouth, its normally golden nose stained with crimson blood. Behind it was the corpse of the basilisk, and it seemed like the Kingsbane had begun its feast, starting with the tail. It had gotten about 15 feet up from the end, with nothing but bones remaining at that end. Blood, skin, and various snake bits lay on the ground where the usurper had been eating. Whispers ran over to Lyra as Harry approached the feasting snake. Section, is it any good? Section, the usurper let out a satisfying hiss. Section, it tastes like a lifetime of waiting and a glorious victory. Section, you have brought others to me, why? Section, remembering his recent victory following the confrontation with Draco, he replied, Section, victory does taste good. Section, Harry pointed to the headmaster. Section, he is the leader of the castle above us. I don't trust him. Section, he is responsible for much of my life before the island that I told you about. Section, the usurper let out an angry hiss as Harry pointed to Augustus, who was standing there with his mouth hanging open. Section, when Arcturus wants to make a statement or is feeling lazy, that man fights for him. Section, he's teaching me and Lyra how to fight as well. Section, pointing to Blaise. Section, he is a friend. I gave him a piece of your shed to frighten lesser snakes. Section, at Hayden. Section, he seems to be plotting something for himself, but is also a friend. Section, he wants to make tools to cast magic when he leaves the school. Section, pointing at Gemma. Section, she's also helping me and Lyra to learn to fight. Section, she also seeks power among those around her. Section, for Daphne. Section, she's nice, and she can make things very, very cold. Section, the usurper liked things warm and let off a warning hiss towards Daphne that she couldn't understand, but was sufficiently frightened. For Tracy, he smiled and said, Section, she was my first friend. Section, Harry turned back to the others. I was just giving introductions. It will probably want to smell each of you, so don't be alarmed if it comes closer." "How much of the basilisk is it going to eat?" Brant asked. "Surely it can't eat the whole thing." Usurper started to move closer to the girls, who backed away as Lyra tried to get them to calm down. Harry spoke to it as it was smelling the girls and getting patted on the side by Lyra. When it was done with them, it started to move back towards the men and conversed with Harry. As it was investigating the men, Harry told Brant, "The kingspin thinks it will eat up to where I made the hole in its side. After that, it will eat the face of the basilisk so it can feed on the venom sacs under the eyes." "It won't die from that," Snape asked. "Does it need the teeth for anything? I'd like to harvest as much of the venom as I can." Harry spoke to the usurper before replying to Snape, "Don't take the venom from the sacs. It wants to eat them specifically and what's left of the eyes, but says that it needs some venom for the change." "Change?" Newt asked. There was a brief exchange between Harry and the snake before he replied. "The usurper says that once the feast is done, there will be a change." It doesn't seem to know more than that, just that its mother had already gone through the change before they hatched. Albus stepped forward. "Harry, I need to know if the students will be safe with this creature below the school. It seems to have come here from your direction. Will it leave if you tell it to?" "I don't tell it what to do, but it might leave if I ask. I think it will certainly leave if you can find another basilisk for it to kill," Harry said thoughtfully. "I spent over a month with this snake, alone," Brant told the headmaster. "If you keep feeding it, I doubt there would be an issue between it and any resident of Hogwarts." The adults went on to explore the chamber, not finding anything of interest left over from ages past. Dumbledore was able to locate a warding stone under the foot of the statue of Slytherin that controlled the passwords over the doors to the chamber and changed them to something less stupid. Harry helped to change it so that one could enter with the phrase "Kingsbane," spoken in English or Parseltongue. Lyra was finally able to get the other students to approach the usurper after showing how whispers would play around with it. Hayden was ecstatic, as he was allowed to collect some of the teeth that didn't have any venom in them to use as potential wand cores in his studies. Brant mentioned that he could see the axe that Harry had thrown down in the throat of the basilisk through the broken teeth, but it was surrounded by other teeth, still dripping with venom, so it couldn't be reached. When it was time to leave, no one knew how they were going to get out. Dumbledore reported that Fawkes, his phoenix, had gone through a burning day almost immediately after returning from the Chamber of Secrets and wouldn't be up for fire travel for another 2 months. The solution ended up coming from Newt. The group headed to the exit to the water, and he revealed one of his flying carpets. Dumbledore, along with Arcturus's help, established a large bubble around the entire carpet, and they flew through the water. As they went, Newt explained, "A magic carpet can't work underwater. The enchantments would fail almost instantly. So we are moving through the large bubble that Albus and Arcturus are maintaining and moving as well. Similar things have been done with broomsticks, which also won't function underwater. However, as long as there's the air around these objects, they'll all work just fine." When they landed in the courtyard, everyone started to disperse, though the Slytherins remained behind. Gemma was the first one to speak. "Harry, Lyra, thank you. I'm not sure you understand how valuable this was for me. You've guaranteed me the position of prefect for the next 2 years, and hopefully head girl too. If you need anything from me, do not hesitate to ask." Hayden nodded. "If that was my goal, I'd get the position as well, but I've got other things I want to do. However, like she said, if you need anything, let me know." Daphne and Tracy were chatting with Lyra, but they each hugged her, then started to walk back in. Tracy diverted from her course and gave Harry a bone-crushing hug before running off and catching up with her friend. When Blaise finished speaking with Snape about something, he approached Harry and Lyra. "Well, that was uniquely terrifying," he said with a smile. "My mother will want to talk with both of you. I assume you're taking the train before leaving for wherever you go. I'll also be sending both of you an invitation to her wedding. I'm guessing it will be shortly before school begins again in the fall." Brant stepped up behind them. "You can send the invitations through me, and I'll make sure they're attending." Blaise gave him a nod and wandered back into the castle. That just left Hermione. "You know what the best thing is about the basilisk being dead?" she asked with a smirk. Lyra smiled back. "Wait, I'll figure this out." After a moment of thinking, she started to say, "No more," Hermione interrupted her, yelling out, "No more bloody roosters." Snape smirked as he walked by, 1 point to Ravenclaw for cursing. "Sorry, Professor." Hermione looked embarrassed, then confused, calling after the scary professor, "Wait, 1 point to Ravenclaw." Chapter 103. Farewell to Hogwarts. Chapter text. Without the threat of impending doom hanging over everyone's heads, the teachers and students pushed themselves into high gear to prepare for exams. It didn't help that they were now down 2 teachers, so McGonagall had spoken to the ministry to bring exam proctors early and run study sessions in the Great Hall during the day between meals. This was much more work than they were typically used to, and they grumbled a lot at the constant questions the students brought to them about their classes and work. Lyra was spending a lot of time up in Gryffindor Tower with her friends there. A lot of the students in the House of the Brave were incredibly jealous of her adventures in the Chamber of Secrets and thought one of them would be the student who would rescue the princess and save the day. It was also nice for her to be able to run around the castle without the need for a chaperone, so she was going to the most far-off places she could. Most days, she returned to the common room at night with a different hairstyle and a very tired-looking whispers. Harry was mostly relaxing without the constant thoughts of needing to fulfill his promise to the usurper, as he realized he could do anything he wanted. So much of the year had been taken up with exploring the castle and trying to find the secret chamber, that there were plenty of moments in his day where he had nothing at all to do. He would like to have visited the usurper, but had no idea how he would get out of the chamber once he was inside. It took until Friday night for him to make up his mind to get the answer to his question. After dinner, he found Tracy staying in the Great Hall to study and asked her, "Can you walk me to the Slytherin common room?" She gave him a strange look. "Why do you need to go there?" Harry looked a bit disgusted before replying, "I need to ask Draco something. He hasn't been showing up for meals." Tracy smirked. "After your meeting, Marcus told him that his spot at the Slytherin table has been removed. He's been having Vincent and Pansy bring him food because the elves have been instructed not to do it by Veronica." Harry grabbed a baked potato that was still on the table from dinner, and they headed down into the dungeons. They ended up at the entrance to the common room with several other Slytherin students who looked expectantly at Harry to open their room. To be a bit dramatic, he waved his arms and hissed, "Section, do not meddle in the affairs of wizards, for they are subtle and quick to anger." Section open. Section. The others chittered with interest as they all passed through into the common room. Harry spotted Draco in his dark corner with Vincent and Pansy and made a beeline toward him. Harry flexed his magic a bit and told the other two, "I need to talk to Draco. Leave." Pansy all but fled, but Vincent stayed back until he got a nod from Draco and walked away. Harry placed the baked potato on the table and stuck a silencing feather in it, activating the field so others wouldn't listen in. Draco stared at Harry in frightened silence. "How did Tom get out of the Chamber of Secrets once inside?" Harry asked without preamble. When Draco didn't answer, he added, "I don't want to be here any more than you want me here. Just tell me what I want to know and I'll leave." Draco didn't answer him and instead asked, "You knew Tom was you-know-who. How?" "It doesn't matter, just tell me what I need to know." He still didn't answer Harry and started to ramble. "He told me that he would be back, even if we failed to kill you. He said he'd be back, that some piece of him would return and kill everyone who betrayed him." He paused to stare at Harry, then said, "Then I betrayed him. I killed him. He's going to be back for me." Harry stared at the boy incredulously. "Wait," Harry began. "You're not that scared of me right now, are you? You're afraid that Voldemort is going to come to kill you, aren't you?" Draco flinched at the name, but nodded. "I couldn't care less about you, Draco. I care about Lyra, my family, and my friends. I will kill Voldemort as many times as he wants to come back to keep them safe. However, right now, I need you to tell me how to get out of the Chamber of Secrets." Draco continued his vacant stare at Harry, though this time was just with confusion as he eventually replied, "How the hell are you on a Quidditch team?" "Bring a broom." Oh, that made sense. What didn't make sense is that no one had suggested it before they flew a flying carpet in an air bubble through the lake. Harry took the feather out of the potato and told Draco to eat up before heading out. The weekend was even more tiring than the week for Lyra and Harry. They had been expecting to be able to relax in detention while making potions for Severus, but were surprised to hear that they had been cancelled and Brant would be meeting with them. After breakfast, when he arrived, they were informed that the entire day would be taken up with occlumency training, and all Sunday would be heading into Hogsmeade to visit the blacksmith to see how well they had kept up with their knife exercises. When they met with Simone, she congratulated them on the basilisk situation, then pulled out a black ring with 4 colored stones on it and held it up. Since I can't teach the children over the summer when they disappear to unknown places, I had to create a method to help them prepare for the next stage of their training. Passing the device to Brant, she asked him, "Steward, do you know how to play Simon?" Brant nodded but gave her a smirk. "Did you, Simone, create a Magic Simon game?" "Well, I didn't." She shrugged. "I had it commissioned as I thought it would be the best thing to help them prepare for the next lessons in the fall. I'm going to evaluate their shields and defenses now while you teach Whispers how to play." Brant didn't question her and took the device over to where Whispers was lounging and eating from a bowl of strawberries. Sitting in front of Lyra first, "Let's see how the two of you have progressed in the time we've been apart." She looked at the girl in her eyes and pointed her wand, casting Legilimens. They held eye contact for nearly a minute before separating. "Good job." "I wasn't going after any specific memory there. I just wanted to gauge the strength of your defenses. If you want to use something like the memory of Devil's Snare, you need to either disassociate their weakness to fire and light or choose something else. My memories of fire easily defeated them." Turning to Harry, "Your turn." Harry put up multiple layers of spikes in his mind and waited for the attack to begin. She started with probing attacks, looking for weak spots, but he just grew more spikes at the places she tried to get in. Finally, there was a pause and Harry could feel something building. Suddenly, it felt like a giant hammer hit his brain, causing his entire shield to shatter. The attack must have affected him physically, because he found himself lying on the floor a moment later. "Good job to you too, Harry. You have an incredible turtle-like defense." Harry grumbled, "I don't want to be a turtle." "Then don't," Simon shrugged. "How about we have a quick duel?" She waved her wand and cleared out an aisle between all the chairs in the abandoned classroom. "Paint spells only." Harry was curious about where this was going, so he stood at the end of the cleared path and drew his wand. Without waiting for a signal, Simon shot off a blue paint spell at Harry. He ducked and shot off a red one of his own. After trading shots for nearly 2 minutes, Harry had been hit 5 times while she had only one spot, though it was directly on her heart. "Lyra, why did we each miss so often?" their tutor asked. "You were dodging," Lyra replied. "Exactly. Now, while you might not always be able to break the connection with someone reading your thoughts, the mind is infinite. You don't need to turtle up and give them an easy target. Move your mindscape and defenses to places that can't be reached with simple attacks." She continued to work with them even after lunch, beating down their minds and then telling them how to adjust their defenses. Then they spent an hour with her probing and triggering their emotions and seeing if they could protect themselves with oppositely charged or neutral memories. Before dinner, Brant was given the homework assignment of teaching the children how to play the game he had been doing with Whispers in preparation for their next lesson. Following dinner, Brant had a final meeting for them and had brought Madison and her solicitor from the Knitter Critter to finalize the purchase of the cuddling stuffed animals that Penny had helped develop. The older girl was there as well and brought a solicitor of her own. The boy looked a few years out of Hogwarts. Brant informed them that as he had recently been made Harry's business manager, he would be assisting him in the contract. The process was fairly straightforward, but while Madison wanted to buy the method flat out, Penny insisted on a percentage of future sales. She argued that something like the Aurora wool, which she was still working on, was a luxury good and would have limited large sales. The stuffed animals would get more regular sales and need to be replaced more often due to destructive children. Brant agreed with her assessment and backed her push. The young solicitor seemed to be there just for show and nodded along in agreement. Harry was out of his depth and looked to Brant for proper guidance. For their knife lesson on Sunday, Ransom was a bit annoyed that they hadn't been coming for lessons, but happy to hear that they had been keeping up with their practices. He was very surprised to hear that Whispers had wielded a knife to stab a basilisk, but did not think it would be possible to train him to fight. He did show them their first attacking movements and how to strike at an opponent in specific areas for different injuries. Once they had the basics of the movements, he went into his back room and yelled at Pickle to make soft knives for him, then returned to have them run through more striking and blocking drills. At the end of their day, they were given 6 knives, each with some unknown runic language written on the blades. The strict blacksmith went to stab Lyra, only to have Harry block it with one of his knives, and the man's blade bent as it hit. He ordered Lyra to practice more so Harry didn't have to defend her, and explained to both of them that the blades on these knives looked and felt like metal, but bent when they were struck against another solid object or person. The next week, before exams, most of the other students stopped hassling Harry and the rest of the students who had been down to the chamber. However, when it got too much, he grabbed his broom and headed down to the Chamber of Secrets to study, while the usurper continued to eat the basilisk. Once when he went down there, he found Brant and Snape casting preservation charms on parts of the creature and creating maps of what parts to take when the serpent was finished with its meal. The tail had been the easiest for the kingspin to eat, as it had been able to fit its whole mouth around it and pull all of the skin and meat straight off. However, as it got further up the body, it could no longer open its mouth wide enough to fit around the entire body of the monstrous king of snakes, resorting to sinking its fangs into the side of the carcass and ripping off large chunks to eat in smaller portions. Harry had never seen the snake eat so much before. Normally, it would feed on small rodents as snacks and then head into the ocean to find bigger fish before returning to the giver's home to rest and digest. With the continuous feeding, the usurper was looking fat. Instead of having 1 or 2 large bulges that it was digesting, its entire body was bloated, and whenever it wasn't gorging itself on basilisk meat, it would just sleep. Harry did have a few conversations with it about the people it had met and its impressions of them. The usurper described Dumbledore as a vast monsoon, a powerful storm being contained by strong walls. Stevens was described as reminding him a lot of Mango, impatient and playful, but with a hidden strength and desire to lead. The analysis of his friends then became a bit stranger. Greg was described as potentially indigestible, while Hermione was possibly tasty, except for her arm, and Gemma smelled like a chicken, as it explained that Brant had fed it some while on their journey over. Daphne was determined to be cold and suspicious, while Tracy was reported to be a kindred spirit. Hayden was inconclusive, but had a sense similar to the wand maker that was helping the giver learn to use his wand. Blaise, however, was the most interesting of the descriptions, as the usurper said that he had the taste of fear all over him, but none of it was his own. When he wasn't studying in books, Harry had taken it upon himself to try and clean up the chamber. Lyra came down to help, and they spent time outside of class, using the scouring charm around the entrance area. 1,000 years of dirt and grime were very hard to remove, and they were barely able to get half of the entrance area clean before final exam week was on them. Saturday before exams was split between occlumency before lunch and knife training. For occlumency, their teacher taught them how to envision and play the Simon game in their minds. Then, after a long instruction, they got Whispers to play the game with each of them inside their minds. They couldn't play with each other as they couldn't establish a connection yet, only with Whispers or an older wizard. It was strange having that kind of interaction with their little brother. So far they had just been dealing with his attacks and dominance games, but now it was more like a conversation between them. He would tap out one pattern on the projected memory of the device, and they would repeat it back to him. Simone told them she expected them to be repeating patterns of at least 25, but more likely 40 lights by the end of the summer. Lyra also asked to take the physical game back with them so the other hidden could learn to play. During their knife lessons, they were instructed more on attacks and how to defend against them. He pushed them to strike harder against each other and told them not to hold back just because they were related. They continued to attack and defend until Lyra hit the handle of her blade into Harry's elbow. "Good," Ransom praised her as Harry let out a stream of curses and gibberish. "With a blade in your hand, you shouldn't forget that the bottom is also a weapon." Before they left for dinner, Ransom challenged Brant to a knife fight with the bendy knives. Brant enchanted the blades to leave green marks on their bodies and began the fight. By the time they finished, Brant looked like a zebra while their teacher just had 2 hits on him, one on the arm and the other across the stomach. The Sunday night before exams were to begin, a meeting was held in the Scamander common room with the full house. They were all gathered around the fire pit and waited for Newt to address them. "It's been quite a year," he began. "First, I have an update on Mr. Longbottom's condition. From what his grandmother has told me, he is not fully conscious yet, but is healthy enough for examination by a mind healer to determine his condition. Regarding Tina, she should be on her feet again by midweek. Harry, Lyra, and Greg were worried for Neville, but the hospital was taking care of him, so he should be okay." Newt continued his speech. "I have looked through all of your grades so far this year, and you have all performed admirably. Tina and I have spoken to nearly all of you about your future plans and what you want to study in the future, so I hope that we will be able to keep you interested and motivated in your pursuits. If any of you have any more questions or suggestions for the future of this house, please let me know before you leave school at the end of the week. We have one more thing that I need to address before sending you to bed to get a good night's sleep before your first exams." He turned to the side of the gathered students. "Mr. Diggory, please come forward." As he walked out, Newt spoke to the rest of the students. "Mr. Diggory has completed all but one of the requirements I put down to become the house prefect for Scamander next year. The one remaining was a special project that only benefits us." He turned to the older boy. "Do you have any last-minute ideas?" Cedric looked a bit nervous and pulled a notepad out of his pocket, flipping through the pages before stopping halfway through. "Could we do a group photo of everyone in the house, mounted on the wall in the study room, and continue doing it every year?" There was an interest in that from the other students, so Newt smiled. "I approve this as your house project. Next year, you'll need something different to maintain the position. We will meet Friday evening to take the photo, and it will be on the wall when you all return in the fall. The last thing we need to do is vote on Mr. Diggory for the position of Scamander prefect for next year." He looked around the room and called out, "All in favor." The decision was unanimous. Exams were just like in the winter. Old men and women came into the castle to socialize with each other and look annoyed as they proctored exams for the students of Hogwarts. The written exams were long, complicated, and dredged up every bit of information they were supposed to have learned over the whole year. However, after every written exam, they had the practical sections, which were much easier and more fun as well. For Transfiguration, they needed to perform all the exercises they had learned for the whole year to start with. Match to needle, wood to metal, metal to wood, shaping, object to bird, object and animal into a matchbox, switching spell, and finally the big deal, turning a live mouse into a snuff box. The final spell was taught only in the last few weeks, right before everyone was petrified by the basilisk, so the examination authority had informed everyone that leniency would be taken into account due to the recent circumstances at the school. One of the hardest parts for most students was catching the mouse. They were given a box with a mouse in it, and it would jump out the moment the lid was removed. There were various methods different students used to catch their mouse before performing the spell, though Harry just flexed his magic, and his mouse fainted. Lyra yelled at hers to stay still, and it froze in fear. They heard that William stunned his mouse with a small electric shock, and Carlin used a burst of light from his wand to daze it before performing the transfiguration. Like the shaping exercises they had done with their matchstick and needle, every student's results came out a little differently based on how they envisioned a snuff box in their heads. The previous exercises of turning objects into matchboxes with an incantation had trained their magic on how to create a box with movable parts. Now they had to create a similar object from a living creature, with bonus points given to students who were able to add extra detail to their boxes, and points were subtracted for boxes that retained mouse-like features. Harry's box was rectangular and unvarnished silver in color with a working lid, and had no mouse-like features at all. He tried to shape the metal on the lid to show a pair of lampung antlers, but he couldn't make them symmetrical in the time that was allotted for the test. However, on close examination, the proctor found a few small white hairs on the underside of the box. Lyra transfigured a round and a rose gold color box that opened on a very basic hinge. She was able to work in concentric circles on the lid and smooth sides on the rest. They heard from other students that boxes often had tails or blinking eyes or noses sticking out of the sides of their projects. The gossiping proctors were overheard talking about a mouse whose back opened on hinges to see its inner workings. The herbology exam involved handling various plants. Harry's green thumb helped immensely during this, and both he and his sister got top marks for the tests involving the devil's snare. The proctors wouldn't allow them to handle the plant without gloves or a bright light, but were still amazed when it was afraid of them instinctually. Harry also brought in a sample of the Guise fertilizer that he had produced for extra credit, along with the flobberworm jerky that had come out of the same bin charms was fun, as, after going through everything they had learned so far, they were allowed to be creative with the dancing pineapple exercise. Most students just made the fruit wobble and spin on its base, but a few took it up a notch. Harry cast 2 halo charms on the plant, then had it flip upside down and dance on its crown, like the legs of a spider. There were very few other students who thought of doing the same. As it was a charm, Lyra first cast a flame-freezing spell on hers, then lit it on fire before having it bounce and spin all over the desk. For potions, they had to brew a dose of a strength potion, then demonstrate its effectiveness by drinking it and lifting a large metal weight. They had previously learned how dangerous this potion could be, as Snape had explained it was a potion of strength, not bone density. If you made the potion too strong, your arms might break before you realized it when lifting a heavy object. If you made it too weak, it just wouldn't do anything, as the potency was based on your current level of strength. Their professor had used Harry and Colin as examples for that, as there was a large difference in their physical strength. Snape arbitrarily assigned Harry a strength value of 6 and Colin a 3. He then took out a pre-made potion that he said had a value of 5. He provided both Harry and Colin with weights they couldn't lift and a dose of the potion for each of them. Colin was able to lift his weight after the potion, while Harry's level of strength was unchanged, though it wouldn't make the drinker weaker. As a result, during the exam, each student being tested had to have their own strength and the potency of their potion evaluated before they were allowed to drink. Regardless of the testing, there were still 3 students in their year that had to report to the infirmary for minor fractures as a result of their potions being just barely too strong. Harry was initially told by the proctors that his potion was too strong, but having tested it at this level during the Potions Club and knowing how to deal with temporary boosts in strength from the Lamashoo fang on his staff, he convinced the proctor to let him try and succeeded with flying colors. Defense against the dark arts went well for everyone. As first-year students, they didn't have actual dark arts to deal with and were primarily dealing with all the magical pests that were attracted by degrading magical effects. Many of the other things that Lockhart had spoken to them about, like boggarts, banshees, yetis, and other lessons, were for higher years or supposed to be covered in a care of magical creatures class, not Dada. They were also given a chance to have a mock duel with one of the proctors, but after the article in the paper, all the students that were mentioned as having faced down a basilisk were given top marks and told they didn't need to do the extra credit. History was just regurgitating facts onto paper, and Harry found that he could sometimes use his strange memory-finding ability to help him dig up the answers to the ones that he couldn't figure out right away. However, he soon realized how little he had been paying attention to begin with, as he couldn't recall the things he hadn't learned when it was taught, due to using the class to study other subjects or nap. Astronomy was similar, though. He had been paying attention there and doubled down in his last-minute studying after the prophetic messages from the centaurs. Once all their exams were over, Harry and Lyra went down to the Chamber of Secrets to check on the usurper. They arrived to find Brant and Newt in the chamber watching the kingspin eat. It was almost disgusting how fat the snake was, looking like the largest and scariest flobberworm in the world. Its movements were slowed and strained as it was eating the face and eyes of the basilisk. While it had been eating for over 2 weeks, it also hadn't been expelling any waste either. It spoke regularly about the change it would undergo, and Newt speculated that it was storing what it had eaten to prepare for whatever was about to happen. The four of them watched as the kingspin stuck its long fangs into the face of the basilisk corpse and ripped out the venom glands below the eye sockets, then dropped them to the floor of the chamber where they started burning the stone. It turned to Harry and said in a tired voice, "Section, the change is about to begin." Section, it is good that you will remove the body from here. Section, otherwise, your school would end up like the other mountain on the island. Section, the body of the king would salt the earth under your school. Section, its final act of vengeance would have been to forbid magic and life from the area. Harry translated the message to Brant and Newt as the usurper scooped up the venom glands from the ground and swallowed them like two very spicy meatballs. Newt seemed to be surprised at the news about the other mountain and why it was so dead, while Brant seemed to nod in understanding as if it was a large puzzle piece that had been put into place for him. As soon as the usurper had finished swallowing the glands, it made a sound like an incredibly angry burp and started to inch its way across the room to the other side, away from the corpse of the basilisk. Every so often, it would burp again, and a small purple cloud came out. Newt pulled out his wand and cast bubblehead charms on all of them in case the cloud was poisonous. Once the massively obese snake was up against the opposite wall, near the feet of the statue of Slytherin, it mumbled one final message. Section, the change begins. Section, with that said, all of its scales shifted slightly, and a pus-like substance started oozing out from its skin, yellow in color and slightly corrosive as it started to hiss as it touched the floor. Both Brant and Newt were furiously taking pictures with their cameras during the process. The pus was like jelly in its viscosity and started to pile up around the serpent and the wall it was entrenched against until it was completely covered. From there, the cocoon of jelly grew in size outwards until it was about 30 feet from the wall and 15 feet tall. When it had stopped growing, it began a slow pulse, like a heartbeat. The four of them stared at the giant pulsating blob for nearly a minute before Lyra asked, "Now what?" They all turned to Newt, who just looked uncertain. "I have no idea. I've never seen something like this. I'd take a sample, but I'm afraid I'd break whatever the containment is. I'll need to take samples when it comes out." "I've got an idea." Brant pulled a shrunken chest from his pocket and expanded it to normal on the floor. Once it was open, they could see that it had stairs inside, but Brant just pointed his wand down and made a yanking motion. A few seconds later, the body of a stunned lamb flopped out onto the ground next to him. He made another pulling motion, and a large white orb the size of a fist came out as well. Holding the orb in one hand, he made a figure-8 movement over and over as the orb started to glow, growing stronger and stronger. After nearly a minute, he turned to Lyra. "Do you have any of your sticking solution with you?" She did, and Brant stuck the orb to the side of the chamber near where the head of the usurper had been, inside the yellowy cocoon. Moving the sheep next to the orb, he tapped the ball and a sparkling field expanded until it surrounded the sheep. "A preservation charm?" Harry asked. "A bit more complicated," Brant told him. "It will keep the sheep preserved and stunned." Just for future knowledge, it's always better to use an enchanted item than a spell itself. Enchantments will last longer than a spell and are more reliable for repeated use. Also, I'll be notified when the sheep has been eaten and will know the usurper is awake. "Good plan," Newt complimented him. "I've never seen an enchantment that both preserves and keeps something stunned or sleeping before." "Family secret," Brant smirked. "Lord Black uses it for something else." Newt's mind seemed to be racing through the possibilities of what such an evil man could be using that enchantment for, and decided he didn't want to know. Dinner was a raucous affair. Large blue banners with the Ravenclaw crest hung from all the walls, signifying their victory in the House Cup. For the previous 7 years, it had been held by Slytherin, so this was a huge upset. Slytherin had still won the Quidditch Cup, but the broken streak had hurt them more for the other trophy. Before desserts came out, Dumbledore approached the lectern to address the students. He waited patiently for the noise to die down, surprisingly noticing the Weasley twins smiling at him while sitting perfectly still and quiet. Stranger things than that had happened before. Not many, though. When it was quiet enough, he started his speech. "Congratulations to everyone on finishing another year at Hogwarts." His voice boomed through the room, silencing any stragglers still talking. "This year saw many interesting events, and while we did all get stoned together, We came out of it on the other side stronger, smarter, and ready for Hogwarts to bring in another year of fresh minds, while sending a graduating class off into the world to make their mark on it. There was loud applause, and a few students wondered if they heard the headmaster's phrasing correctly. The applause died down as sparkles of gold started to float through the air toward Dumbledore, swirled together until two large golden plaques were created and plucked from the air by the headmaster. So now we just have two more presentations before dessert is served. We have two awards for special services to the school. The first goes to the students responsible for removing the blight of the basilisk and the self-proclaimed heir from Hogwarts. This award is dedicated to Harry Potter, Lyra Black, Gregory Goyle, Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, Gilderoy Lockhart, and Draco Malfoy. Each one of them has done Hogwarts proud in their dedication to the school. Stand and be recognized. As they stood on the benches, the ones who weren't Draco turned to look at the blonde boy with anger in their eyes. It was hardly noticed as the hall burst into applause again. The next award, Dumbledore's voice broke through the clapping, goes to some of the same individuals and some others. While the unspeakables may not give out rewards, we do. So this Special Services Award goes to the students who helped brew the enhanced Mandrake restorative draft to return the population of the school, the centaurs, the ministry employees, and Mrs. Norris back to their unpetrified states. Frederick Weasley, George Weasley, Lee Jordan, Harry Potter, Penelope Clearwater, Hermione Granger, Declan Scott, Natalie Gibson, and Lyra Black. Stand and be recognized. Another round of cheers went off as the larger group was applauded. The House Cup for this year has already been decided, the headmaster began. However, for next year, those that received this award will start the year with 50 points towards their houses. Stay on your toes, everyone, as even though Scamander came in last place, it was only due to the number of students in their house. Individually, every single one of them led the average point rankings per student, so the other houses will need to step up to meet this challenge as more students join Scamander House in the fall. That was a bit surprising to hear for all of the Scamander students. It also painted a target on their backs. Dessert is served. There was a large flash on all the tables as they were filled with every type of sweet, cake, and confectionery that could be imagined, as well as a few that were beyond imagination. Saturday morning came with all the students rushing to throw together their things to get out of school on time. Students showed up sporadically to the great hall to stuff their faces before returning to their dorms to pack some more. Harry realized he hadn't sorted out his expanding pouch from the night of the chamber and ended up emptying it all on the bed so he could sort it and put it back in his trunk to be found more easily. When he and Lyra realized they wouldn't be seeing their teachers for a while, they rushed around to say their goodbyes to as many as they could find. Severus, Newt, and Tina told them they would find some time to visit over the summer, but would be busy with many other obligations as well. Snape also reminded them that for at least a month he would be dissecting the basilisk's corpse. Professor Sprout told them that she would take their fertilizer dumpster and move it to the others in the herbology warehouse, though when Newt and Tina were gone, she'd be short a demiguise to help her maintain it. Flitwick told them to keep up with their charms work and to be prepared for much tougher work in the fall. Minerva informed them that she probably wouldn't be able to visit them, as there would be special events going on at Hogwarts over the summer that would need her supervision, but she would try to make time for them before the start of the year. While everyone was still packing, they took a broom flight down to the lake area with Whispers to visit Hagrid. They both told him about the pus cocoon of the usurper, and he smiled and told him he couldn't wait to see what the beautiful beastie would turn into. They couldn't enter the permissible forest to speak with the centaurs without an escort, so they resolved just to make it their first task in the fall. It was strange. At the beginning of the year, Harry had planned on finding the king for the usurper to kill, then going back to the island and staying there. Now, the usurper seemed to be making Hogwarts its home, and he had friends and a desire to return himself. Even Whispers was enjoying his time here, including the cold climate of Scotland. On their flight back to the castle, Harry looked over the glassy lake, the Quidditch stadium, and the astronomy tower poking up through the middle of the castle, and smiled at Lyra, knowing they would be back, but the island would always be home. Other students had started to line up for the Thistral carriages. So Harry and Lyra just turned their brooms to fly down to the train station, where they found Brant speaking with a large group of young Aurors. Tristan was among them, and the two of them greeted him with a hug, as they were mostly ignored by the other wizards in red jackets. Brant gave the two children a nod, but continued to chat with all the others until the carriages started to arrive, and higher ranks of law enforcement started to yell at the younger generation to get to their positions. As Tristan ran off, Brant approached the children and whispers, telling them to go find their trunks by the train where the elves had delivered all the students' belongings. That, and he would be meeting them in London when they arrived. As they had been the first students to arrive, they managed to get an empty compartment with no difficulty at all. When the train began to fill up, they were joined by Greg, Tracy, and Hermione. None of them said anything, just relaxed and enjoyed the silence before the train started to move. They were visited by many others as they traveled, and halfway through, Lyra left to go see all her friends as well. It was late in the evening when the train finally pulled into the station in London. Harry took his trunk, in its briefcase form, and put it over his shoulder, let Whispers climb on his back and continue his nap while holding him around the neck, and grabbed Lyra's trunk as well to get off and find her. Just as he got off, he spotted Tonks and Moody waiting for them. "Ready to go, lad?" Moody asked. Whispers perked up at his voice and climbed down to waddle over to Tonks and reached his hands up to be carried. She hoisted him up, and he fell back asleep in her arms immediately. "You're coming with us?" Harry asked. "We're assigned to Lyra until her Arcturus takes his thumb off the minister or her father is back in Azkaban." Tonks smiled. Brant approached them from behind Harry, along with Lyra, who took her trunk back from Harry. "We've got to speak to some adults for a bit," he told them. "Moody, you make sure that no one is carrying any dangerous or illicit materials around the children, okay?" "What are you talking about, steward?" Moody growled as magic blue eye started spinning everywhere, while Brant just smirked and started leading the children away. "Mr. Potter," a voice called out, and Harry turned to see Cynthia Abbott approaching him with Hannah in tow. Harry smiled and ran over to her. Cynthia greeted her happily. "It's good to see you too, Harry, though I'm still waiting for you to make a reservation at my tea shop with the Minister of Magic." Harry froze as he remembered, stuttering. He turned to Brant and asked, "How's the thing?" He nodded to Harry and then said to Mrs. Abbott, "We hope to have that reservation made before the beginning of the school year. Maybe we can make it a tradition to visit before every year starts." "That would be nice," she replied. Then looking down at her daughter, "Hannah, is there anything you want to say to Harry?" Hannah looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Can we hang out more next year?" Harry looked at the girl he had named a demiguise after and realized that she hadn't spoken to him much in the spring term, almost like she just vanished without being petrified. He had seen her around the school, but she would disappear when he tried to talk to her. Regardless of all that, Harry replied, "Sure, that sounds fun." After Cynthia had led her daughter over to one of the flue points, she kneeled and whispered to Hannah, "Do you think you'll ever tell Harry that you sent the singing Valentine?" Hannah went bright red. "Mum, not here, please." Then she dragged them through the flames to their home. The next group to approach Harry and Lyra was the Pattle family. Brant shook hands with the father of the twins, while Lyra chatted away with Parvati. Padma was too busy reading to pay any attention. "Please send my thanks to your son for allowing me to purchase his carpet," Brant told the older man. "It was instrumental in saving Hogwarts. He was quite surprised that you bought it for such a high price, and wondered if you would be willing to sell it back to him," Kumar replied. Brant smiled. "Not a chance. I plan on taking an Antarctic vacation at some point and lounging under the Borealis, among other great adventures. I would like to remind you of Lord Black's invitation to view his favorite rug in his manor house. I believe that your son would be interested in viewing it as well." "There is something you are not telling us, but it is piquing our interest," Shanda smiled. "We will be reaching out to you to schedule the visit." Lyra and Whispers said their goodbyes to Parvati before they moved on. Harry was busy having Lauren Davis fuss over him as Tracy told her about the usurper and how Harry brought her to see it. "It's fine," Harry tried to explain. "I've only seen the Kingspan kill scary people before." "You've seen it kill people," Lauren nearly screamed. "Tracy Davis. Why would you go near such a creature?" Tracy looked at her feet and shifted back and forth because Harry said it would be okay. "It's fine," Harry repeated. I spoke to it later, and it told me that Tracy is a kindred spirit. I don't think it would ever hurt her. Both of the Davises turned to Harry and looked at him in confusion. What does that mean? Tracy asked. Harry just shrugged. I think it's a good thing. They both grimaced a bit but said their goodbyes and went on their way. Their next visitor they saw coming from a long way off. The escorts in blue uniforms, this time without the spears, followed Blaise and his mother over to Harry and Lyra as quite a few people stood around watching. After a small nod from Alessandra to Brant, he whipped his wand to create a privacy ward around the group of them. Good to see you, Mr. Potter, Miss Black, and Whispers, she smiled. Whispers stepped forward and reached up to shake her hand, trying to say her name, Lysandra. Still amazing, she smiled, then kneeled to give the two children a big hug. Harry leaned into the warm embrace. It felt comforting and empowering, like he could do anything in the world that he put his mind to. The feeling slowly went away as she released them and stood back up. He shared a look with his sister, and he could see a look on her face that she had experienced something strange as well. Thank you for saving my son, she told them. While I'm sure the other students who received the award played some part in defeating the basilisk, Blaise informs me that Mr. Malfoy probably did nothing of value, and the others probably did only slightly more. Am I wrong? No, Lyra admitted. I would like to know how involved Mr. Lockhart was, she requested. Harry shared a look with Lyra and replied, he was slightly less useful than Draco, though he did let me use his axe. She looked a bit confused at the statement, but replied, well, his death is a shame. He could have done many great things had he lived. I would like to offer you and Miss Black the boon I promised as a reward. If there's anything I can ever do for you or provide for the two of you, don't hesitate to ask. Harry couldn't think of anything. A week ago, he thought of asking her for that sandpit portkey arrival point from Hannah's winter party to place at the bottom of the slide for the Chamber of Secrets, but it seemed like a waste to use it all there. Lyra saved him from responding by telling her that they'd think about it. After saying their goodbyes to Blaise, Brant led Harry, Lyra, and Whispers over to where Hermione was meeting with her parents. So, her father started. Hermione says she rode a 50-foot snake that crashed through a door and killed an even larger snake. Is she going to be encountering dangerous magical creatures every year? Brant shrugged. It could be, though I didn't go to Hogwarts. Durmstrang was always filled with nasty surprises. In my second year, I had to navigate a nest of ice silk spiders whose webs could cut your limbs off before you felt the pain of it. Celia looked terrified. That sounds horrendous. How did you survive? I had a wand, Brant told her. Just like Hermione has one as well. Magic allows for amazing things to happen as well as incredibly dangerous situations, but also gives us the tools to survive them with our wits and knowledge. This is something Miss Granger here has in spades. He watched their reactions and their concern for their daughter. It reminded him a little of his parents and how they dealt with the danger magic put him in every year at Durmstrang. Speaking of wits and knowledge, I have something for the two of you. Brant reached into his pocket and pulled out a small package wrapped in twine, passing it to Hermione's parents. This is a small library of magical healers' textbooks. In the one on top, you'll find a certificate of authorization so that if any magical law enforcement officers find you with them, you'll be allowed to keep them and your memories. You can also ask Hermione for help with any questions about how some of the magic will work. She will also need to unshrink the package of books. But I can't do magic outside of Hogwarts, Hermione protested. Brant pulled a sealed envelope out of his pocket, passing it to Hermione. When you get home, unshrink the package. Shortly after that, you'll get an owl with a warning to not perform magic at home. Send the owl back with this envelope, and you won't be bothered for the rest of the summer. That sounds like you are telling us we're about to bribe a government official, Lysander told Brant. He replied with a shrug, if you never open the envelope, you'll never know for certain. Plausible deniability, Celia asked, and got a nod in return from Brant. Goodbyes were exchanged with Hermione, and they returned to where Moody and Tonks were waiting for them. All finished? Moody asked. Brant nodded and pulled a large golden ring from his jacket, passing it to Tonks. This is a portkey to the island. Enjoy your vacation, Miss Tonks. You're not coming with us? Harry asked. Not now. I have quite a few other responsibilities to attend to first, along with assisting Severus with the basilisk corpse." He smirked at the children as he ruffled the fur whispers' head. "Believe it or not, my entire life isn't about shepherding around you kids." Harry and Lyra both gave him a firm handshake, even as Lyra had a strange look on her face. The four wizards and one demiguise grabbed hold of the golden ring and waved to Brant as Moody started the countdown. Seconds before they vanished, Lyra perked up and looked at Brant, saying, "Your boots," then disappeared in the portkey travel. Brant looked confused as Lyra vanished. "My boots," he thought. He looked down, and sure enough, one of the buckles was undone. After kneeling and fixing it, he stood up and snapped his fingers twice. Four men in black robes, who had been walking around the platform randomly, approached him and pulled something invisible from their pockets. They each reached inside the objects and withdrew potions of swirling orange and blue liquids. One at a time, Brant took an eyedropper and squeezed out 4 drops into each man's potion, turning the contents gray and solid. When he was done, he collected the invisible pouches and turned them inside out to reveal snakeskin on the inside. Then told the men, "Your payments have been delivered to your vaults. I will have another job for you in a month. Make sure to wear this straw hide from head to toe." Then he turned on his heel and apparated away. Chapter 104. One More Thing. Chapter text. When Gilderoy Lockhart's death had been announced, a man at the Page Sage publisher rushed for a heavy, magically locked safe to find a small envelope Gilderoy had given him that was now laying open. Lockhart had given him this envelope right after publishing his autobiography that would only be able to be opened at the time of his death, with instructions to be used at that time. The publisher had always wondered what was inside, and anxiously picked it up to have a small silver key fall out. It was strange. The key was of Muggle make, not a Gringotts vault key. Looking in the envelope, there was a note with the name and address of a Muggle bank in London. Not being sure what to do with this, he contacted a friend of his who had a Muggle wife and was informed the key was for a safety deposit box and how to access it. It took some time, as well as a solicitor, to bring Lockhart's death certificate along with proper identification for the publisher to the Muggle bank so he could access the box. Finally, he was left alone with the brass box, and when he opened it, he found a copy of Lockhart's book, Magical Me. A bit confused, he picked up the book and examined it. As he shifted it back and forth in his hands, the smiling face on the cover turned dark and sinister, with the title of the book changed to Malevolent Me. Andromeda Tonks sat in her home office after sending her 2 new interns home. This whole Azkaban audit had so many problems that just continued to get in her way. The primary issue she discovered about the prison was the amount of corruption that flowed through it. The corruption that she couldn't do anything about. Every guard, every ministry worker, every single one of them was accepting bribes from prisoners. It didn't matter what you brought into a prison that no one could break out of or even leave their cell. Most of the guards drew the line at weapons, but she encountered one prisoner early on, near the top of minimum security, who was eating filet mignon with a steak knife for the low cost of 300 galleons. Except for magical devices, nothing was officially off-limits for what would be allowed in, and the guards were making a killing with those that ran the shifts and delivered the meals, taking a cut of everything that came through. It was still Azkaban, though, and they were being subjected to Dementors nearly all day and night without a patroness to guard them. Prisoners were always happy to see a guard or a lawyer, as that would mean time under the white light of the Guardian's spell to give them a little of real-world sanity back. As a result of her efforts, she had gotten 15 prisoners released that had overstayed their time at the prison. Most of them had been on higher levels where it was easier to lose or alter the paperwork so that their sentences got extended, and there was nothing the prisoner could do about it. A lot of them were bad people for sure, and a former spouse or victim had bribed a ministry worker to adjust their time in Azkaban by a few months or a year. Though this is what she was here to do, make sure that the prison was being run properly and that correct times were being served. She also sent a list of prisoners to the minister, along with her reasons of who she recommended for early release if he wanted to repeat what he had done with Malfoy for more deserving prisoners. All of the paperwork was completed for minimum and medium security prisoners. Her daughter, Nymphadora, was now off to the last phase of her training with Alastor Moody in places unknown guarding Harry Potter, and her niece she had never met, Lyra Black. It would be good to have her away while she focused on the last part of this horrible job. Taking a deep breath, she hoisted a large box up onto her desk that had the stamp of Azkaban on it and was labeled Life Sentences. Dumbledore sat in his office the day after all the students had gone home. It had been a year. This summer would be excruciatingly busy as he needed to find another teacher at the last minute. All previous years, he looked for a new defense teacher as soon as the year began, knowing something would happen to make him short of the current one. So he had a good man lined up already. Now, with Cuthbert Binns floating around the school in his incurable state, he needed to find a new history professor as well. Flanagan, he called, and an elf wearing a bow tie on top of a white toga popped into the room. He liked the elves to dress for their jobs around Hogwarts, but there was always that stupid rule about clothes. So the bow tie was just a strip of black cloth with hourglass-shaped ends that was tied properly. In the end, that's all a bow tie was. This one was just not made by human hands. "Please bring me a lemon drop," he instructed the elf, who rushed off to make him the drink. It had been some kind of year for Harry Potter as well. After being forced by Minerva not to take direct actions in Harry's life, he had to be more creative. After seeing the boy's reaction to him looking like Gandalf, he had thrown himself into that role, being the mysterious wizard and hoping the boy would come to him like a good little hobbit. For reasons unknown, that had failed. He had assumed the boy would have been in Gryffindor like his parents, so he removed the prohibition for first years on the Quidditch teams, hoping he could be placed there. It worked out fine in the end, but for a whole new house. He and his sister were both contradictions. Harry no longer appeared to be the counterbalance to Voldemort he thought the boy would be. He still carried his mother's protection, which was clearly evidenced in the attacks by both Lucius Malfoy and Walden Macnair, burning into the dark marks on their arms when they attempted violence against him. However, what was strange was that he had detected faint traces of that same protection in both Lyra Black and their demiguise, Whispers. This would require a lot more observation. He needed to catch Harry up on his skipped year and push him forward to other, greater things, but his fingers needed to be kept clear of noticeable involvement. He had taken a big risk in one such push when the basilisk was let loose into the school. After the events of the previous year, he assumed that Tom had his hand in it in some way, and he needed Harry to confront his parents' killer. Had Harry not been there, he would have shut down the school immediately after the first petrification to avoid another death like Myrtle Warren. When Harry discovered that it was Tom manipulating things, he gambled on Harry being able to defeat the basilisk by allowing himself to be petrified. By removing his hands from the situation, no one would suspect him of pushing Harry along the path to his destiny. As he wiggled those fingers of those hands in the air, a martini glass appeared in them with the drink he had requested from the elf, then took a sip. He might be able to do something more with the unicorns and encourage Harry's attachment to them. He had asked Sylvanus to put Harry's visit with them after the winter break to make sure he had the incentive to return and observed their interaction. As the innate magics possessed by him and Miss Black seemed to be opposites, he had expected that the unicorns would react to Lyra the same way that the Thestrals reacted to Harry, even if he wasn't sure why the dark horses feared him in the first place. With both of them seemingly pure of heart to be accepted by the light creatures, he would need to pay more attention to Lyra and her connection to Harry's destiny. He had considered giving Scamander enough points to win the House Cup, but coming from last place was far too much to do. As a compromise to himself, he stacked the deck heavily in their favor for the next year with the points from the Special Services Awards. He looked over to Fawkes, who had started to regrow his first tail feather after his burning day. Even the phoenix was hesitant around Miss Black. He was very interested in her, but cautious. However, his familiar did go to the girl, who now brandished his other tail feather in her wand during her moment of peril and protected her. Not Harry, and not out of some kind of loyalty to the headmaster. Fawkes did it for her. It was all very curious. As he took another sip from his drink, the bell by the Stark ticker near his desk rang to notify him of someone coming up to his office. He was having the final staff meeting later in the day, and was expecting to see everyone then. The ticker printed off 2 names, and he announced them just as they got outside his door. Please come in, Sylvanus and Mr. Scamander. This marks the end of Harry Potter and the Guise of family. Author's note: I've got another fic that will have an M rating. I've been working on and have been saving so I can spend some time to start working on the next year in what I hope will be an anthology of writing. Subscribe to my author's page and you'll see it come out soon. It might be a while until the sequel, The Guise of Loyalty, comes out, as my first child, my daughter, is due to be born at the end of July. Yes, this Potterhead is going to have a child born as the 7th month dies. I'm super excited. Dumbledore always said that death is but the next great adventure. However, that's only because he never had any children of his own. Having children is the next great adventure in life. It's going to be magical. Non-canon spells from this fic pungo: Stinging Jinx Exo's Lin lightning spell Lucius, used against Stevens, taught to him by Karkaroff Celios. Stone Cutting, engraving spell Invena Venari Ceciditis trial spell used to send feathers to target, making them catch fire, and explode on impact. Semita Meridim glowing white tracer spell, used by Oliver on the feathers in the library. Immobilis Eternum, figure 8 wand movement preservation spell for potions and ingredients. Densivello, overhand scooping motion, tooth extracting spell Siurusortia, squirrel conjuring spell. Akippa, start of basic enchanting spell Obsepio, end of a basic enchanting spell Splendino. Sparkle charm Coronus Lux halo spell Ungisageo, nail growing hex. Memento excerpti, extracting a memory for a pensive Atramsco ink vanishing spell, Sanguinesco blood vanishing spell, Revalio maledictum. Reveal curses spell Colloportus Suso locking spell linked to a fingerprint repertum sonus. Sound detection Culcitus pillow conjuring spell, Rubio red paint spell Iban Ibaniag. Bird revealing spell in Tagalog, Shelgan Glasser, mirror conjuring spell. From the Scandinavian Sami language, Futakili memory erasing spell based on Swahili no incantations. Soul Lash, for capturing and causing pain to non-corporeal entities electrocution spell, broken marionette curse fake incantations. Chaos Sphere Tonks' spell that created the weird bouncing balls Tellum, Harry's magic punch Dubsha, Lyra's blurring Fortis Corpus, Greg's magic resistance dream castings mentioned so far. Albus Dumbledore, Michael Caine, Minerva McGonagall, Jessica Lange, Severus Snape, Adam Driver, Arcturus Black, Jim Caviezel Brandt, Nicholas Holt, Alistair Moody, Liam Neeson, Tristan Nevitt, Asab Butterfield, Nestor Bailindang, Henry Golding, Rubius Hagrid, Haftha Björnsson, Newt Scamander, Bill Nye, Tina Scamander, Kristen Scott, Thomas Nymphadora Tonks, Zazie Beats Theodore Tonks, Richard Iode, Andromeda Tonks, Keely Hawes, Gilderoy Lockhart, Nicolaj Coster-Waldau, Rolanda Hooch, Meryl Streep, Aurora Bailindang, Wai Ching Ho, Tamara Bailindang, Alice Dixon, Nenita Estrada, Kim Chiu, Amelia Bones, Carrie-Anne Moss, Ricardo, Ricky, Aguilar, Raymai Malik, Lysander Granger, Andrew Lincoln, Celia Granger, Kate Winslet, Alessandra Zabini, Megan Good, Charlie Weasley, William Mosley, Arthur Weasley, Matthew Good, Bill Weasley, Ed Westwick, Marley Weasley, Gina Davis. This one was a bit difficult, and I'm still not sure about it. Ludo Bagman, William Shatner, Nicholas Flamel, Elaine Delan Perinel Flamel, Letisha Castor Narcissa, Black Ellen Holman Saul Croker, John Cleese Dolers, Umbridge Lorna Scott Gurrian Scamander, Alan Richson, Janana Silva Scamander, Misty Copeland Voices Darby Michael Sierra Usurper, Jean Reno, The Giver Michael Dawn the Gargoyle, Isaac Hayes, Eagle Naka Tress McNeil Gargoyle, with claws Eddie Peppertone Kids, are too hard to cast since they change their appearance too often. Chapter 105. The sequel has begun. Chapter text: It has begun. I have begun to post the sequel, The Guise of Loyalty, on Fanfiction and Archiviaphorone. The foreword there will contain personal updates. As for this book, I have gone over what I have previously written and made a few updates. 1. I removed Harry Potter and the from the title. It is now simply The Guise of Family. I had many people bug me about how there's so much where Harry feels like a background character in the story. They are right. It is a Harry Potter story, but he's not the only main character. Most of the time it is him, but there are bits where the narrative switches to Lyra, Brant, or Tonks. These books are filed in the Harry Potter section anyways. 2 errors, spelling errors, grammar errors, Britpicking. Thanks to Arlen's and many others, 3 combined a few chapters and got rid of some of the extraneous information from Harry's childhood. You were all right. It went on way too long. 4 got rid of that pineapple tree. Though it will be back with vengeance. Don't believe me. It's going to be back. 5 took out that subplot where Cho Chang's name was changed to Chow. Not sure where I was going with that. I think I was going to add a subplot in the tournament year where an observer from the elusive Chinese school discovered that her family were dissidents that fled the country when she was a child. I might still do that, but just with the regular canon name. Though I don't really think she's going to be that big of a character in the story or deserve that much page time. I have 2 planned interactions for her down the line. Once in Halloween in the 2nd book, and another around midway through the year in the 4th. She's just going to be a background character. 6 fixed Tonks's dad's name to Edward. 7 changed Hermione's parents' names from the standard Dan and Emma to Lysander and Celia. It makes more sense that they also have Shakespeare-inspired names as well and fell in love over their shared bardolatry. 8. The Patel twins' father's name was shortened from Kumari to Kumar. 9 added protective equipment for retrieving bezoars, credit to G. Fox, my favorite nitpicker. 10. Removed the Holy from the Holy Roman Empire when mentioned, credit to our Goodfellow 6411. After the pensive recap at the end, I added a small dialogue between Arcturus and Brant relating to him finding out about the Lockhart/Zabini confrontation, and Harry knowing that the shade of Tom Riddle was Voldemort. There is a particular detail in that conversation that will come up in the next book. 12. I'm also slowly progressing on AO 3 to add illustrations to the story. I'm having an amazing time producing AI images to match the story. That will be a regular thing in the sequels, but it's hard to do 100 chapters of catch-up, even with an unlimited subscription to Midjourney. Whenever I add more images, I'll make an author's note in guise of loyalty where they've been added to this story.